Hello and welcome to JBMotorsports' watch-along coverage of the 2024 Rolex 24 Hours at Daytona. It's the season opener here at IMSA and we cannot wait to get started. Let battle commence. Hello everybody, good afternoon, good evening, and even good morning wherever you are in the world, and welcome to something truly special. It is the 24 Hours at Daytona. It is the start of the IMSA season, and it's also a special event, which is why we're broadcasting it. The entire 24 hours will be live right here on JB Motorsports. It'll be split into 4 parts on YouTube, but if you're watching us on Twitch, we are live throughout the entire broadcast. On YouTube, you'll automatically be redirected. It's every 6 hours so that we stay inside YouTube guidelines as well of when to save things. But it's 24 hours non-stop. We'll have a whole array of pundits joining us in the commentary box, world-renowned broadcasters as well, and racing drivers will be making their stop off here in the commentary box. And it's 6:30 p.m. here in the UK. Me and Josh T have already been doing Formula E. I've been up since 9 a.m. Josh T the same. Josh T gets to go to sleep. I don't. So this is going to be me running on very low fumes throughout this race. But one person who is fresh, ready to go, is going to be with me for the majority of the race day is Adam Lemrys. Josh T is with me now. But Adam, it's race day. It's finally here. We've had the Raw before the 24 and all the practice sessions. It's time to go racing for 24 hours at Daytona. Are you excited? It's the start of the season.
Josh, I have been looking forward to this coverage for a long time. And hi, everybody. Thanks so much for joining us wherever you may be watching. Like Josh said, this lineup this year is stacked. You've got IndyCar stars, former F1 stars. You've got NASCAR stars. And they're all going after one thing, that precious Rolex watch. When they cross the checkered flag in 24 hours, they can say, I've conquered the high banks of Daytona International Speedway and the road course as well. And they will be able to successfully wear a Rolex watch. This is a traditional race for a lot of motorsports fans across the world. And over the years, we've seen talent from all forms of motorsports, from NASCAR to IndyCar, from Formula One. We've even seen the likes of Shane Van Gisbergen, who has competed down under in the Repco Australian Supercar Series. And all I can say is, boogity, 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 let's go racing, boys. Enjoy the 24 hours wherever you may be watching around the world.
I couldn't put it better myself. 59 entries, over 300 drivers here this weekend. Some have got 4, some have got 3 per car. Josh, this is going to be mammoth. When I said we're doing it, you questioned my sanity. It's very different to doing Le Mans. The time zone, for instance, kills us Europeans. But we're all set. We're all ready to go. And we're just waiting, actually, with the green flags in about 5 minutes' time. And we haven't got any TV pictures yet. We're waiting for that. It should come in the next minute or so when we get TV pictures. But hello, welcome to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello, everyone. Well, I may get to sleep. I may not be able to get to sleep. Depends how I am in around 8 hours time. But, well, 6 to 8 hours time, and then 10-kilometer walk time, then straight back to the broadcast. Fun. But it's 18:34. The World Feed should start in around 1 minute, and we're just waiting to see the cars on track getting ready for the start of the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Yeah, and IMSA aren't always great with their TV pictures, but the cars have ventured out onto the track. Let's join the IMSA radio until we get TV pictures, which is now, actually, because it's just popped in on our TV pictures. Have you got anything, Josh? Because I've just got a black screen on mine, but here it comes now, actually. So we have our TV pictures joining us.
Josh, just refresh your Discord camera.
The WeatherTech Sports Car Championship on IMSA Radio.
We are all set then for the Raw before the 24. Everybody's been on the grid. Everybody's been ready to go. We are ready to go. The cars are venturing out onto the circuit. Welcome to the 2024 Rolex 24 at Daytona. I tell you what, I can't wait to get going. TV pictures have started. There's Ricky Taylor walking in for the GTP class. Jordan Taylor there too. All walking down there on the grid. I can't wait. They're out on their formation laps right now. They're just getting everyone into position. We have a full live timing grid that will open once everything gets underway as well. V-Line Engineering leads the way in GTP. Then it's United Autosports USA who have pole in LMP2. GTD Pro has Michael Christiansen. And then going forward as well, out there on the board in GTD, we have Vassar Sullivan, the number 12, Vassar Sullivan, who's got it as well. As we take a look, Daytona International Speedway here on Daytona Beach, Florida is our location. Weather here, Adam, though, plays a factor everywhere around this 3.56 mile 12 turn circuit. We're using the road course, but the weather is a factor. 40% chance of rain during the middle of the night. We've seen before here when it rains, we usually have to have the unusual side of having a red flag.
Yes, Josh, we have seen a red flag because of rain in the past, and looking at the weather forecast, it looks really good now. But once we get into the nighttime, you mentioned there is a chance of rain, and rain is a equal opportunity for all of these drivers, because it's hard to race in the rain. If it's a heavy rain or light rain, it's not an easy task. So if it does rain, we could see incredible moves by people who are really good racing in the rain experts.
We're all set then here to go. Unfortunately, our live timing systems have gone down up in the commentary box. I can't access the Rolex timing on one screen, but I can on another. So we're having to wait for that and get official, because it just says bad gateway on one of them, but we have access to live timing and the driver tracker. So we'll wait to see what the problem is there as to why we haven't got anything on the live timing feed. But let's join the IMSA radio quickly.
So it's Ore Sedani who's the starter. Sedani, and there's a lot of kind of, it's jumping about. It's kind of, it almost they engaged a gear and it didn't take off then.
I'd just like to double check, Josh T, are we in sync with pictures? We did do ×2, are we all okay?
Yeah.
Ah, fantastic. I've got no idea what's going on there, because I've got no data. Literally no live timings are appearing on my screen right now. It's almost like the internet has gone a bit wobbly. So while we try and get that, it just says bad gateway. Josh, have you got live timings? He's disappeared. So that always helps.
Yep.
Yeah. 24 hours on the clock though, Adam, as we get ready. Here's
Hello.
Josh back in. Yeah, have you got live timing? Because I do not have it. I've only got one monitor. The IMSA live timing link just says bad gateway. Although we have got it coming in. Reminder that Pietro Fittipaldi's come in. Yeah, have you got it? I don't.
Yeah, because I've just gone to the Formula E one and it's down, so it's the whole Alcamal systems.
Oh, great. So the entire Alcamal systems have gone down. Well, we've got one timing monitor. That's good. Fingers crossed it works. We've got a driver tracker that's working as well. As you see, the safety car 1 is out there. We had a problem earlier on, though, Adam, where another safety car was out on the circuit for the BMW, but it had a small accident. It got completely smashed up during the test.
Yes, it did. It's quite unusual to see, and for you folks who have never watched this race, this is a race with unpredictability because of the weather, of different pit strategies, who will make the right call at the right time, and sometimes this race can come down to the last hour, and we've seen in the past where the smallest margin of victory has been incredible. So we don't know what to expect here in the next 24 hours. But if you're watching this on YouTube and Twitch, tell your friends tell your family. If they've never seen one of our broadcasts before, tell them to come on board and watch the Rolex 24 Hours with us in all motorsports here in 2024.
Let's go down quickly to the pits.
Listen to the crowd. Listen to the crowd there. The big cheer from down towards the turn into turn one. Nothing that a good bit of throttle response won't fix. And Ori Fidani has got that car at least ticking over. Well, there's drama you don't need before the start of one of the, if not the biggest race of the year.
Yep, and don't forget, we're going to have a segregated field start here. As you can see, the safety car 1 leading the GTPs and LMP2s, and then we're going to have the GTD and GTD Pros get going. But we're under starters orders because the safety car number 1 is going to lead into the pit lane, and we are about to get underway. Here we go then, folks. There's no finer place to be in 2024 than here at Rolex for the Daytona 24 Hours. Are you ready? Are you steady? It's V-Line Engineering on pole position in GTP. Alongside is the Cadillac Racing. It's going to be on the inside line for Delaney. Bourdais is starting in the yellow B Corvette around the outside. We are steady. We are prepared. The red lights will continue. We look for the green flag. The 2024 Rolex 24 Hours. It's green flag and away we go. And it's a great start already for the V-Line Engineering. And already it's a terrible start for Sebastian Bourdais. The Porsche Felipe Nasr trying to take second position at turn 1. Goes a little bit wide. Sebastian Bourdais settles back into third position as they continue to come down into the hairpin. And already the 31's having a go. The Porsche trying to go on the outside. That's Nasr at the wheel. He can't find a way through. He's trying desperately. Bourdais getting in cleanly as well. Good start from Ben Keating in the lead of the LMP2s of the United Autosports. He's got it completely safe as well. But Porsche desperately trying to take the lead here already in the 24 Hours. You can't win it in the first lap, but Adam, you can certainly lose it as we get ready to go green for GTD and GTD Pro.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. This is a truly a marathon. You can't win it on the first lap or the first hour. You've got to pace yourself for the full 24 hours. And I actually went with number 7, Porsche Penske Motorsports GT to win, and that lineup is stacked.
And it's green flag for the GT cars as well out there. GTD and GTD Pro are underway. It's a good run from them. World Feed sticking with the GTPs, which is really annoying me because I'd much rather take a look at what's happening out there on the circuit. But at least we have some action from the cars out there on the circuit. And it looks like they've all got away absolutely superbly, which is exactly what we were hoping for and hoping to see as well. As they'll continue to run down. There we see them side by side of the Le Mans chicane. The Ferraris going upside with the Lambos, McLaren in there too. Good start though, Josh, from all classes. No safety car immediately as we start 24 Hours.
Yep, well, 23 hours and 57 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. Here's the number 9 going around the outside of the number 17 round the banking, and the number 9 got it done.
Yeah, McLaren was trying to have a way through. It just didn't want to pay off and have a bit of a argy-bargy into positions, but it's a clean start so far as we can. Lap 2 for the GT cars coming through the back half of the circuit. The LMPs 2s are already in a little bit of a battle because down in positions, I believe, the Inter-Europol has gone down. Ben Keating down to third position. It was 4 wide coming into the chicane as well. So Keating's dropped down to third in LMP2, and one of the Ferraris touching the wall already in the background and having a little bit of drama, and it was bad enough that it's now NBC producing the feed. They missed the start of the GTDs and GTD Pros, Adam. That's just what we expect though from the NASCAR production.
Yeah, that's true, and I will say this, a team that I'm looking out for over in GTD and GTD Pro, of course, is the Iron Wings car, and one of the drivers is Dorian Pim, who will be competing this year for Mercedes in F1 Academy, and we'll say this though, the women talent this year is superb. And you have Catherine Lake here. You've got obviously the Iron Dame. You have Ashton Harrison. So many incredible females competing this year in the Rolex 24 Hours Daytona. It's awesome to see so many ladies out there competing in this classic race.
Already, we just saw the United Autosports going a bit wider down at the track, but that was the 85 BMW Team OLL going off the track at the first corner and losing out a little bit. So already there's drama as we lose our driver tracker. Just trying to load it back in now. But Durrani leads Nazar, the 31, ahead of Felipe Nazar in the 7, and then Bourdais trying to come back into it as well. He's now down third in class. In fact, already the V-Line Engineering, who won the championship last year in IMSA, let's not forget, took a surprise pole position here for the 500. They've never been strong here at Daytona before, but they took pole position last Sunday, and right now they've got a 1.3 second lead already over Felipe Nazar. Leading the GTD Pros is the 14 Barnacote at the wheel there. GTD lead by Talizzi in the number 12 at the moment as well. But what a bad start from Ben Keating. Josh, we said last week he had a great getaway. Now he's down to third position, but Bourdais on the back of Nazar coming into the first corner, and the Chevrolet so the Corvette going on the inside. That's going to be a little bit low on the brakes. The Porsche dives out of the way. They're side by side in the first corner, and Bourdais back up to second position that he lost at the start. Already it's knives out, Josh.
Yep, Bourdais in the 01 up to second place here.
That's the Aero Motorsport car. That's dropped back
into turn 1.
That's the Aero Motorsport in LMP2. That's the 52. That's leading as well the Inter-Europol competition with Simon Watzke at the wheel at the moment. That's leading by 2.2 seconds to Kurtz on the number 4 car. And then Thomas is fourth, of course, just behind Keating by about 1.2 seconds. So not too far back at the moment. Brilliant start to this 24-hour race. Everybody just keeping nice in control. As with the AO Racing number 99 gets ahead of the 74 Riley Motorsport for 16th place in class in LMP2. We'll be keeping you up to date throughout everything. There is V-Line Engineering as well with Piero Dorani at the wheel leading 3 laps, 1:35.863 out of him. He's fastest overall in class and fastest overall obviously with it being a GTP car.
Yeah, when V-Line Engineering captured the pole last Sunday, it was a surprise to a lot of people. A lot of people thought it was going to be one of the Cadillacs, or potentially even one, or even potentially the BMW. But Pipo Durrani in the number 31 V-Line Engineering car, loads of talent in there. So, can they contend for the entire 24 hours? I think they can.
Definitely going to go for it. Bourdais up to second place now, updating on our timing screens. Just a little hello to Omi, says Woo Delatras. And hello to Cole, who says Happy New Year as well. Hello and Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you as well out there. As we've just got the bottom of the 24 there with the LMPs and the GTDs at the bottom of the screen there. The timing monitor literally cutting off half the screen there. But we got a green flag. Already we had Fideli at the 13 coming to the pit lane in GTD. And already Kobe Lambeth said in the chat that have I jinxed the number 13 OWA Corvette already heading to the pits before the start of the race? Yes, I think, no, Adam's not agreeing, but I thought he did. But Kobe Lambeth's curses seem to come in a bit later on in the racing, pretty much at the last lap. We remember what happened a couple of years ago when he predicted the winner for the 24. There's the dyno car, though, at the moment. Watching on the side of the circuit, the Porsche looking stronger than ever. That's the number 77 Porsche in the GTD Pro. And it's side by side right now with one of the Lexus coming into the top half of the banking section. We've got a Corvette just behind into the braking zone. Love to tell you who it is at the moment, but I can't see on the monitor. It's the Lexus number 12 of the Ford Motorsports. If I get my words out quick enough, trying to go around the outside now. That's 77 really holding hard. So that's the leading GTD Pro. I mean, that's Christensen at the wheel, I believe. Yeah, so it's going to be Michael Christensen, of course, famous with Le Mans victory. His brother Christensen as well watching on. Good start so far. Just settling in, opening 9 minutes of this race, and it's all been a bit chaos, but that's what it is always, Adam, isn't it, with endurance racing? It's chaos at the start as the 34 tries to go through. That's Franco trying to pass Catherine Legg in the 66 car. Catherine Legg, of course, qualified the car second in class in GTD, so she starts this race and already right up the bumper by 2/10 off the back of the leader, actually, to Talizzi in the number 12. So there's still a chance that Catherine could take the lead as Keating is passed into second position in LMP2. So Ben Keating back up to second as we see this is the Porsche, not really needing to worry about the 12 behind him, but it's overall position they could lose, not class position.
Yeah, Josh, and for you folks who don't know what Ben Keating is doing, he's actually competing in a car in the GTP class and also competing in a car in the LMP2 class. So he's going to be a pretty busy man over these next 24 hours. Switching back and forth, between cars and classes. And I know it's not easy to do, but he's done it in the past. So, I will say this: I'm looking forward to the nighttime session because of the famous Ferris wheel that is in the infield and around, and I believe it's around 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. They usually have the infamous fireworks going off. So
Yeah.
I can't wait, later on tonight, and I wonder if we'll see any drivers, on the Ferris wheel. I saw on Twitter, Scott McLaughlin, he may go up there,
I'd go up.
View. I mean, I would.
I would go up immediately. Josh T, what about you? Heights Ferris wheel?
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll go up. And going back to what we were saying about Ben Keating moments ago, the GTP and the LMP2s, they are similar, but there are some differences as there's some traffic here.
Oh no, already the traffic
number
in the midfield.
31.
So it's already hitting the traffic on the circuit. That's not what we wanted to see at all, going out on the circuit. And just checking that the camera works. It does. So, for the first time, I'm going to show you this live. We can go from one camera to the second camera, which means I can sit down for a little bit in the broadcast and add in a second camera into the comms box here on the desk in front of me, so I can sit down during the broadcast as well. On board then as well, so just a nice sit back. We'll use this later on in the race as well, but it'll be on for 24 hours and we'll update it as it goes. Hopefully it looks a-okay, as there's the V-line already starting to hit the lap traffic, as you said, Josh T, and it's the GTDs that of course were segregated at the start, but this is where it gets messy, isn't it, Adam and Josh, because one mistake here and it could put you in the barrier and possibly out of the race in just 12 minutes. It's now, they were segregated for safety, but they've caught up so quick and now it's battling literally side by side.
Yeah, the one thing we need to worry about is the traffic, because the GTD and GTD Pros are slower compared to the GTP and LMP2 cars. So traffic is going to play a really big role as we go on. This 24-hour endurance classic, and it won't be easy to get around some of these cars, but those GTP cars, they can handle it, and the LP2 cars as well.
The banking section helping massively now at the start of this as well, just to keep it into position as we see the V-line now caught up. Sebastian Bourdais, the number 1 Chevy as well, the Corvette Cadillac Racing right behind, coming into that zone of the track. So it could already see, Josh T, a battle lead change this early in the race. They do not want to wait around. They want to get straight out there, and if they could lead in the first stint, the pit stops become even easier because you control the pace and control the field. And if there's a full course yellow, you're gifted priority as a GTP pit stopper and the LMP2s.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go down to turn 1, Bourdais has a little bit of a look.
He thought about it, didn't he? I'm having to stand up because Bourdais all right at the back as well. And Felipe Nasr losing out on this battle. He's now 2 seconds back. He's held that behind the leaders of GTD as well. Look at that as well. Catherine Lex dropped down to 4th place, having to jump out of the way of everybody else. So she's lost out on overall timing pace as they fly back through. Let's take a look actually further down the field at the rest of the running order. 24th down, so it's Michael Christensen leading the way in GTD, and in GT, that's in GTD Pro I should say, and in GTD it's Aaron Telesi and the Vasa Sullivan leading the way, and the number 12 leading the way of course. The 14 is the other team for Vasa Sullivan, the main look around the order, but can Bourdais jump ahead anywhere near the front of this one and just start to have a little bit of a rummage through? It's going to take time, but anything is possible in this category. Never say never. Something always flashes up when you least expect it. And I suppose, Adam, as well, the one thing that we're expecting really is an attack from the rest of the field. But I've only got sector 1 times at the moment. Anyone else got sector 2 times on the Tiny 71?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I only have sector 1. In fact, has anyone had any messages since the green flag came out? Because I haven't.
No.
No, I haven't either. That's good then. As we take a look. Oh, hang on. I've lost monitors completely up here in the comms box. What's happened there?
Oh.
Yeah, I've lost everybody up here in the comms box. Oh, hang on, you're back now.
Bourdais was so close to the back of the 31 there.
Yeah, it's getting a bit
Going
too
into
tight.
turn 1.
Bourdais can sense an opportunity to make a move as the power being interrupted by something across here. I've only got sector 1 times flashing up on my monitor. In fact, I've also lost the driver tracker, so when did all this go wrong? I wonder. Trying to get everything else working. So a bit of a refresh needed. Yeah, because I'm counting down, but I'm not getting any sector times up here in the comms box, so apologies for that. Hopefully we'll get it sorted in a second. Something's interfering with the monitors and switching them all off every 5 seconds, which is a real pain when we're trying to keep an eye on the racing. So we're going to have to relaunch the live timing, which is super because it gets difficult to do that. Because it likes to have a paddy on us when OBS is running at the same time. And I'm not switching it off because you can't switch it off. So hopefully it just cross your fingers and pray that it'd be nice to us and loads in. Duane leads from Bourdais, Nazar, then Di Felipe, Boulier, Kurtz, Thomas, Keating takes 4th, Barnicoat, Sarah, then Christensen, Garcia comes in. There comes our live timing back. And we thank it immensely with all our sector times. I was wondering what was going on there. Note to self, it seems to be having glitches already, this IMSA software. That's a positive going into NASCAR in a couple of weeks' time, but we'll keep it on. A little more bass on the dude going on the talking would make for an easy listener. What? Oh, is that you? Me? Bass? Me? I'll see what I can do. As we see now coming through, the 2 Ferraris making battle in the middle of the field. On board now with the 17 McLaren of the Inception Racing. Hello McLaren fans on the front with the camera on board. Now looking in class as well on the 70. This is the GTD of Inception Racing. That's running 6th in class in the GTD. Right ahead of the Saltar Racing with Serene Gatto, just ahead of the 47. Just all breaking down into the Daytona hairpin for what is their 9th lap. For the GTPs, they're on lap 10 already, so they've already lapped them once, and they'll have that run around for the remainder of this race. So just sort of sit down, relax, and keep on working, basically. That's how we're going to have to run this one, as we see already the 77 of the GTD Pro, was Christian's at the wheel, only 3rd in class, just holding up now actually. It's getting a bit of a mess, Adam, to tell which car's which, because some are battling for overall race position, but some are battling for class position, and the broadcast isn't making it quite easy on us to determine who's who trying to go through on the side. So I don't know how easy you're following it, Adam, as a pro watcher of these series.
Yeah, it's not easy, but with practice, you'll get used to it. And And want to let everyone know that before we came on the air, head on over to Grid Network here on YouTube. They had an outstanding pre-race show talking about the Rolex 24 Hours to Daytona, talking about all the different classes, the weather, among other things. So if you don't already subscribe to Grid Network for all of your motorsports news and coverage in 2024.
Absolutely echo that. The Grid Network did an outstanding pre-show. Just to give you some information, by the way, official time of night is 6:15 p.m. So that is going to be in around about 4 hours and 15 minutes time. Official time of daylight is 7 a.m. So we are going to have a bit of duo of night running across both. Of course, it's only night here in the UK where me and Josh T are commentating from. For Adam over there in the States, it's, is it 2 or is it 1? What's the time zone over there for you, Adam, right now?
It's a little after 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
Where I live right now, it is raining.
Oh, you
So it's nice to see sunny skies. It's nice to see sunny skies in Daytona.
For now, we must point out, because there is a chance that the rain could come back. Let's not forget that.
That's true.
So we're just going to adjust the timing so that we can actually read the names of the drivers up here in the comms box, because we just realised that it has got a little bit wrong since the start this morning when we came in. So live adjustments, live on air. That's what we're all about. For World Feed graphics, but it's all fun and games until something goes horribly wrong. We can't sort anything out. But either way, at the moment, now we're seeing the Lexus, the Vassar Sullivan under pressure. Is this the leader in class? It's the 14 versus the Ferrari, the 62. So this is a battle in class, I believe. It's the Vassar Sullivan 62 versus the Paul Miller Racing 14. So we've got a little bit of pressure, but the Lexus got Vassar Sullivan sponsorship on there as well. So Paul both running with the sponsorships on it as well. Just double checking my own graphics now on the monitor. Go on, Adam.
And also want to let everyone know that here later on today we're going to have a very special guest joining us. We're going to have Ryan Marine, who's on the call of the opening round of the ABB FIA Formula E World Championship. Alejandro Manos Rodriguez. He's going to join us for half an hour. And then I can say this here now. I'm not the only American at JB Motorsports, because Jackson Lambros of Grid Network has come on board this year, and he's going to be in the comm box as well. So, folks, I can say this: I'm not the only American anymore. It's nice to have another American join for 2024, and Jackson will be.
We've got loads.
Part of the F1 and IndyCar season. So I'm not the only American.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
It's going to be fantastic to see that as well coming into the position. But also we've got more guests joining throughout the broadcast, and also more new people that you'll meet throughout the year on JBMotorsports in the commentary box as well. Across all the series, we cover 15 different series this year. We're covering IMSA Daytona 24 Hours being one of them, so already it's become 14 after this. Once this is done, but the Lexus number 12. Here we go. So it's the 12 Lexus of the Ford Moon Attack Motorsports as well, battling out there on the circuit. That's with the Ferrari. So we've got it finally sorted with the 62 Ferrari, the Vassar Sullivan. So that's why I was getting confused on the sponsorship board. These two are same team but different class with sponsorships on it. So the Ferraris having to get a little bit out there. So of course, a Ferrari GT car that we're seeing racing out on the circuit. And everyone just calming down in the first half of this race. And we're well into that procedure now as well. Just taking it easy and just starting to relax. You see Barnacle and Serrera now at the wheel. This is the battle we're watching, as I was explaining earlier on. And down in pit road already is the number 13. And this car already had problems at the beginning of the race, as Kobe said. And is that going to be down to the pit lane? It's coming out of the pit lane.
Second pit stop.
Yeah, it's come out of the pits now as well. So really, really, really bad news right now as well for that other Chevy. Getting lapped by everybody out there on the field. So we just had to take a double take look at the board. Two laps down. Well, it didn't take the start either, did it? It didn't take the start on the green flag lap, as we see the 66 Acura flying now through. It's Catherine Legg at the wheel. She's running third in class in the GTD running order. And which live timing site are you using? We've got the Alcalmel Systems timings and timing 71, sort of a duo between the two of them. As you see, Catherine Legg now on board. What a career she's had. Formula One test driver, Formula E race driver, Indy 500. Just such an amazing career for Catherine, and she's running third in class overall. Testing for Minardi, of course, back in the early 2000s. Became the first female F1 driver to test since 1992. So it's not Susie Wolff who's got that honour, just in case you were wondering. As they fly back in, Barnicoat leads in the 14 GTD Pro at the moment by very close margin, actually, just 0.087. So Serrer is getting involved in that little battle. Say, is this what we're watching right now in the GTDs? This is the battle in the GTD Pro that we are looking at. The timings keep changing here, but it is the 14 and the 62 as well. The Lexus and Ferrari battle out of the circuit. I think their teammates actually stuck behind each other. The timings keep changing. Oh, the 13's gone behind the wall. So I think that might be them done for the day. I mean, it's a long, long race. We're only, what, 24 minutes in? But it's never good, Adam, is it, when you're pulling in 3 times in the opening 30 minutes?
Yeah, that's not the way you want to start your roll at 24 Daytona. And for all of you folks who are wondering about the shirt I have on, it's when Scott McLaughlin competed down under in the...
Oh, sorry, car round in the Daytona chicane. It's the 78 Lamborghini, and it's hit the tyre wall, rear damage as well. And I wonder if that's going to be our first yellow flag. It's hit the driver's side quite nasty, and it's front suspension damage as well. So the 78 with Gothenburg at the wheel in the Lamborghini has gone off in the GTD class. Can it get back under its own power as V-Line in a battle with Estorani, in a battle with Bourdais, intense between them now as they approach lap traffic once again, and Bourdais trying to take the lead of the race. And yeah, no sign of the full course yellow just yet, but car stopped on course at turn 7. That's the message from race control. Not that we're getting many messages from race control on the monitor. Go on.
There was some issues with race control because at 7 o'clock they sent a test message.
Right, so there are issues with the timings. I did think there'll be something, because Durrani and Bourdais still in a battle, lapping the traffic now. Full course yellow. Yeah, so I knew that would come in eventually. Full course yellow deployed, and we've seen nothing on it up here in the commentary box. Look at that, the timing 71 still saying it's under normal conditions, but the 78 stopped, and it is a full course yellow. So the field now will slow down. It's not like what we have in terms of Le Mans when it's full course yellow. This is effectively a safety car situation. And they'll slow it down, and we'll go again to get that car, because that Lamborghini is just stuck in the barrier, Adam.
Yeah, it is. And going back to what I said, the shirt that I'm wearing is actually an old shirt from when Scott McLaughlin competed down under in the Repco Australian V8 Supercar Series. It's when he drove for JBMotorsports, and where that team had a Volvo. So I thought I would, since Scott McLaughlin is competing, I thought I would break out I thought I would wear my Scott McLaughlin shirt, in honor of the Kiwi and Nick Cassidy winning race 2 in Saudi Arabia for Formula E.
Track service is working on course at turn 7, so that's the reason for the full course yellow. And our first one of the day then here for the Rolex 24 Hours. We'll slow it down and stay under this yellow for the time being. Let's see if there's anything on the Twitch chat. There isn't, but hello everyone. BFG says, oh, I've already said which live timing as well. So full course yellow is out on the circuit then. Josh T, has your timing 71 gone to yellow yet?
Yes.
Right, mine hasn't. That's worrying. So there's a problem with timing 71 again. Isn't it always fun when things go wrong live on air and you try and fix them and just nothing wants to work for you? That's our life, everyone. That's our life currently. And now it won't even load. So we're going to have to relaunch things.
Yeah, mine struggled to load for timing 71, but it loaded.
Oh, yeah, it's coming in now.
Shortly after. Here's a replay.
Talk us through it, Josh T.
Yeah, just loses it on the second corner and a big impact sideways into the barrier for the number 78 Winward Racing car, I believe.
Let's take a look at it. Is it?
With...
Mine just says checking Chrome extension now, so we've lost everything on the timing monitor.
Yeah,
Thank you, by the way,
recovery
IMSA.
truck
Yeah,
is there.
IMSA can't get a single thing right, can they? On their live timing. So, full course
But
yellow.
I believe
Safety car's out now, below.
that's our first car out of the race.
It is, because I don't think that's recovery track. Adam, they can't... Can they come back into the race after they've been safety car'd? I don't think they can. No, so that's the first car out.
Nope.
Get your marker of doom. 30 minutes in. 30 minutes. And we've already had a timing crash as well. That makes us look good, doesn't it? Literally, timings have just crashed. It never likes it when we're on air. And it tries to do things separately as well. We can't even go anywhere because our timing systems are down for what we try and use. But full course yellow is deployed. That is really annoying that timing 71 is just sort of broken down on us. It doesn't like it when there's more systems going in, so you have to try and relaunch every single system at once, and then it just goes, are you sure you want to do this? And then it just has a massive paddy because of OBS being open at the same time. It sort of tries to stop it, but it now says waiting for data, so we might get it back in a second. It's connected to the source, so bear with us here, and there we go, look. Our timings are back with the full course yellow systems out. Let's check in then with Radio Le Mans while we're under this full course yellow for the Daytona 24 Hours.
Team RLL contenders, the number 24 is in 8th. 9th is Neil Janney for Proton competition, and JDC Miller Richard Westbrook in the yellow number 85. In LMP2, into Europol lead TDS, CrowdStrike and George Curtin, third position in the APR run car. Then the two United Autosports car with the 2 and the 22, Ben Kinckney and Daniel Goldberg. PJ are hired for the newly named Spike EO Racing Orica, number 99. In GTD Pro, it is Ben Barnicat and Daniel Serra at the head of the field, 14 and 62 for Lexus and Ferrari, with Aaron Teelitz, Vassar Sullivan ahead of the Triazi competition, Alessio Rivera, Ferrari 296 coming up through the field, the 023, and Catherine Legg for Gradient Racing, and then Michael Christensen, and behind them Iron Lynx with the GTD Pro, then Conquest, Inception and Chettilar Ferrari making up the top 10 in GT combined category, if you will. If you're not used to this form of racing, I suspect most of you trackside know what is going on now, but Jeremy Shaw will take you through why under double yellows we are seeing cars pulling out of line.
Yeah, there's quite a few new fans here this weekend. Great to see you. Hope you're enjoying it so far. There's a lot more action to come, and yeah, generally speaking, when the safety car is deployed to slow down the field to run at safe speeds, there's no overtaking allowed. However, what we've just seen are the cars that were in between the safety car at the front of the field and the individual class leaders, those being GTD and LMP2. And those cars that are in between the safety car and each of the class leaders had not been lapped by the respective class leaders, so they were allowed to go past those cars in front of them and the safety car, and then round to the back of the pack to take up their rightful position, still on the lead lap with their class rivals. Once that has been completed, then the pits will be opened. The pits are closed right now. You're not allowed to come into the pits unless you need emergency service, as it's called, and then you're only allowed to take on, maybe you're running out of fuel, it's too early in the race for that to happen, but if there's some sort of a problem like that, you can come in and take what is called emergency service. You're only allowed to take 5 seconds worth of fuel, and then you're on your way again. You have to make another pit stop to make up for that later on. But once the pack-up has been made behind the safety car, all the cars together, then the pits will be opened. First of all, it will be the prototype cars are allowed to come onto the pit lane, either GTPs or the LMP2s, and then one lap later, all of the GT cars, GTD or GTD Pro, can come onto the pit and take on their service. Whatever they choose to do is up to them. And then once we get that all completed, there will be a final wave around for, again, any class cars that are ahead of their respective class leader and behind the safety car. They can do the same thing, run around to the back.
The pits are open for prototypes.
Past the safety car. And then at any point after that, race control does not have to wait for everybody to get up behind at the back of the pack. We'll go back to green. Racing will continue.
So we'll keep it on the battle screen, but as you can see, the commence pass around has been confirmed and the pits are open for the prototypes. And Adam, do you reckon anyone will come in? We've only done 35 minutes of action. No, I thought not.
No, I think though, I think I think in a couple, maybe an hour or two or a couple hours, we'll see the first pit stops in, and also the driver changes as well. So, that's something we have to keep an eye on. How clean are the driver changes? Because you can have a driver change mishap, and it could cost you valuable time on track.
Here we go. They're coming in. The prototypes are coming in. We're going to head down to the pit lane for the first time, and Sharon, I'm standing by.
So it's the 31 Whelen Cadillac that wheels in first. Pipo Durrani, the driver behind the wheel. He's been on pole position for literally a whole week. Well, the next 23 hours or so is the bit that counts for this car. And he want to remain at the front of this field as much as he can right up until that all-important last 30 minutes or so. A lot of fuel going in the car. Not bothering with tyres, though, and looking further down the pit lane. I think that's the tactic employed by pretty much everyone. So fuel only in this stop, and it looks like he's lost the lead.
At the other end of the pit out, it's mostly some of the P2s, because all the GTPs are concentrated in the first, say, third of the pit lane, but they're rolling past me now, and I'll tell you who's in the lead. It's the number 10. Acura is going to take the lead at the end of this one. So the Wayne Taylor Racing, the 10, Honda Camalta Acura has taken the lead. To my left, we have both the United Autosports cars. They are getting fuel and a bit of a work on the 22 car. That's having a bit of a shifting down the right-hand side. Didn't see any driver changes. And again, I'm looking now at the 81, no driver change. I'm looking at the Sean Creech, the unique in modern motor racing leisure. That's also not changed drivers. Obviously, it's not. Well, it's fine for a bit of. They're getting tyres as well on the Sean Creech car. So whilst it's fine for a stop for fuel and possibly tyres, obviously as far as drive times are concerned, it's not really working at the moment. So most of them are staying on board. I think when the GTDs come around in the next lap, we will see some driver changes. I see some guys suited and booted on the wall.
Nice to hear. As we get them going out, so it's Taylor then. Ryan Taylor has taken the lead in Acura in the GT Pro categories. You might notice that LMP2 have taken the lead here. That's because they have a shorter pit stop compared to the rest of the field, Adam. So now LMP2s will be dealt with quite quickly, but they lead overall with, guess who? Pietro Fittipaldi, who wasn't even supposed to be racing here today, but he's got the overall lead for a lap.
Nice to see Pietro Fittipaldi. He was a last-minute follow-up. So we all know the name Fittipaldi, you know, from F1, IndyCar over the years. So it's nice to see Pietro Fittipaldi getting called up last minute, you know, here for this Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
And Josh T, by the way, Upright Foster says, "Hola boys, got the TV on and it's raining outside, so I think I will watch. Still waiting for the best race call though. When IndyCar starts, save your voice, JB. I will, don't worry." And that's exactly what we're doing right now with leaving the full course yellows to Radio Le Mans. And there's a long way to go. Pits are open for GTs, by the way, so we'll swap down on the timing monitor and go to 24th down. And take over for that with the GTD categories with Daniel Serrera at the wheel there. So we'll wait and get the pit stops started for them. But Josh T, starting with you, we've got some driver changes. We're going out of the pits.
14, Vassar Sullivan Lex has pulled in. Currently second in GTD Pro, I believe. And we're having a driver change here. So different tactic employed in GTD. Mike Conway getting into the 14. He'll be plugged in for I would imagine, quite a while now. He's going to be spending the rest of the afternoon at the wheel of the 14. Getting the wave off now for the GTD and GTD. That's GTD Pro and GTD for the Vassar Sullivan team. Done and dusted already on the exit lane.
Yeah, it's a very different strategy. You're quite right, Joe. Virtually everyone I can see is changing drivers. I don't think the 34 Teresi Ferrari did, though I was looking the other way, but they seem to be, if they have done, the Triazzi Ferrari is going to be done a particularly good job there. But we'll find out in a second. But on the whole, it's drivers and fuel and tyres, and they're held at the end on a red flag. But the leading car is that Pro Lexus, the 14 machine, followed by the GTD standard Lexus of number 12.
That really helped out the Chetelaar Ferrari. It's going to be able to make up some positions as it eases its way back into the acceleration lane. Also getting a bit of a break there as it comes out. The number 86 Porsche with the red light at the end of the pit lane. That's the that's the rhubarb and custard machine that we were talking about earlier on. Sure, why we had the red light there? Were the cars going past on the front straight, Jeremy? I didn't
see, John, to be honest.
No.
But there were two cars I think did not make a pit stop there. Only there's both in one in GTD. That'll be Simon Mann in car number 21, the AF Corsa Ferrari. Also not making a pit stop. Number 60 car that's running in GTD Pro. That is the number 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini. So they'll be at the head of the field once we go back to green. We heard from the pit lane there, shuffling at the front of the order.
GT
number
splits.
10, the big gainer there. Ricky Taylor jumps from 6th position as he was before the caution period up into the lead of this race from the former leader, car number 31.
Nick Damon is at the pit out area of thing for our Crowd Strike pit reports, and we've already got one of the AWA Corvettes behind the wall. That didn't look clean to me for their pit stop for the remaining car.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's kind of been a case of deja vu all over again for them, isn't it, really? Because they effectively had a situation where they couldn't get the car to refire properly, and that's two of them. Now, the rumour is the issue with the 13 may well be a fuel pump. The thing to bear in mind, AWA, with both their cars, completely sat out free practice 4 yesterday, which means they hadn't run the car for 2 days. And things can set. Oh, another caller here for the 22 United Autosports has come in again. So that's the second of the United Autosports. That's the one in the United Autosports colours. That has come in for another stop. Daniel Goldberg in the car. Not quite sure why. It's being held, but not obviously in the penalty. They're looking at the far side of the car. They are having a bit of a shufti in the right-hand side pod. It's not a number issue, is it? It's behind the number plate. And we've got the 60 Iron Lynx Lamborghini.
Getting ready for a restart.
That's the 21 Ferrari, the AF Corsa machine. Those coming for a second stop. They're held on a red light. So that was the first stop there, of course, a bit late. Looking back to the United Autosports 22, they are. I think they have an issue with one of the panels. It's kind of an inspection panel, which is the middle but lower end of the what would be a traditional side pod in a Formula car, and they are screwing up all the fasters. And the fact is, there's not any damage there. Just I think it's come away, which obviously you have an aero issue and a cooling issue. And he's just another 10mm spanner and it fell off in a kind of very fell right into the air side. Luckily managed to get it back again, and they're now screwing this all up again. So it does seem to be a simple piece of cleaning up the car to make sure there isn't a problem later. And you're back out again.
Ben Barnicoat, we spoke to you on the grid, Ben, out of the number 14 Fast Sullivan Lexus. You must be happy with that when you've come in there, first roll of the dice, so to speak.
Yeah, great start to the race. You know, Fast Sullivan Lexus Racing guys gave me a rocket ship, in all honesty. Had a great start. Just managed to get around Christensen on the brakes, but it kind of looked like he had a tough stint and was struggling, went backwards slightly. And then, yeah, from there, just kind of settled into my rhythm. The Rizzi Ferrari looks really strong, you know. They came from a bit further back in the pack.
I was going to ask you that, Ben, because they came through the pack. Are you tempted to sort of, you know, push and try and keep with it?
I mean, I was pushing hard, you know. Obviously not everything we got because it's the start of a 24-hour race, but I wasn't hanging around either, you know. You always want to try and stay at the front of these races, makes it a little bit easier to manage. So I was trying to do that, but yeah, had a bit more. He had the draft and just actually got in front of me before that yellow came out. So annoyingly, I was going to do with holding him off for 5 seconds longer, but you know, as you said, perfect start. Really happy.
We're still in the yellow at the moment in full course. It's involving car 77 and 3 is under review, and the pit exit order is also under review as well, confirmed to us by race control. But Adam's back with us on his laptop, which is great news. Adam, how are you finding the race so far? I've had to turn off the secondary camera. It's causing too many problems, so I'll just have to move the webcam around throughout the night when we go green. But Adam, back with us on the laptop now. Got a new charger, I understand, as we get set to go. Still under it. Fab.
It just came from it just came in from Amazon, so quite happy. And I will say that it's early, you know, it's early, but this race always lives up to expectations. We don't know what's going to happen, you know, next hour, 2 hours. I mean, so folks, get your snacks, get your drinks, coffee, whatever you need, and stay with us for the entire 24 hours. And additionally, to let everyone know, next weekend, we're starting our NASCAR coverage here on JB Motorsports. We'll have coverage of the Clash at the Coliseum. Then coming up, we'll also have coverage of the legendary duels at Daytona and the legendary Daytona 500. So if you're a NASCAR fan, stick with us this year here at JB Motorsports. We'll have you cover the NASCAR Cup Series from green flag to checkered.
What are we doing? It's too much. It's too much. It's way, way, way too much.
Come on, Josh.
It'll be fine.
Oh my gosh, it's called hey. I mean, hey, I will say, you know, covering the Clash at the Coliseum and the duels at Daytona, I've been watching it for over 30 years, and it's a list. It's an event I've always wanted to either go to or be a part of a broadcast, and I can say, finally, part of the broadcast for the duels and the Clash at the Coliseum. So, yeah, I'm like a kid on Christmas.
We're coming into the restart zone then, which is at the exit of the Speedway Turn 4. Green flag again at Daytona, and it's the Acura of Ryan Taylor who leads the way. Durrani down to second in the V-Line Engineering 31, but Bourdais going to make short work of him, going right round the outside in towards Turn 1. He didn't want to make a mistake. He did on the first start. He did 15 minutes ago. He has got it back up to second, and Bourdais in the number 1 wants to take the lead of the race as the Porsche is now under pressure as well, trying to go on the outside. There goes Felipe Nasr trying to take third position, going wide to the exit of turn 3. GTD has restarted as well, coming out now the fast few corners, so we're properly back underway. There's an action further back as well, as we see as well the 66 Catherine Legg has dropped way back in the field, unfortunately, so we'll have to keep an eye on her throughout the rest of the race. But literally rising up with the noise of the cars. We're on board with the 40 as it comes into the braking zone. This is the Acura as well with the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. Andretti have already been successful this weekend because they had victory in the first race in Saudi Arabia in the Formula E with Jake Dixon. Finished 9th in the race again today, so that's 2 9ths. So that's he finished 10th today, Jake Dixon. So it's a 9th in Mexico, a 10th in Duia 2, and a victory in Duia 1. Back into the Le Mans chicane, and it is Taylor leading from Bourdais, then it's Delaney and Nazar as they come through. Good restart there, Josh T. Nice and calm, and nobody needing to make any errors.
Yeah, absolutely a calm.
Oh, 3 cars!
There.
Never mind! Never mind, 3-car pile-up. It's the 11 involved down there as well. So that is going to be the JDC Miller Motorsports. Can't see who else. It's all down in the Le Mans chicane in the LMP2 category. Car 77's been given a penalty for pit lane protocol violation of a drive-through. Car 61, 1 and 45. Penalty as well for failure to adhere to the minimum fuel refueling time. And there is now a massive pile-up down turn 7. Meantime, the GTPs battling in the front. 4-way fight at the front. Taylor, Bourdais, Nazar, and Delaney, the 10, the 1, the 7 and the 31. Are there any cars still in the chicane? No, they've all cleared the Le Mans chicane. But yeah. Oh, never mind, that's a Lexus, and the 20's involved. Debris all over the track, surely another yellow, and that's the 20 in LMP2 out of the race. That's full course yellow immediately. Yeah, it had to be. Full course yellow out again. And, well, it's a messy restart with the field not bumped up together. Debris all over the track at turn 2. Full course yellow out. Michael Christensen's into the pit lane, the 77. Madison Snow in 2. So they were involved earlier on in the LMP2 and GT crashes in the Le Mans chicane. And, oh, chaos. He can't even manage a lap, Adam. It's, again, another full course yellow.
You know what they say, Josh? Cautions breed cautions. And the number 14 Vasser Sullivan car driven by Mike Conway. And for you folks who don't remember, Mike Conway had a horrific
rear suspension failure on the 22.
500 2 years ago. So it's nice to see him, behind the wheel competing here at the Large 24 Hours Daytona, and that's.
Cars 14 and 20 spun at turn 20 and continued. Now, what was the incident down at turn 7? Oh, it's the 2 cars getting together out there. So, hang on, the 3 cars spun completely out of their own.
Oh, it's TDS.
So it's TDS. It's the number 11 TDS that went off.
Third car involved there, Jeremy.
That was the... was it 20 car?
Was that Dennis Anderson again? It looked red and white.
So the 20 car's been involved twice. Yeah, so that's 2 incidents for the 20. Getting through the Le Mans chicane further back. Josh T, has your timing 71 by any chance gone yellow on the screen? I know the Acura has. The Alchemy system's gone full show, but has the timing 71 gone yellow?
Let me.
Because it's just crashing on my end. It's not doing anything on the efficiency.
Yes, it is yellow for me.
It's not yellow for me. Great. So yeah, that's a good system to have, isn't it? That doesn't even work. That Lexus is out of the race, by the way. Full course yellow out. Let's go back over to Radio Le Mans. And radio, well, IMSA radio, really, isn't it? But good to go through. Short yellow, we're being told. So short yellow.
Who went off at turn 1? Was that?
So no pit lane.
Dwight Merriman in car number 18, I think it was. It must have been Dennis Anderson, then the 3rd car that was involved over at the Le Mans chicane, John.
I think it was Dennis Anderson who was involved in turn 1 too.
Was it fine? Oh, in that case, maybe it was Dwight Merriman at the Le Mans chicane.
It looked like the number 20.
He'd been at the back of the pack.
Well, let's see if we can pick the bones out of what happened. It was, big sideways motion from the Motul number 20. So it was. So Dennis, who'd already been off, I think, at the chicane on the back straight.
TV pictures aren't helping us here.
On the exit of turn 1, looped back in front of Mike Conway in the Lexus and who had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And well, that's a headline. We're not even an hour in to this. The pits will not reopen, as we had just had the pit stop a few moments ago. Looks like the number 20 and Dennis Anderson is actually getting back. It's left rear suspension issue with a left rear Michelin tilted out at a jaunty angle, which is not doing anything for the straight line stability of that car. Other than that, it's actually in pretty good nick. The question for me, Jeremy, was that one incident for that car or two in pretty quick succession?
Yeah, and this being within 15 minutes, if not 15 seconds of the restart, means that this is a short yellow, so that it'll be just the clean-up. There will be no pits opening process, no wave arounds, anything like that, so it will be just as long as it takes to get all that debris out of the way. Be quite a bit at turn 2 there, and whatever there is, I don't think there are any cars remaining actually at the Le Mans chicane. I think they all got going again, didn't they?
Not confirmed, Jeremy.
Yeah.
All three cars, despite that being such a quick area, it was started by the TDS car going down the inside. That's the Stephen Thomas driven number 11, the yellow and black car. Took a little bit too much curb onto the in part of the Le Mans chicane, the left-hander. That bounced him into PJ Hyatt in the AO racing machine. And
Mike Conway's out of the race, by the way.
Unusual for Stephen.
I mean,
what do we talk about? Calm, patience in our Porsche keys to the race. We've still got 23 hours plus to go.
That's the thing, isn't it? And he'd lost a few positions during a round of pit stops, because he was running, actually, he'd moved up to second place early on in the class in LMP2. He'd lost a couple of positions prior to the caution period. Then he was trying to make him up again after.
Well, actually, I say that Mike Conway's out of the race. He is still in the car. He hasn't left it. Now, IMSA rules and WeatherTech sports covers, if he can get back to the pit lane under his own power, and he hasn't left the car more than, 10 metres or so, he can get back in the race. So it's not over yet at the moment, but I think it's going to go back on a truck, which would normally mean it's out if it can't go out on its own power, which is a disappointment. Out there on the circuit, Josh T's also going to keep us around. By the way, who's supposed to be coming in the box when? I don't know, because they just drop in. If you could be on the side of that, dragging the right people in.
Yeah. No worries.
Dennis Anderson has made it back to the pits. Yeah.
I'll be here for like 6 hours, 7 hours. Trust me, I'm here for like the first half, like the first 2 parts. So
Quick down to the pits, because Dennis Anderson's in the pit lane.
He's driven by and turned left, direct left fluid of some sort. I'll have a taste of that in a moment. Coming from the car, steam pouring from the car. He hasn't quite made the left-hand turn because he literally didn't have the lock, but now he's being assisted by the officials to be able to get into the paddock. He's basically wanting to take his car straight back to the high-class racing pit garage to effect any kind of repairs. Let me see if I can take a look. What's the official make of that? That looks like coolant. That is very much coolant. I don't even have to taste that. Yes, you were right about the left rear. That's pointing off at a jaunty angle. It's pointing not in the direction it should be. So that's going to be quite a few suspension components are going to have to come out the store box.
Apparently Mike Conway had nowhere to go, and that's why he's put him out of the race. There's the 20 car now getting literally pushed into the infield section, so he's not going to go. The prototype class split is beginning, so we're about to go green soon.
Series all around the world. He's not joking. He has been known to run his fingers through the fluids in the Le Mans pit lane for Haggerty Radio Le Mans, just to find out if it's a bit more viscous, it's probably going to be oil. If it's a bit less, you'll have a sniff. It's a bit like watching us, a grand sommelier working his way through. Quickest way, Joe says, to find out what's wrong with your car if it's leaking.
He's saying it, not me.
Get your fingers in it, would have a sniff. See what's going on. The MDK High Class team have got the car ready to go back into
class split is ongoing, apparently.
Paddock area. Dennis Anderson walking rather ruefully behind the car.
Well, if he goes more than 10 metres, he's out, so he's got to hurry up.
If it was him the first time, I think he spun in avoidance of what was going on at the Le Mans chicane. But he certainly, in the second incident, coming out of turn 1, he dropped a right rear Michelin onto the dirt, and that precipitated a spin across the front of Mike Conway in the Lexus. Mike, absolutely not a fault there.
No, really unfortunate for Mike, and he'll feel really bad. Of course, he's the kind of the guest driver, if you like, for the long distance races. But done that for several times with this team in the past. But he's not going to be driving in the full season in the number 14 car. That will be, as per last year, Jack Hawksworth and Ben Barnacle, who just had a fantastic season and won that class last year pretty comprehensively. Unfortunately, it all went wrong, as Ben said. He made a slight mistake at Motul Petit Le Mans, had an incident there really before they got into their stride. That was their only bad result of the year, but unfortunately that misfortune has carried over here to Daytona. It's going to be tough to come back from that in this race.
Emergency vehicle 1 still at Le Mans chicane, by the way, apparently.
We're wondering what happened to the Ferrari number 62, the Ricci Competizione. Absolutely carved through the field with Daniel Serra on board. Daniel is an exceptionally quick driver. It dropped down after the pit stop. I have to say, Nick, I didn't see what ailed it in the pit lane, if indeed it was anything at all. What happened?
Oh, there was an ailment. I mean, I must admit, since we've had 2 major incidents and a crash, but it is still running at the back. The air jacks failed. The compressor bottle, the air system failed. They have now fixed it, but obviously it's cost them that time, and because you can't get the car up, you can't do anything else with it. I think it was also powering some of the fueling as well. So thanks to the team for giving me that info. But yeah, they had an air jack failure.
We are 1 hour into the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona. And yeah, it was that number 20 involved again, coming out of turn 2. That got on the grass, and Mike Conway, literally nowhere to go, hits the in. As Megan's just put a text in saying, so 1 hour in and already 2 full course yellows. How many drivers are out so far? We think at least 2 cars are out. For Megan, who's going to be watching. She's keeping an eye on it all, and poor Mike Conway, literally nowhere to go, just smacking into the back. And there he is now, actually watching on board. And having spoken to Mike Conway in Silverstone a couple of years ago, after he was disqualified from a race win on his birthday, but he was a pretty happy chap, and then he knows how to feel miserable, so he's going to beat himself up for a couple of minutes, and then he'll move and realise it wasn't his fault. The class split is still ongoing, by the way, which is why we're still under full course yellow 2 laps later. So we are inside the first hour. Let's check in with Adam and Josh, and start with you, Adam. What did you make of that first hour? I think I know where it's going to go, though.
Yeah, you know where I'm going. Quite crazy. I said cautions, breach cautions, but it's we still got 23 hours, less than 23 hours to go. So this is truly a marathon event. So you gotta stay patient. You can't let this get to your head, and just go out and drive smart and drive your own race. I think that's the way to go.
Josh T, we've had 2 full course yellows, 1 hour down, 2 GTD cars either done or removed from the main race. LMP2 car behind the barrier, heavily damaged, might not even get back in the race. 4 other cars have minimal damage. It's been a demolition derby. Pits are open for all cars.
Yeah, are we sure we're not at a banger race?
I don't think anything's going to last 24 hours at this rate.
I know that there's the Champion of Champions banger event going on in the south of the UK right now as we're speaking. Are we sure we're in the south of the US in Florida, not south of the UK?
May as well be anywhere else. I think we are Skegness. We're down in Skegness and just having a stay away from Skegness Market, by the way. The randomest stuff you would find at Skegness Market. To our international viewers who might not know what we're on about, Google it. Just Google.
The Vegas of the UK.
I was getting confused, so I will Google it, Josh.
It is the Vegas of the UK, really. And Skegness Market, you'd
Oh,
find...
okay.
It's not that glamorous, though. You would find literally the randomest stuff at Skegness Market. I've got a couple of racing cars in there, actually, and Ingermails. I think Ingermails' market is better than Skegness Market, personally. There's a couple of great stalls there in Ingermails. International viewers have got no idea what's going on. I think we're going to head back to green flag, though, in a second. The full course yellow is coming in because we've got Taylor losing up the rear tyres as well. So Ricky Taylor getting ready alongside Sebastian Bourdais. Now, Bourdais had the jump on him before. We are green flag running here at Daytona. Our camera is not showing us as green, so isn't that just fantastic at the moment on the timing counter as well? But confirm it's green flag again here at Daytona. And Bourdais has not got the run he wanted at this restart, but right round the outside, Durrani trying to pass Felipe Nasr. The V-Line Engineering on the outside, getting on the dust, losing out to the Porsche. And the inside comes Delatraz in the Wayne Taylor Racing, trying to take second, trying to take fourth place back. Now trying to take second, Nasr trying to go on that side of Bourdais. Hasn't worked. Up the inside comes Nick Tandy in the other Porsche. Off the track goes Durrani as well. And side by side now, Bourdais trying to hold back, and through goes Felipe Nasr to second position. Brave move as we come into Daytona hairpin. Once again, round the outside, there goes the other Porsche trying to get ahead of car number 40 of Delatraz. That's Tandy trying to pass Neil Jarni. The Proto competition has dropped back a little bit on that restart. GTs have had a good restart too. Side by side though, on the inside, and through goes Tandy on Delatraz as we approach turn 3 and 4 of the banking, down towards the Le Mans chicane. Good restart, Adam.
Sure was, Josh. And Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti, the number 10 and the number 40 cars have a stacked lineup, especially in the number 40 car. In the number 40 car, you have one of the stars is former F1 world champion Jensen Button's in there. You have Colton Herta as well. So, and of course, we know about the Taylors, Ricky and Jordan, and their dad, Wayne Taylor, was an incredible sports car driver back in the day. I always enjoyed watching him compete. So their sons are.
Bourdais taken second. Bourdais up into second past Nasr into turn 1, but we're on board with the 40 of Louis Delatraz. He passed Tandy, and Tandy's got back ahead of him as well. Now Tandy's having a go at Delatraz, trying to go around the outside of the V-Line Engineering, but it's Wayne Taylor Racing with his son, as you said. Ricky Taylor leading the way at the moment, coming through that first part of the track. Has the timing updated as well to show the changing order? I think it has. But it's frozen on the sectors, so always a great sign that the timing screen just keeps on crashing with us. We'll try and get it sorted as we continue throughout this 24 hours, and even have a backup one waiting to go as well. But so restart, and a clean restart, and one that was very much needed as I try and get OBS back open.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's happened here?
22.
Whatever else
Oh.
maybe.
Timing screen's gone down.
Everything's gone down at the moment. OBS has crashed. I don't know if anyone can see or hear us, but Windows has crashed up here in the commentary box. We've got nothing. We can't control. Windows has crashed, so I have no idea what's happening at the moment. Josh T?
My timing screen has also crashed because all of the LMP2 cars, all of the
Have retired.
GTD Pros and all the GTD cars has stopped. So let's give that a little bit of a refresh, as this is, I believe, the 01 car.
Yep, as this is Taylor Still. Bourdais trying to retake the lead of him as well on the inside. Just continuing our recording. Yeah, timings have crashed massively up here in the commentary box, And it's not just us making it up, because it generally looks like it has crashed. I think it's back now. Yes, it is. So that was a bit of an interesting thing, because it said that all the LMP2s had retired from the race. And I understand, actually, the live timing has crashed elsewhere. So we'll try and get our information back up and running shortly. We'll hopefully have everything running smooth. But we can still see the TV pictures, and we can still see Sebastian Bourdais challenging down Ricky Taylor, Adam, as they come back onto the speedway number 2 and 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we have looks like everything right now on your side, Josh, it is back to normal from what I see on YouTube. So so we just need to say our prayers. You know, hopefully we can get through the entire 24 hours.
Yeah, I think it's IMSA's graphics, because as Josh T, but they had a bad gateway, so their systems went down just before the green flag came on, and then we got it all started just after the start. Now it's just praying that it's going to keep on, but I think the timings have readjusted themselves as Sebastian Bourdais comes across into the tri-oval now on the oval down to turn 1. Bourdais round the outside of Taylor and takes the lead of the Rolex 24 Hours here at Daytona. Can he get it stopped at turn 1? Yes, he can. Bourdais, who on the previous 3 starts and restarts has tried to take the lead, does it now and gets ahead of Taylor. So Bourdais takes the lead as Fittipaldi moves ahead of Kurtz in 2nd and 3rd. And Pinot leads the way in LMP2. It's the 19 that leads the way in GTD Pro, and it's the 12 that leads the way in GTD. Cracking start. In fact, the GTD leader is the leader in both GTD and GTD Pro. That 12 with talents is it for Vassar Sullivan, leading both classes through absolutely brilliantly, as we have our systems back in operation now, appearing in the commentary box, which is the best news we could have hoped for. Looks like everything's now running smoothly. Just if we have another full course yellow, I'm not going to bother switching things on and off. I'll just put the full course yellow flag up. Can't be bothered with adjusting that, because it keeps getting annoying. I'd rather have a working timing screen without a flashing light. I'll figure out the full course yellow, because it's working on time on the Alchemel system. So I'll figure it out and sort it in a second. But Josh T's back in the scene. Good restart there, and the GTPs are keeping themselves together with 22 hours and 15 minutes to go, with Bourdais leading.
Yeah, hello. The thing of being in the conservatory is that the dogs that are in the living room can see me, and when they want out, the Saluki cross German Shepherd cross Husky, so he is very talkative, likes to talk and say, I want out. Anyway, back to the
BMWs.
cars. Yep, BMWs, the number 60 there, and a lot of cars together as we go on to Speedway 1 and 2.
BMW is still keeping in as well. This is 62 on the inside line. The Ferrari, of course, with the number 1 just around the outside as well of the Riley Motorsport BMW. Really under pressure from that Ferrari, pulling into the braking zone for the Le Mans chicane. We've got a Lamborghini directly in the middle of the path as well. Don't get involved. The BMW still trying to hold through. Hasn't made the move. The Ferrari able to keep the inside line smooth as you like it. That's 77, the dinosaur liveried Porsche 911 GT3R is still there, and the Ferrari now deals with the McLaren and is trying to deal with the other Ferrari. Meantime, in the front, that is NASA trying to, in the number 7 Porsche Penske, trying to pass the 10 over Ricky Taylor in the Wayne Taylor racing up the inside. That's going to be brave into the Le Mans chicane, but NASA takes 2nd position. Felipe NASA up to 2nd. It's more hands-on than Le Mans, isn't it, Adam, as well? There's a lot more overtaking in the GTP class.
Yes, there is, Josh. And for you folks who don't know, I actually, my pick winner for this race, I actually went with the number 7.
Tandy and Delaney are going to go through. So Tandy's going to go through, and Taylor's down into 4th position. Delaney goes through, and it's going to be side-by-side. V-Line take over the line as well. The Acura is going to hold the inside line, and the V-Line just swings around the outside to the braking zone for 1. And, yeah, getting ahead. So Taylor drops down to, I think, 4th position. Tandy's down to 5th, but right there up. Back to you, Adam.
Yeah, I actually went with the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsports car. My pick winner to win, because it's a solid lineup with Felipe Nasser, among other And among the other drivers is Australian Matt Campbell. So, yeah, I went with the number 7 for Penske Motorsports. Part of winning so far. Looking good in second position overall and in class. It's a long way to go.
It is a long way to go indeed in this race. On board with the Porsche number 6. Just continuing on the accelerator now, listening on the power as it has the exit. Wonderful acceleration here. This is on board with Nick Tandy. And he's battling with Ricky Taylor just ahead of him in the number 10 Acura as he comes down towards the Le Mans chicane on the back straightaway here at the Daytona International Speedway. Down through the brakes. Nicely through the chicane and carrying much more flat-out speed to the second half of the exit of the Le Mans chicane. Back on full power almost. In fact, if you have to brake, I'm sure the drivers might try and take it full throttle. I'm almost confirmed they would try. On board with the number 6 now as well. Oh, and the BMW team RLLs have swapped over, with the 24 getting ahead of the 25 at the back of the GT Pro class in 9th and 10th position. We're looking at a GTD, so we'll swap back over to the front. Just to give you some more information, track temperature is at 34 degrees, air temperature 26, humidity at 74% at the moment as well, so they're all just going to start smoothing back in, and it's all going well here at the Daytona 24 Hours. Oh, saying that, that's Taylor under pressure with some of the lap traffic and slipping through on the inside line. Can't quite tell who that was actually. Was one of the, I think that was the 85 for the BMW came through, but it could be the 52, not entirely sure who the changeover was there. Speaking of troubles, car 45 has got a penalty for a pass under yellow. That's a drive-through. And car 92 penalty, pass under yellow as well. That keeps doing that every 5 seconds or so to come into it. But 22 hours and 45 minutes to go in this race as they continue to line up. And I'll try and have a look on the board. That is coming through with... Can't quite see the number there. I think it's is it Richard Westbrook? It's the 92. Well, we're looking at the GTDs at the moment, but on the back straightaway, trying to find out who's who and where's where. Yes, that one. Yeah, it's on. Megan's joined the box now as well. Hello. How are you? That one controls your audio. Do you want to adjust it for yourself?
Hi. This one?
Yeah, as soon as you join, oh look, as soon as you joined, we had a problem with our connection. Was that you?
Who knows?
I don't know. Hi Meg, welcome back.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine, I've just been writing up some of my work. I think today I've written a combined total, both handwritten and typed up, of 3,000 words. Still going to write at least 1,500 more, and also write a transcript, which is usually at least 3,000 words each.
Are you happy now, by the way, that we have a separate audio?
I am.
Yeah, because now you can stop moaning at me that you can't hear anything. Because why did you still put one ear over the other?
It's habit by now.
Yeah, but we've got our own audio interface, though.
I prefer it.
Yeah, well, you don't have to touch that anymore, one, because we've got that one, and we've got another camera, but that's not working at the moment. We have to turn it off because it kept adjusting this. That is getting on my nerves.
Maybe I should leave.
No, it just keeps flashing. Anyway, look at this traffic, Megan, in the midfield. What do you reckon of it? As we see on the inside line there.
He gets any close, he's going to clip.
That's Bourdais going through. I've yet... what is going on with that monitor? I've yet to tell you the best bit about this race, Megan.
What?
A certain driver's in it. Brendan Hartley's racing. Thought I'd just wait until you actually join the broadcast to say that. Grid Network, hi. Hello, a bit of an odd start with two safety cars, but now feeling... fitting into the routine. Good to see Megan again. Yeah, Megan's here, back in the box. On board with George Kurtz now in the LMP2 Orca.
Which car is he?
Don't know, actually. Looking at the monitor. Give me 1 second and I'll find out for you. I'll have a look. Brendan Hartley's in the number 10 Cadillac.
Number 10.
Yeah, so that is the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti that was leading the race and has now dropped to 6th in class on the restart. So basically, when you came into the box, Wayne Taylor Racing is no down. That's with, as we said, Ricky Taylor, Philippe Albuquerque, Marcus Ericsson, and Brendan Hartley.
Gotta say, the class works even when he's not in the car.
It works when you're not even in the commentary box. Go on, Adam. Go, Justy.
One of the reasons that I didn't pick the number 10 for pick a winner is because Megan and her curse with Brendan Hartley is very strong.
It's not just strong, it's weirdly
Accurate.
yeah, and it's...
I once mentioned his name and he got fired 10 hours later.
That was in Formula E as well a couple of years ago in Diriyah.
Oh yeah. The reason why. Oh yeah. One of the reasons why I picked number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsports car to win. It features last year's Indy 500 winner Joseph Newgarden.
Does indeed. Newgarden racing in the number 7 Porsche, as you say, alongside Dane Cameron, Matt Campbell and Felipe Nasr and Joseph Newgarden. Nasr running in 2nd place at the moment. I was wondering what you were doing out there at the circuit. Car 18 penalty, pass under yellow, so a drive through to combine to them. And they're coming into the pit lane now, Megan. Jarvis running in the number 9, yeah.
Does Tony start?
Does Tony start? does Wanda know? That's the thing with Vision. Does Wanda know?
Funny thing is, he's even in red.
That's true. Down in 9th position at the moment. Sorry, down 2nd in class in the GTD Pro. Look at that from Bourdais, lapping the field. Sebastian Bourdais in that Cadillac Racing started 2nd in this race over an hour and 19 minutes ago. And now he's leading the GTP class. GTP stands for the Grand Tour Prototype, LMP2, Le Mans Prototype 2. GTD, Grand Tour Daytona, GTD Pro, Grand Tour Daytona Pro Drivers. Simple. If you're just joining us, it's also the last year of LMP2s across it all, because that's going to be changed over, and only LMP2s will be at Le Mans as we see Bourdais closing through. There's the LMP2 field now, actually, with Pinot, Fittipaldi, Kurtz, Perez Compact. Don't forget the 88 Perez Compact stopped in qualifying and had to be towed back into the pit lane last Sunday. I guess he's enjoying seeing racing back. They haven't been in here since December, by the way. Not even that, November. You never came into the garage at all in December. Not once.
Well, in fairness to me, I've had a lot of work to do. I mean, and obviously, by my grades so far in uni, it's working.
2 firsts show off.
Yes. I've only had 3 assessments done.
Megan.
Into the pit lane has come Dwight Merriman in the ERA Motorsports, the ERA Motorsports, in LMP2, running last in class though, so that's another pit stop for them. First time they've come into the pit since that first caution, which was around about an hour ago by now.
My second first also was from a teacher who grades very harshly.
Yeah, you
She
did quite
warned
well.
us the day before too.
I thought you did quite well, to be fair.
Thank you.
I must admit, I'm not enjoying you being back in the box because you keep knocking the chair. Usually you sat in it.
I don't really want to sit down right now.
No, I know, but you've been sat down for the past couple of hours, but I'm not used to having anyone next to me, so I keep bumping into you every 5 seconds as I'm moving around, see? Right,
Consider it practice.
where is that number 18 in the pit lane box? I'm having a look where he is on the monitor here. He's way down the order, the 18 car. Just having a look where he is located in the pit lane. Oh, there we go. He's in box 45 for the ERA Motorsports, for the KMW Motorsports with TMR Engineering squad. That's where they are on the monitor. Such a big pit lane here as well. They have to change it over. In fact, this is the longest we've gone, actually, without a safety car in this race. The full course yellows factor into that.
There's a yellow.
That's Bourdais, who's leading the race for Cadillac.
I know. I wonder whether it'll be cursed. Someone had my headset on.
No, just you. No one's been in here.
No.
No one's been in here. Wish I had it on though, because mine's ear cups are completely destroyed now, and it really hurts.
You can borrow mine.
Nah, it hurts like crazy having these on for 24 hours as well. Ears go mad. But yeah, that's enough ear talk.
We need to buy you more.
Why do you think we're doing the Rolex 24?
I need new ones too.
Megan.
No, mine don't.
I was going to say, yours are perfect. You've had them since 2020.
My room earphones are not so much perfect.
No, I know. It's coming through, by the way. Just a reminder that the minimum drive time is 2 hours in GTP and GTD Pro. So that's the minimum drive time. The maximum drive time is no more than is 13 hours total, but no more than 4 hours in any 6 hours. So we will be coming up in around about 30 minutes or so to possibilities of having some pit stops to change drivers out there on the track. So it's not over just yet. That's going to be really annoying. It's the HDMI lead. It's failed. There's some sort of power vacuum that's going on, and it's
got considerably worse since I put this on.
No, it's a power vacuum that's coming from somewhere. I think it's under this. Basically, we just need to rip the box out again and re-plug things in and tidy up.
Oh, but we've only just done that.
I know, but something's going wrong with it. Anyway, sticking with us here on JB Motorsports. As I said, Jackson Lambros will be joining us later on. Ryan Marine, who's the radio commentator for Indianapolis Motor Speedway and IndyCar Radio. He'll be joining us in the box later on this evening.
I can't stay long. I've still got a lot to do.
I know you're going to be fleeting in and out. That's fine. Don't forget, Tom Dillon's also going to be joining us in the comms box across the weekend. Hopefully as well, Matthew Owens at some point, as well as Matt White, Seth Eves as well. Just whoever's around will sort of drag in. Jess is currently racing as well in her Formula 2 Creator Series, and then she's doing the commentary on the Formula 1 Creator Series. That is the 14 Lexus, which had Mike Conway at the wheel, where he had nowhere to go under that full caution. They are trying to repair it though, Adam, and he might get back on the track for GTD Pro. So it'll be a considerable amount of laps down, but if he can get out and get going, I'll be happy.
Yeah, if he can get out, Josh, keep it out real to win fast, but it's laps, and just to get out there and they compete in this race it's very cool, and if Mike Conway can get plenty of practice in that number 14, that's a Sullivan car, so if he can get back out there and log laps, hey, it's good for them. I mean, it's more experience. It's and it's also good
for
the rest
position?
of the year.
That's Delaney. I thought it was at position, trying to get ahead of Felipe Nasr. It is position. That's round the outside. I thought they were 2 seconds apart. They're not. They're right level. And Delaney round the outside in the V-Line Engineering on the Porsche. Nasr laying the brakes into the Le Mans chicane. He keeps it ahead over second place in class. I didn't realise they were so close together on the interval screen, but they are 0.4 of a second between the two of them as well. Which is absolutely insane. Megan, I think, was that what you were pointing out on the screen? I thought it was, yeah. 1:35 for Delaney, though, in the V-Line Engineering. That's the fastest time in GTP at 1:35.863. And MP2 for Piro in the Unit Autosports USA at 1:40.675 on the overall boards.
Did he go aside?
Not that I can see. You look fine. Itching feeling.
Yeah, I just felt like I got fluffy.
There is something flying around. Up the inside then, as Nasr back up into second position, puts one of the Lamborghinis between him, Josh, and exactly what we needed. Just a little bit of traffic now creating the problems, and you can see the speed difference between a GT car and a GT Pro car. Prototype.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 22 and a half hours remaining, just about, but yep, on board with the number 31 Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Tell you what though, if I'm here, if it is the switcher that's damaged, we've got another one upstairs now. I'm switching it over because I'm not dealing with that flashing off every 5 minutes in the commentary. Sorry, mate. This season. It's looking good at the moment. It's nice to hear cars back. Oh, Thomas and the TDS Racing goes up into 7th in class in LMP2 ahead of Hayat in the AO Racing, number 99. It's nice to have racing back. Have you already got to head it though? And if anyone is watching along with us, by the way, if you're listening in on USRN, hello. If you're watching on YouTube and Twitch on JBMotorsports, your eyes, you're glossing over the timing screens already, but you're having like sensory overload. I can see your brain almost steaming. It's been a long time not looking at time screen.
I'm used to looking at words recently rather than numbers. I mean, numbers will always be like a second language to me.
We're seeing this one. Well, she's now looking at the other timing screen that you see at home with all the other timing monitors. Here's the Lamborghini coming through at the moment, the number 19 Lambo in the GTD Pro category. The Corvette, the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo.
Back
coming into it
slowly.
Yeah, the Iron Lynx car coming in now on top of the board. nice to see Iron Lynx actually racing. As Adam said earlier on in the broadcast, they've got some favourites in their car alongside as well. Iron Dame's looking stronger as well somewhere on the board, as you said earlier in the broadcast. Iron Lynx. Go on.
Yeah, and actually a question for Megan. Megan, yes, you know that Dorian Finn is signed with Mercedes for F1 Academy this year. So my question to you is, how excited are you to see it F1 Academy 2024 with all these tremendous females on track?
Well, I think it will be great. It will be very exciting. I just hope I'll actually be able to get to do a couple more races this year and actually get to take part in the commentating aspect. Seems to be a really good mix this year.
Better than the W Series.
Yeah.
I actually don't know what time of year I actually finish for things.
They're on the European calendar for F1 this year. So they'll just... Oh, crash into the wall! One of the LMP2s is at the United Autosport number 6. Someone's flown off down there. It's the 22. That's flown off the side of the track. The United Autosports USA. Goldberg's in it, the 22. Flown off in the braking zone down at the turn 3 at the Daytona hairpin. Just under braking, the rear looked to snap, and he's got it going again. No need for a full course yellow, but just a giant snap. And he's crabbing the rear. He's broken the suspension, Josh. So that's going to be going behind the wall, and that's effectively pretty much done.
Yeah. Well, unfortunate for the 22 Tower Motorsports LMP2 car getting in the way of the other cars, keeping left as you say, John.
Yeah.
Going round the west portion at turn 5.
So he's damaged the rear left, so it's going to crab on the opposite side. Let's take a look at it on the replay. Did he get a touch from someone? He's on the inside. It's the 7th. Oh, no, he just snapped under braking. When we cut to it and he hit the barrier. Really strange one there, Megs. It just sort of under braking.
It's like it's either like he slipped or something, or like his suspension in one of the
Do you reckon it was a failure?
Yeah, it's like it stuck and just like it spun him immediately.
Yeah. So I don't think that was his fault. I think under braking, the suspension's broken. I don't think he did anything wrong there. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, I think the suspension just broke and he spun, and one of the drivers in the number 22 car is Felix Rosenquist. We'll see in 2 weeks' time in the NTT IndyCar Series where they open up their season in St. Petersburg, Florida, and we'll have coverage of the entire 2024 NTT IndyCar Series right here on JBMotorsports, and Josh and I and Jackson Lambros will be here to bring you coverage of practice, qualifying, and races. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, definitely.
Strong driver lineup over there in the IndyCar Series this year.
Josh.
Yes, Josh T. Hello.
Comms chat.
I'm having a look. Information being sent as the 120 Porsche flies through at the back of the circuit. Just keeping it all in charge now. Can't get to the comms chat, which is really annoying to come into it.
Just getting overtaken by the LMP2 cars and the GTP cars, who are faster than the GTD cars as we go through the Le Mans chicane, which we've seen most of the accidents there in this race, but only 1.5 hours gone and still 22.5 hours to go for the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
So Tom Dillon apparently has got COVID, and he's joining us in the box later on today. Not physically, but over the course. But yeah. Hello to Lewis. What was happening with the Goldberg crash? It must have been suspension. Yeah. The car 22's gone behind the wall, by the way.
Wasn't it right or was it left?
Left side of the car. So yeah, rear left. Rear right to us, rear left for him.
Rear left, basically we think just snapped and just caused him to spin out of control because there wasn't anything on the track.
No, nothing.
So there was nothing to cause that spin otherwise than inside the car itself, so it's pure dumb luck.
73% chance of rain at the moment here at Daytona, because there's a few clouds starting to come in. Official time of night, as I said, is in 3 hours' time at 6:15. It's currently 3:15. Now look, they've put it up now on the monitor. 7% chance of rain, but according to our monitor here in the comms box, it says 73% chance. But it is partially cloudy out there.
They might be only thinking about the next hour.
Down to Shea Adam in the pit lane.
Your side in LMP2 and give him a nice cold drinks bottle, so that should hopefully refresh him for this next stint.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks, Shea Adam, down there in the box. I'm used to saying thanks, Adam, not Shea. She'll be on the call later on today. That's for Perez Compact as well, who is coming to the pit lane now. Three-line engineering side by side with somebody down the back straight away. Couldn't see who that was. It's not Durrani and Nazar. It could be Durrani and Westbrook, though.
A lot of LMP2s are deciding to
What's
pit.
happened to Neil Jarney? Has he come into the pit lane?
I think he's just got overtaken.
Ricky Taylor's come into the pits, but Neil Jarney has dropped down into 9th position in the GTP class. Ricky Taylor's into the pits. There he is. Not going to change over. That's his first scheduled stop. Shea.
Fuel and right side tires now, waiting for the mechanics to run around to do the left sides as well. Yes, they are. But Ricky is coming in with all of the other LMP2 runners. The only LMP2s to stay out another couple of laps, at least for right now. I haven't yet seen Tower Motorsport, and I have not yet seen the 52. So the inner Europol car, that will be coming in. And Kuba did not start the race. He's up on the wall, ready to take over. So glad to see that that is all righted. Tower is now in the lane, and we wait for inter Europol. It's going to be fuel and tires for all of these LMP2 cars that are in now, including Spike the Dragon, the number 99 for AO Racing, and the 11 TDS. That's still Stephen Thomas behind the wheel of that car. Fuel and tires for it as well.
Shea Adam, one of our CrowdStrike pit reporters. 10 rolls back out again for Cunningham and Alter.
Yep, and there's the LMP2s coming out as well. As one of the Dragons in, you can see on the timing monitor where they're all going to filter out. Oh, the number 10 prototype trying to get ahead of the 74 there.
You're in the pit lane. Do not try and overtake in the pit lane.
That's the Riley Motorsports in the Gibson car. Just leaving the pit lane. And the prototype can't get ahead of the LMP2. So, yeah, this is not good for Taylor. Has he got a lap down? He has got a lap down. Look at the cars flying through on the banking section as well. Way too close indeed. In the trial, they've got cars coming out of the pit lane, but they are forced to take the pit lane intra-loop on the inside of turn 1. They can't.
They have no open.
Yeah, they can't rejoin right in the braking zone, but the prototype, the LMP cars are stuck now with the GTDs as they come through into the hairpin. I'm trying to see which one that is. It's one of the, I swear that's the 52 of the inter Europol by PR1. That's in the braking zone. It could be the number 3 Dragon Speed. No, it's not the number 3 Dragon Speed coming over as well. It's not JCDC Miller Racing either in the 85. Because that's there. On board with the number 4. Now on board with the number 3 Chevy. This is the Corvette Racing Chevrolet on the banking. It's Garcia, Antonio Garcia. Just listen to that lovely rev of the engine as they're coming down to the Le Mans chicane. Oh, hello, there's a prototype on the outside. That's the Richard Millet coming through as well. And Wayne Taylor Racing right behind. It's all over the place here at Daytona. It's crazier than Le Mans. No.
The one behind purple.
There.
Is looking to overtake.
That's the AO Racing 99. Yep, right on the outside of the banking. And he gets ahead there. We see now. Tell you what, that's the LMP2 keeping up with the LMP1 and going for a move on the inside line. Now, is this the 85 of Richard Westbrook making a move? Yes, it is. Westbrook gets ahead of Durrani for 3rd place in class. And they're going to pass the LMP2 into the braking zone for turn 1. And they almost hit the 74 under braking. There was literally door banging between them. Goodness me. We're only an hour and a half into this race and they're already knocking 10 bells out of the opposition.
You did say the try overtake.
Which you did, yeah, but I didn't expect them to take off. But Westbrook up into 5th position. Let's take a look at it off board. Adam, that was too close for comfort.
Yeah, But this is typical of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, Josh. So we always see close racing among the classes, and yeah, we're seeing it right now in the GTP category. Wow.
They touched.
They say 3-1 doesn't go, and it proved to be right. I mean,
I'm definitely glad that I could tell they touched there, because I've got racing driver instincts. I think that was insane. Megan's just nodding that they didn't come to blows. Josh T, what do you reckon?
Yeah, that was so close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort this early on in the race, as you said, as we go up through the Le Mans chicane on board with the number 31 Porsche Penske Motorsport car with Delaney still in the car as we pass 22 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds left of this race.
22, 22, 22. I love when they pass up, because then you can have 21, 21, 21, and then all the way down as well to 111. Shay.
The last time we drove it was with Team Joda in WEC in Bahrain, and we finished on the podium, so we got to keep that momentum up.
Yeah, no, all three drivers, well, 3 of the 4 drivers have cycled through. Is that just keeping everybody fresh because it's so warm, or giving everyone an opportunity to see the rhythm of the race?
Yeah, I mean, this race, it's always the end that counts, so I got in for the first time, trying to get in rhythm. I mean, first time out on track and just get a rhythm with the traffic. It's so much traffic racing, so, but yeah, then carry the momentum onto the night and then tomorrow morning.
Good luck keeping the streak alive.
Thank you.
So here we go again then, as we go on board. Just really enjoying the sound of the cars. Megan is ditching.
See.
But you're going to be hearing that throughout all the broadcasts anyway, so just be coming in and out whenever.
Yeah, though, this is my... Well, my
Oh, it is
point
8 o'clock. Yeah, 8 o'clock.
8:40.
Yeah, so, hi. Are you off now?
Yeah.
Bye, Megan.
Am I actually going to see you for the rest of the night?
I might bring you in some food before I go to bed.
That sounds good to me. And drink. I need some water, some lemonade, and some tea, coffee. I wouldn't say no to a coffee.
I've still got that water bottle.
Right, I've got a water bottle as well.
Well, where is your water?
It's on the desk in my room. Don't touch the telly. So let's keep in this all broadcast as well. Anyway, thank you, Megan. We'll see you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So Megan still forgets that I have to meet her mind for her. Anyway, see you later. To come through. As the rest of the field continuing on. I'll sit down then for a bit if you don't mind. If you're not going out for the rest of the night, I'll still be on camera though. Just having to sit further back a little bit. So, not bad this race, Adam, at the moment. It's still in its infancy, but it's closing up nicely, isn't it? We've just got to stay patient, and I think it'll really come into its own when the rain is predicted during the middle of the night, and then we'll have a wet morning. All the dew is going to be fantastic.
Yeah, keyword, Josh, is patience, because you need a lot of patience to get through this entire 24-hour endurance classic. And well, I can say I'm well prepared with drinks. I've got snacks. I've got coffee here. So yeah, I'm well prepared for this endurance race. So luckily I came prepared. So luckily I'm prepared. So I'll share my coffee with you and drinks, Josh. So.
Thank you. I'm going to need it. My watch is on 57%. That's not going to last 24 hours at all. It's going to need.
That ain't going to last 24 hours. No, no, that can last 24 hours. So.
What's more worrying is the fact that my iPad's been on charge and it's still only at 98%, but it's not showing me anything I need to know, crucial information at the moment. Because it's all, we haven't got TweetDeck anymore, so I'm having to really sort of navigate Twitter with hashtag Rolex24 to see anything extra. So, let's take a replay. This is down at turn number 3 at the hairpin, and that's the BMW going off the track as well, the 24, and it's down into, we've got the number 7 Porsche in the pit lane as well.
No harm, no fouls. pits. Moment there for that car. Shay, what's going down at Porsche Penske Motorsport?
Dane Cameron has climbed aboard his number 7 full season ride, this mighty steed, which has done him well in the past, driving for Penske, for the captain. As a matter of fact, he's won championships for him, never been on the podium of this big race. Mr. Penske not winning this race for a very long time in the modern iteration of sports cars. As a matter of fact, fuel and 4 tires for Dane Cameron as he is sent out of the pit lane. Right behind them, Pfaff Motorsport is in for their first racing pit stop with the McLaren. Interesting way for Ollie Jarvis to clamber out of the car. He basically ducked underneath the door as now they are installing Marvin Curvarcher for the second driver. We wait also for the number 6 to be coming in because the other Porsche Penske Motorsport car coming into the pit lane here in just a couple of seconds, and that too will be a driver change to Matthew Chamonix.
So Dane Cameron takes over. Sebastian Bourdais is coming into the pit lane as well. So this is what I said, Adam. 2 hours, well, we're 2 hours in, and minimum drive time's 2 hours. You don't want to waste anybody. And now all the GTPs are coming in.
They're being smart. They're, you expect driver changes like every 2 hours or so. So it's gonna. So let's go down to the 01.
Here we go.
The 01 Cadillac hitting its marks perfectly. Driver change going on here. Scott Dixon climbing aboard for Sebastian Bourdais. So I know my next interview target. They are doing 4 tires and fuel as a couple of boxes up. Also into the pit lane, JDC Miller Motorsports. That looks like Timon Vanderhelm might be climbing aboard that car. Actually, might be the helmet of Phil Hansen. I'm a little bit too far back to be able to see it clearly, but they also are doing 4 tires and fuel as 4 tires and fuel for the number 6 Penske Porsche, as previously noted, and 4 tires and fuel for the number 40. That is the second Wayne Taylor Andretti Motorsports machine, and that car is also getting a driver change. So Louis Delatraz out, and now both of the BMW team and the RLL cars have scrambled their crews up onto the wall. Looks like we're going to be getting 2 driver changes here as well. Nick Yellowly climbing aboard the number 25, and Philip Bang in the 24.
Found out what happened.
So we have got driver changes then coming in. Exactly what we need to see. You'll be informed of those on the boards as they come through out of the circuit. So Scott Dixon takes over the number 1 at Cadillac Racing. The IndyCar legend will get his first turn here at IMSA Daytona 2024 after being in the practice sessions as well. Ben Keating taking over in the 85 as well. And it's nice to see Ben Keating actually in the 85 back out there as well. Just double checking, yeah, Ben Keating, and if I'm not mistaken, going through as well. I'm just trying to find where else Ben is on the monitor, because it wasn't he double stacking somewhere.
Yes, the 85 and the 2, so the 2 LMP2 and the 85 GTP.
Yeah, so Ben Keating has literally hopped out of the LMP2 number 2 and gone straight into the GTP. So Ben Keating double stacking in this race, the cheeky little mix that he likes to be. As we get our first 2, the BMWs have come into the pit lane as well, and we'll head down to Shea in just a second to get all those news. As also comes in is Andrea Calamani in the Iron Lynx car for GTD Pro. Haven't seen anything from Iron Dames yet, but Vassar Sullivan leading still with Delatraz coming down. As more comes in, BMW are in, Proton's in as well with Neil Jani. So they're all now taking this opportunity just to dive in, get some more fuel, get some more tyres, and maybe even have a driver changeover.
Yep. Expect driver changes every 2 to 3 hours, for the rest of the way, and should be good. It should be interesting how with driver changes, how will they go and whatnot. Like I said earlier, so yeah, it's kind of, if you're new to this race, expect driver changes every 2 to 3 hours here at Daytona.
There's the number 19 of the Iron Lynx changing over. I think they've had a driver change as well. Several other cars coming in. Haven't heard anything from Shea in the pit lane yet as the the Mercedes gets out of the way. Nick Yellowly takes over the BMW 25. Philip Eng takes over the 24. And Jean-Marie Bruni takes over the number 5 of the Proton competition Mustang as well. So Jimmy Bruni back in. One of the finest drivers in Formula 1, never to be in a top team. His driving style was renowned in the early days of Formula 1. It was absolutely fantastic, and he's definitely had it in sports cars where Bruni had this natural talent of taking that car more places it could have, but the Jordan in the day and then the Minardi, because he was at both of them, just wasn't that good a machinery back in 04 and 05. But he's made a name for himself absolutely in GT racing, hasn't he, Adam?
Sure has. John Marie Bruni is a very talented driver, and good to see him here competing at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona.
Josh T, it's now getting a lovely sight here watching the American sort of sunset coming in. It's course 329 over there as Jack Aitken is at the wheel. By the way, he's taken over in the V-Line Engineering. Jack Aitken, of course, I see him in third place. I'm not being biased, but I'd like to see my mate up in third in a race, and I'm sort of hoping he wins because that's going to be great. Alex, his fiancée, is there this weekend as well. She flew out the other day. And I really hope that Jack can take a win. But yeah. Oh, Delachas down to 7th. In the 40, Wayne Taylor Racing. What's happened there? The other one. Has he come out of the pit lane? I don't know what's happened there, why he's dropped down the order. But he's back up now anyway. But yeah. I'm not being biased, Josh, but it's quite fun to see at the moment. But Dixon, Cameron Aiken and Taylor, what a lineup in the second half of the driver stints.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have just found out that I am only going to be able to watch 3 hours of the 27 hours of Formula 1 testing that is coming up.
Oh, no.
Later in Feb. So that's a little bit of a shame. But yeah, it's gone up from 24 hours, Josh, to 27 hours.
What? Have we got official times now from Bahrain?
Yes, it is 10 a.m. local to 7 p.m. local, which is 7 a.m. to 4 p.m.
With an hour break for lunch?
Yes.
Wow.
So 24 hours. So yeah.
Wow, okay. That's I didn't know that. So that's going to be a long day. 3 days for me and the Comsports. After 3 long days covering the MotoGP test. Blimey.
What day is the what are the days for the F1 test in Bahrain, Josh?
21st
to the 23rd.
Yeah, 21st, 22nd, 23rd of Feb. Oh, car 19.
Thank you, it's called.
Sorry, car 19 has been given a penalty. Failure to adhere to minimum refueling time, drive through. So that's car 19, and that is the Iron Lynx that's just come in. So they've got a penalty already on the board. That's annoying. That's really annoying. I feel sorry for them now. We're watching Dixon versus Cameron. Go on, Adam.
I'll let you know if I'm available for F1 testing.
We've got loads of guests coming on for that as well. Don't worry.
Cool.
It's spread out though, so it's a little bit easier. But yeah, loads of guests joining us for the testing for F1.
And speaking of MotoGP, Trackhouse GP released their liveries over in Los Angeles this weekend, and they look quite remarkable and quite stunning. So,
and I can answer the answer to that, Adam. A little bit of a tease because we can't say who it is yet. There's no official announcement, but one of our JB Motorsports commentators was at that launch for Trackhouse as well. Yeah, they were there. And,
I know who it was.
Yeah, I thought you do.
So
can't say anything just yet, but yeah, they were there.
Nope, I won't say. I know who was there too, Josh.
But yeah, can't wait for that. Here's the number 19 serving the drive-through penalty for failure to have theirs. But that Trackhouse car for NASCAR looks fantastic. And then it's very similar. It's a proper American feel. And Trackhouse have actually done it right because the first thing that was seen was Nicky Hayden in an image as well. So Trackhouse knows the heritage of Americans in MotoGP, and they've done it right. And I can't wait to see them on the track this year. We will be covering the MotoGP testing. There will be no track action in terms of TV pictures and sounds because it is a it's a test, but they don't cover it all. We'll have a midday update from trackside that we can play you, but it'll be live timing only for the MotoGP testing. But we've got loads of plans. We haven't shown any of the launches just yet because we're going to be showing them throughout the test. And then we'll have more data, more information. We're also going to be re-showing some of the races from last year with the commentary. But Shay's got news.
Wanted to lead this race, but how important was it to get a grasp on exactly how strong the Cadillac is for the 24 hours?
I mean, it's always great to be in clean air, so I wasn't gonna not take it, but yeah, it was a bit harder than I would have liked to get there. Yeah, obviously, I think the Cadillac team's done a great job. We have some really good cars. We have a pretty decent handle on tire deg, which being the lightest in the class does help that. But yeah, definitely being the least power makes it having to do it the hard way when you gotta make passes. So yeah, it was a big fight. But yeah, the setup of the car is pretty good. I think we seem, like I said, to be in pretty decent shape over double stints, which we're all going to be doing right now to not have to endure the pain later in the race. We only have 21 sets for the whole race. So it's about 8-9 sets that you got a double stint, maybe 10. So yeah, it's early days, but it's always good to feel like you're competitive and the car responds well. We have a lot of tools these days in the cars to manage balance and tire deg, and it's working pretty good. So we're just gonna try and stay on top of it and see how things go.
Fingers crossed for now. Fingers crossed for now.
Thank you.
Very, very interesting indeed there from Sebastian Bourdais.
Yeah, nice to hear from Sebastian there on the board as he comes back in. Coming out to the end of our second hour here for the Rolex 24. It's flying by quite nicely, actually. We've got a major battle in the GT field. They're all stopping before coming on to Speedway 2 and 3. And there goes the 67. The 57, sorry, past 17, 34. AF Corsa right the outside. It's all getting quite exciting on the banking as everyone's slowing down. And they're going to get the V-lines out of the way. Wow. It's getting a bit mad out there, Adam. We've got some pit stops coming, actually, as we see from the GTs out there on the circuit. So we're just flown down to them on the timing monitor. And they're going to start driving back. So it's time for the GTs to have their... Yeah, look, they're all coming in now. So Ian James is coming in, Spencer Pumbley, Neil Verhaan, and yeah, they're all coming in, taking over on some times. Shane.
Drivers getting out and handing over. Joey Hand, I believe, got out of the Mustang. I think I saw Harry Dignall's helmet around the sister car Mustang. There was a driver change. Daniel Serra taking over the 62 Risi Competizione Ferrari. Further driver change, Alex Riberas taking the 23 Heart of Racing Aston Martin from Mario Farnbacher. And the 3 Corvette, Antonio Garcia, made way for Alexander Sims. So lots of GT driver changes.
Yep, lots. Lots. Thank you very much, Shay. As you see them flying down at the bottom of the timing screen, so we'll go right to the bottom. Confirmed out, by the way, the 78 in the GTD is out, and the 14 in GTD Pro is officially out. So the question is, what colour do we have as the marker of doom? What do you think? I don't know. Should we go blue? Or what does that clash? I think we'll have to go purple. No, not even that. I think we'll have to go something like orange to get them as an out this year. What do you think?
14 and 78.
The 14 and the 78, yeah. So
Awesome.
just highlighting the 14 now as out, and the 78 as well. So that is, yeah, in GTD. So the Fortan Racing with Devlin DiFrancesco out of it as well. Oh, that's a shame. So they're officially out of the race according to the driver tracker up here in the box. So the marker of doom has come in. Alexander Sims and Corvette Racing just set the fast up in GTD Pro on a 1:46.762. Car 5 failing to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters has been given a warning, but we had a penalty for car 15 a few moments ago, which resulted in a drive-through as well. Coming up to the end of 2 hours here at the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, Daytona 24 hours, and it's all going rather swimmingly here. And it's a penalty now for car 5. They've been given a penalty. So it's all, he has changed. Driver change as well. Alex Udell has taken over the number 92. Just having a look at everything on the board here to make sure that for yellow, full course yellow. What's happened here? We've got a full course yellow. Something's happened on the circuit. We haven't seen it on our TV pictures. But we have a, for there, it's a big one.
Oh.
And it's the number 11. It's the TDS Racing that was involved in the accident earlier on in the Le Mans chicane. It has hit turn 7 again, and it has brought out the full course yellow. That's a shocker. Didn't expect to see it so soon. But yeah, full course yellow again. And this time it's actually working. Huge hit. And that's out of the race, Adam, for sure. Huge hit. Wow.
Yeah, that's game over. I want to see what happened because it looks like the back end and the front end are completely destroyed.
Let's have a look. He's taken out the sandboxes as well. So what's he done here? Let's have a look through on the exit. Oh my word, this is going to be hard. Oh. So it's the exit of the Le Mans chicane. He hits the curb and the car just hits the accelerator full on straight in to the concrete barrier, the Tech Pro at the exit there. Huge hit and TDS around. That's your fault, Josh, talking about the marker of doom. Yep, sorry, Formula Zone. Yep, sorry, my fault. Hands up on that. But the number 11 TDS that was involved in the second accident is now caused the third. And the dust that's come out onto the track is the concrete dust that's been kicked out. It's almost like a chalk substance that's been blown onto the race circuit. So they'll have to cover that. There's debris all over the part of the track as well. So, yeah, it's Thomas at the wheel. And we go into that procedure now where we will slow it down. Kobe just put in the chat, by the way. LMP2 said, hold my beer after LMP3 disappeared. It has been very chaotic today in the across the 4 classes. So, the IMSA AMR safety crew there with Thomas as well, just making sure he's okay. And it was a hard hit into the wall as well, so Stephen Thomas just making sure he's okay. Full course yellow is out and the pit lane is closed. Track service working on course at turn 7. Now, I did see him turn the wheel back, so he is conscious, he's okay, but it was a hard hit to the wall. The safety team, best in the world, the AMR crew that cover IMSA, NASCAR and IndyCar, and they are fantastic at going quickly, get everything up to date. It's different to Formula 1 where we have literally just one safety car. I often say F1 safety may be one of the best in the world, but they shallow in comparison to the fast response that we have in American open wheel racing. They are right there all the time as soon as an accident, within 10 seconds. And it's great to see as well that he is walking away from that one. So that's Stephen Thomas walking away. But with him walking away, that's confirmed that car is out of the race, because if you walk more than 10 meters, it's out. So get your marker of doom out, everybody, and take off the TDS Racing number 11. Our third confirmed retirement from this race. So that's Stephen Thomas, Mikael Jensen, Hunter McElray, and Charles Misley out of this race. Full course yellow. Let's hand it back down to Radio Le Mans as we wait for more news.
Thank our partners, commercial partners, for that, and the responsible adult for the hard work she put in at the end of last year. Another F1 page has had a absolutely massive tactical error. Went to grab a snack and had the horrible realisation, I forgot to get beers. It's a devastating blow to morale.
How can you make that mistake?
That's rookie, I'm afraid. That is just run. Hello, John. John Daly's tuned in. Andrew Luscombe. We'll take this opportunity to say hello to a few people whilst we're under yellow. Do you think IMSA should do something like the Garage 56 at Le Mans? It would be great to have seen the Chevy caning it around today. Hey, look, I'll take 16 of those Chevys around Le Mans any day. Incredible piece of kit, and I love the theatre of that car being there. And by the way, Rafi in Germany, and thank you to Aaron and our production team up at Concord, North Carolina, in their brand new, love that new control room smell up there. Quick shot on our screens of the work continuing in the Pro Lexus pit with that number 14 car. It was Mike Conway who was caught up in someone else's accident. Stathis won the iRacing 24H last weekend. He's tuning in. Welcome back to Mustang Sampling, says Mex72. Says Chris Mex72. Missed his train back home from the airport to see the start. And now that's impressive. Hello, Mex. Hello to Nolan Moore, who is tuning in from X-Track. James Bonniger, Epic Racing in all classes so far. JP listening from high in the stands on 107.9 FM. Wantage tuned in with Sib Racer. Hi, guys. Hi to you. Positivity Racing sim racers there. Jordan Groves listening in as well, having a watch party with sim racing fans. Hello, Jordan. Nice to know you tuned in. And also SKD1DZ from Germany. We've been looking forward to Daytona all of December and January. Thanks very much. Keep them coming in. And everyone around the world, fantastic stuff. I cannot keep up. It's like the early days of switch messaging when we were at Le Mans. I cannot keep up with the messages coming into at IMSA Radio. We're in our third full course yellow. This one for Stephen Thomas, who clipped the curb on the exit of the Le Mans chicane, the bus stop chicane on the back straight, and pretty much took a header straight into the outside Tech Pro barrier. Well, in fact, it's a safer barrier there, isn't it? And that's dissipated some of the energy. That is quite badly damaged car. I'm looking to see the rear suspension's been deranged, and what else has happened there. The front left wheel's been pushed back quite a long way. Let's go down to Shea Adam for this CrowdStrike pit report. Not long since the GTPs have come in. The prototypes LMP2s were in as well recently. Do we think we'll get a few splashing?
It's about to get busy down here, which is kind of surprising, but the number 10 Koenig Minolta Cadillac, that one has been out the longest of all the GTP cars, so that one will need the most energy replenishment and fuel, so both liquid and theoretical, metaphorical? No, it is actual energy. It's just the hybrid variety. But I am seeing something a little bit intriguing. As far as number 7 Penske Porsche is concerned, this one is going to be getting some used tires, or at least lightly scrubbed tires, put on at least one half of the car. So they do have brand new tires behind the wall, but the ones that are up on the wall, they've already seen the racing surface before. First car into the pit lane is the 01. This should be a splash only for Cadillac Racing. And
yeah,
there we go. Yep, just
types.
fuel nozzle attached. Right side tires for that number 7, as I mentioned, previously used tires and a new steering wheel. That is big for Dane Cameron. So clearly they must be fighting some electronic gremlins. Jack Aiken is back out in the number 31 for Whalen Engineering Racing. Dane Cameron told to go, has a little bit of a hiccup and then manages to get the car rolling. The number 6 has a hiccup as well. And the 10 is the last car that came in that managed to sit in its pit box that was still here. That makes perfect sense. I'm happy with that.
Mustang Sampling number 5 in as well, a little further up the pit lane, just getting service as well. That looks like fuel only. Joe Bradley is at United Autosports waiting for the leader. Are they due in, Joe?
Oh yeah, due in right now, just coming literally to my feet now. We've got a red lighted pit out, so the queue is forming whilst the number 2 is serviced. Pato Ward is going to get his first race stint now in the car, as we've got a driver change as well as tyres and fuel, taking advantage of this full course caution. The LMP2 leaders, it's still early stages, isn't it? This is the car that started on position, and the tacticians, I should say, will want this car to be right where it is pretty much all the way to the flag. Brand new unscrewed rubber going on the car, being waved down now. And what a lovely soundbite that is. Number 2, Pato Ward.
Shea Adam with more pit stops coming in a moment. Give us the skinny.
Looks like the Ford Corvette will be coming back in. This is the car that's now driven by Nicky Katzberg. That will be a splash of fuel only. Not seeing any other GT teams up on the pit lane from my end.
And up in North Carolina, Mike, who is at Hully Gully, is listening on, as I say, on Sirius XM.
Hello, Mike.
That's what he wanted. He wanted a... So here's Gearbox Girl, and Gearbox Girl says...
Hello.
To Mike. There you go. He was worried about half an hour ago that you weren't there. I just told him you were on a little bit of a break. We cycled through our drivers as well. This is British team water skier Charlie Emmett watching from the International Horseshoe, listening to the best radio ever. Third Rolex, originally from Buckinghamshire, now living in Claremont, Florida. 14th Le Mans this year, and excited for Sebring. Charlie, thanks for flying the Union flag high in your sport and coming to watch ours as well. Hello to Ed Sir, to starting from the pits. All good stuff going through. And we have a little update. We have a little update from back in the paddock, and thank you to Aaron, who's been scanning the cameras for us up in Concord, North Carolina. The driver of the number 14 Lexus is back in, so Mike Conway brought it in. Let's see if he takes it out. And the hood is, well, it's back on. The hood was being offered, now it's back on, and that car is ready to go. We've got...
Wow, they've repaired the 14. Did not see that coming in such a quick time. And Mike Conway, I believe it's going to lead them back out to the field. It could be a driver change. We'll wait to see. Round of applause from everyone. Revs it up. And Adam, that's brilliant news.
Yeah, and actually, to let you guys know, you Josh and Josh, I actually sent a message over to IMSA Radio and Radio Le Mans about our coverage here at JBMotorsports.
Friendly rivalry, pins are open, down to Adam.
Right now is very happy that he's yellow because he's getting his track time done, where then he can hand over to Matteo Crisoni, Matteo Cairoli, and Roman Grosjean for the remainder of the race.
That's a lot of Mateos. Joe Bradley, where are you?
I'm in the 13
Commence
the
pass around.
Corvette just comes to a halt now and taking on field of what looks like tyres. Now this is the car that had a nightmare start to this race, and when you consider the effort that's gone in, Ore Fidani, Manuel Kern and Alex Lynn, all superstars behind the wheel, these drivers. Even
Red line in the pit lane, red line.
Superstars behind the wheel of this number 13. So I'm intrigued to see whether or not this pit stop goes off without, nice and clean, no problems. And the moment the car's still on the jacks, the fuel's still going in, and fingers crossed that the problems, the woes that we talked about earlier for this number 13, you would say, why am I pick 13? What are you asking for? Here we go. Car fires. And that was the soundbite. The car is fine.
Lovely. Can't beat the sound of a Corvette revving up. Thank you very much. Hello, Simon Huff is doing the 48 hours of Daytona, or is it day by, as there are 24 hours this weekend. Hello also to all of the marshals and flaggers, etc., around the circuit, either on duty or off at the moment. That is, you guys and ladies are doing a tremendous job around the circuit, and I know that there's one or two watching at the moment who are just taking the race in before they start their evening shifts. Thank you to one and all. We simply can't go motorsport, any type of motorsport, without you. I know you're volunteers, but you're all pros, and your dedication to what you do is fantastic. You give us your most precious gift, the gift of your time, and thank you very much indeed for that. Full course yellow then, as we're maybe coming back to green here. See if the lights are off on the safety car as it comes towards us. No, lights are still on the Cadillac at the moment.
Commence the GTP split, we're being told.
Waiting to see who decides to come in. We've got a BMW prototype coming in. Whips down the inside, and this will be the number 24 car, Shea Adam.
and it should just be a splash of fuel and energy replenishment. They're going to try and elongate their stint, maybe go a little bit further than everyone else. And we do have the Endurance Cup to remember in the back of our minds. That will come at the 6-hour mark. So are they back timing to that? Possibly.
Well, that's a very good point indeed, and thank you for the first mention of the Michelin Endurance Cup.
Guess what's
Championship
crashed?
within the championship. Very important for those that it is important to. It's very important. You're going to get a trophy at the end of the year. And the Shea has just said in my ear,
Forte is back.
Right.
The Lamborghini just rumbled by me. I'm walking down to Lexus to try and get a look at that car. And instead, Shane on the golf cart leads out the Lamborghini once again. So that car is back from the dead. Take away the Andy Blackmore Spotter's Guide Black Pen of Doom. That car is not yet out.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Surprise me. Get it back. Get it back. They got back out, but we've lost our timing monitors again. Up here in the commentary box, they died about a lap ago, which is not great that it keeps on failing on us. But we'll do our best to get them up and running. We're still under the yellow here at Daytona. Just waiting for data, it now says. So it says connected, so give us a second and it'll load back up. I'm stopping touching whatever it was because it's going to come back and... Oh, it's crashed again. Yeah. I think it's gone off again on our coverage, which is... It's not annoying, it's just really, really annoying. It says that we're on, but yeah, I'm going to wait because it has now crashed up here in the commentary box. If you can still hear us, well done. But we have lost it as we're getting ready to go back to green flag conditions. It's come back to us now up here in the comms box. Is it working? Hello, can you hear us? Let us know back home. We'll get our timing screens back up and running shortly. There we go. It's that type of system where everything just wants to go wrong and then you can't wait for it to go right again. So, hello everyone. Waiting for that green flag to come out. They've split the field, Adam, so we're getting ready for the restart now.
Yeah. Almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours into this. Blue Deltras is in the lead for One Killer Racing. With Andretti, Scott Dixon is second in the Corvette.
Here we go.
You have Dean Cameron up there in the top 5 as well. So, awesome. Rock and roll.
Delachan's going to lead them to the restart once again. Green flag for the 4th time here again at Daytona. We're racing for the 24 hours with 21 hours and 46 minutes to go. Delachaz leads from Dixon, Aitken, Cameron, Jamier, Keating, Yellowly, Taylor, Bruni and Egg, the top 10 in the GTP class. The overall coming down into the braking zone for Turmod. Car 22 has returned behind the wall, so not great news coming in, but no one making a quick restart at this time, Adam. They're all just staying where they need to be.
Yeah, it was nice clean restart as we head in to the horseshoe, and which will lead us back on to Daytona International Speedway. Here's run 2 as we are on board with number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsports car. Solid job running up in that car. You've got the number 6 car. You have Matthew Jaminet, Nick Cheney, Lawrence Vantor, and Kevin Estra. So all 4 talented drivers. So really good restart here, Josh.
Car 17 has been given a penalty for pit lane speed violation 3 times. They've got to serve a drive-through penalty. Here's the 22, which has returned to racing. Out there on the track in the United Motorsports USA, we had it crossed out. They're refueling the car and they're going to go racing now, as Shay said. They've managed to get it back up and running. So that penalty, they've got to do 3 drive-throughs now to come into it. Ben Keating has dropped down to 9th position on that restart in the JDC Miller Motorsports, the number 85, the GTP. Away goes the 22, side by side, the 85. Battling hard now with, I believe, Bruni. And Bruni goes around the outside and keeps 8th position for the Proton competition as they'll continue to power through Delatraz leads by 4/10 to Dixon. So it's Wayne Taylor Racing leading, but it's not the one that started the second restart. It's the 40, not the 10. And now already, Adam, the GT cars closing back up together into turn 1, and off goes the 45 Lamborghini, and comes back alongside the 40 Lamborghini. And the Mercedes getting through the 75. They're all concertooning together. I'm going to be surprised if we get another accident soon, because the field's too bunched together.
Okay, Josh. It's not easy to maneuver around this traffic, especially if you're a GTP car or an LP2 car. You want a clean race, but you have to deal with these slower GTDs and GTD Pro cars. So, if you can maneuver through the traffic really well, and just drive a smart race, you'll be good to go.
Side by side, the 80 Mercedes alongside the 34 Ferrari Corsa as they come down to the braking zone for the Le Mans chicane. This is a battle in class as well in the GTs, and side by side as well, the Ferrari stays ahead. We'll keep an eye on it, but I tell you what, Josh T's back with us. It was a good restart, clean restart, but what's that now? 3 full course yellows we've had in the space of the first 2 hours, 20 minutes? Yeah.
Yes.
Not great, but it's all right. Hello. We're decent. It's decent. Side by side now for the fact that BMWs are battling out together. Car 78 has gone behind the wall.
Side by side.
So car 78's gone behind the wall. That is the Forte Racing, which the Lamborghini, which we thought had retired, but has come back. Car 11 has now officially retired from the race. So we keep that, but car 78 might come back in to the race. So we might need to unhighlight that one. Who's got the Tipex as they come through? It's gone behind the wall at the moment. Somebody just print out car 78 and I can stick it back on here in the commentary box with some glue. But I'm looking forward to the fact what time is it? It's 9 p.m. here in the UK. I'm not even looking at the UK time. I am squarely focusing on the fact it's just turned 4 p.m. over in Daytona. That's where I'm looking. I'm not even trying to think about the actual UK time. But stay with us throughout the entire 24 hours as the two Porsches, the 43 and the 492, battling together in the GTD class. We ride on board with the Mustang GT3 65. Just listen to this. Going to make a move on the 66 on the inside line down turn 3. Just got to enjoy it right now. Just enjoy the noise of the cars for a few minutes. That's what it's all about. But the 65 trying to go through on the 66. We'll switch over to that category of cars now on the board. There we go. It's all misshapen actually with the 21 taking the lead, but just loving the sound of the cars out here at Daytona. Beautiful sunshine as well at the moment. Have a look, Formula E zone. Josh, how are you surviving? Did you do Formula E comps too? Yes, I did. I did indeed, Chris, I did. Jack, I did. Jack, I did. Oh, hello. That's one of the cars off the track. Oh, my notes have just smashed on the floor. That was a bad idea. Anyway, Into the pits comes the LMP2 of Michael Down in the Tower Motorsports. But yes, I did do the entire of the Formula E weekend, and that was up at 9 a.m. I've been up for 12 hours already. Just another 24 or so to go until I get to go to bed.
What could go wrong?
What could go wrong, as we side with the number 4 right now on board. This is the Crowd Strike Racing with Sauber in the wheel, attacking the Vidge 2 of Simon Woski in the inter-order pole. And yeah, 24 hours with 20, I don't know. Just another 21 hours, 38 minutes. The problem is, though, the fact is that we're used to doing 24-hour races. We do them at Le Mans. But the problem is, you've got 2 night stints to contend with. You've got the UK night, and then you've got the Daytona night when it's light here. So you've got to battle that because there's a 5-hour time difference. But more, actually, coming through, isn't it? It's more, isn't it? No, 5-hour time difference you've got to contend with.
5 hours.
Yeah. Here's Simon-Chowski alongside Saori in the 52 and the 4 battle, as I said, in the LMP2s. This is for second and third because Pato O'Ward has taken over the United Autosports USA number 2 entry. They lead LMP2 by 5.4 seconds at the current standings. And it's nice to see. Actually, interestingly enough, that the timing screen here from Time 71 is called a Patrico Award, whereas in IndyCar, they call him Pato Award, which I find interesting. By the way, that microphone interference isn't coming from us, it's coming from the World Feed camera. I think they've got a loose lead. It's every time it's on that specific camera. As they fly back again into the braking zone. 52 still keeping on with Simon-Chowski and Saori just behind. They've actually got Waddocks just behind as well in the 88, so they're all still holding it together. I'm enjoying it. It's going to be an interesting 24 hours, this one. I know Adam's disappearing at some point. I haven't got the schedule in front of me. I know Josh T does, but we've got Tom Dillon, who's got COVID, coming in soon. And we've got Adam, we've got Ryan Marine coming in, Jackson Landworth coming in. Oh, 2 penalties. Car 80 and car 34 have been given a 60-second stop-go penalty for running the red light at pit exit. So that is the Lone Star Racing Mercedes in the GTD category. And car 34 takes us through as well for the Conquest Racing Ferrari of Corsa. That gets the penalty also in GTD. So them two having the penalties on the board. We take a look at the top. Believe this is the battle still we're watching. Yeah, Simon-Chowski and Saori in a battle with a GT car in the middle of it. Go on, Josh T.
Yes, so Adam, on the schedule, I am until hour 14. In the background, maybe in the front, who knows. Jackson is meant to come on hour 8.
Ah, so soon.
And Tom, depending on how he is, hour 5.
Not bad at all. And then we'll have.
We are currently on hour 3.
We are, yeah. Okay. And then we'll also have Ryan Marine joining us for a little bit in the broadcast as well. Can't wait for that. And hopefully Jackson said that he might be able to bring a racing driver into the commentary as well. We'll hold off on that until it's confirmed if he's around last second. The entire team covering it. Megan's with us as well. Should be dipping in and out. I think Megan will be back at about 11 o'clock for like a 5-minute break while I go and, you know, before the house gets locked up and I can't go in. So it's like bathroom, grab some snacks, bring it to the box and get all that lot sorted. And then we'll go again throughout the night shift. And hello. Salah Ulak has left the pit lane, has changed over as well. So they've changed over. Back to the pits.
But, you know, there's always a lot to learn. Under yellow, we learned some stuff. On the downshift, we were struggling. So, you know, it's like you said, it's the first big race we have been testing, but it's always good to go racing. And that's why Ford is doing it. Obviously, you want to compete against the best out there and beat them eventually. But we also have to be realistic. It's the first race for us.
I mean, we've got a very interesting race for that first race. It's horribly hot, it's humid, but it's going to cool down. Have you actually even tested in these various conditions?
Yeah, we did. I mean, this week was pretty warm. Last week the raw was very cold. So we have been in all conditions. I want to say I think everybody is a bit more happy when it cools off. The tire works better usually. You get a little bit more power from the engine at night. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that period in the race.
Great stuff, thank you. That's Mike Rockefeller out of the new GT3 Ford Mustang. He's in a 64.
Thank you, Nick. Nick David down in the pit lane. Delighted to see it. Jeremy?
Yeah,
The number 6, number 25 have exchanged positions a couple of times in the last couple of laps. Matthew Jaminet, number 6 Porsche, lost place briefly to Nick Yellowly, number 25 BMW, but has regained it. A couple of notes a bit farther back here in the GT ranks, up into now the 5th position in GTD Pro is Alex Riberas, number 23. Hearted Racing Aston Martin. Happy birthday, Alex.
Nice to see you as well coming through. Formula E Zone, hello again. As well, Jack. Now, it says, are you sleeping in the commentary box then? No, I'm not sleeping. I will be awake for the entire race. Just like at Le Mans when I do the whole 24 hours, I'm doing the whole 24 hours of Daytona as well. And it's going to be interesting, this one. I'll tell you that for nothing. 14's back up the track, and it's just numerous laps down. I think if we look at the timing screen, it's last overall in everything. Yes, it is. Mike Conway for Master Sullivan is 42 laps down on the rest of the field. 42 laps in total. As Dragon Speed 81 has passed into Europole 52 for 3rd and 4th in class at LMP2 as well. Finally changing over as well. So that's Alvarez passing Simonchowski, and Brabham's dropped back. Car 78 is back. It's back. We crossed it off. It said it retired. Car 78 has returned from behind the wall. It is back. There is no killing that car. Brilliant. So
it was a big hit as well.
It was a huge hit.
Yes, it was, yeah.
So no killing the car. It's back. Why? Says Formula E Zone. It's a race. You've got to commentate the whole race.
Jack, it's fun.
And who?
I mean,
I'm streaming it all.
You know, yeah, well, Jack, it's called if you. Now, Jack, I'm over here in the United States, and I plan on staying away for the entire. I plan on staying away for the entire 24 hours. So, if Josh can do it, then so can I. So, I mean, hey,
you got to break though. You got to break for the broadcast. I've got to wear these all the time.
Yeah, I know, but it's called, it's like, hey, we're all motorsports fans here, and we eat, sleep, and breathe motorsports here at JBMotorsports, so, hey, I'm just happy to be here.
Jack, we've got to get you on the stream. Come and join us. Come to the dark side. Come on. I'm on the
Jack. Yeah, Jack. Come join us. You can come join. It's called, you can come join. Heck,
He just said, I look forward to seeing you in the morning looking like a zombie. I'll tell you one thing though. The Formula
and Josh will say, Josh will say, where's my coffee? Where's my coffee? Where's my coffee?
I'll tell you what though, the commentary box door is getting locked and barricaded.
Where's my breakfast? Where's my breakfast?
Oh, I've got a good one. I've got a fried breakfast coming my way. I've got proper American stuff coming into the comp box as well for the morning. Proper great big fried breakfast, eggs, bacon, sausages, got the British hash browns going in. It's all going there.
Hey, Josh is called. You're having American breakfast?
Well, we've got some American pancakes. We've got some American pancakes as well, so they're all going to come my way at some point. Just want to say quickly, the Formula E Zone, they've got their FE bar, which is on a Monday night. The link will be in the YouTube chat as well to their YouTube channel. Go and subscribe to them and join in the FE bar because it's fans' chance to get their say on the Formula E race. I'll be there. If I'm awake, that is still. I'll be there, and you can join Jack Giamano and Jack Pickering as well for all of the action from the wrapping up of this 2 Diriyah races, and that will be on Monday evening as well. So go and tune in for that. And I presume, Jack, you want me in for the Formula E's Ed show as well, because Ed doesn't do Saudi, so I'm up for that as well. So just let me know. Meantime, we've got Jack Aitken for the V-Line Engineering, just on a 135.863. Why I think NBC have gone to an ad break or something, because we're stuck on this audio of the onboard of the 40 of the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti entry. That's what we're hearing in the background of our commentary at the moment. But we've gone 2 hours and 44 minutes on air, 2 hours 30 into the race. I don't mind joining for a bit. Yeah, hop in.
Yeah, it's cut off.
Anytime you like.
Yeah, come join, Jack. You know, I mean, never done any commentary with you, so always welcome to come on in and we can talk Formula E.
I don't think Jack's ever done any commentary with us before. Jack, have you ever actually? I know Jack's done driving, but I don't know if you've done commentary. So let me know. But you're a great host and writer as well. And my Combox reports, I'll be writing and getting those over to you to take a look at for the FEZ magazine if you want to put that in. Just had to prep for this at the moment. By the way, in the next 45 minutes or so, we'll be getting to that time where the first hours of the next drivers will be completed again. So it looks like they're going to do for the minimum drive time of 2 hours for everybody at the moment. But that would take it. There will be a driver transitioning from day to night. Now, usually, Adam, you have a driver take over after it gets dark so that they can do a couple of hours, usually the safer driver. But we never have a driver transitioning over, doing an hour in the light and then an hour in the dark.
No. I mean, but they can do it. I mean, I will say that, let's give a call to Nick Cassidy over in Saudi Arabia. He won race 2 over there in Diriyah earlier, and nice to get a pick a winner playing, you know, and I can say that my pick for the Formula E World Championship so far is looking good.
It is indeed. Leads the title now. I can't remember how by. Nope, says Rizzo. Can't remember what you're saying. Nope, too. Coming in. No, you haven't. You've never done commentary. That's it. Yeah. Thought not. Well, you're welcome anytime, Jack. If this monitor was start behaving.
Yeah, come on in, Jack. Come on in.
I'm going to kick this lead because it's not behaving and it's really annoying me. It's been playing up all day. We have got another splitter though, so it's going to get changed out after today. I just, stepped on. I wonder what's causing it. Anyway, 21 hours, 26 minutes to go. Delatraz leads in the number 40 for Wayne Taylor Racing. Scott Dixon in the Cadillac Racing number 1 is second at the moment on the board. On board with the Mustang GT3 65 again. Just going to go quickly over to Radio Lamont.
Says, I'm loving the GTP telemetry. I'm going to need another screen. Yes, I've got Scottish. I need a bigger screen with more windows open. 64 Mustang, I'm hearing, with a little bit of damage on the back of that car for Chris Meese in the Ford Multimatic car. Oh, yeah, that's more than a wee bit of damage. Now, how's that being caused? Yeah, that was the BMW, the boot deck, the rear deck trunk lead, I suppose I should say over here, was acting as a reverse air scoop on the back of that car, so that's happening again. Got to have a word, and this is just, I've just seen a tweet coming from somebody about this. Here we go, Sam the Enduro fan. He says, I created this account just to ask how Ben Keating is able to run in 2 different cars. Impressed that the rules allow it and that he seems physically able to. Not only that, John, but he's quick in both of them. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see how he's come to grips with the GTP car. He's told us that his first test here back in December, not the official sanction test, but it was a private test a few weeks later. He said he was intimidated by the car initially and actually didn't get to read the owner's manual, the manual for the cockpit and all the buttons and everything until he got to the track. And so he was in a bit of a hurry-up mode to understand how it all works with all the buttons and everything that goes on inside the car.
And I'm told by the team that he had barely 10 laps before he did that qualifying run for the LMP2 car at the weekend. I mean, he's driven LMP2s before, but my goodness me, to step into a new team, they're very impressed with his feedback and his general attitude. Imagine what he would have been like if he started racing in 8 and 12. He'd have been top class. He's top class. He's the best bronze driver in the world.
I would have to say, no doubt, looking at the strength of drivers, and there's a lot of good bronzes around the world, but I would have to say he fits the bill.
And he even impressed himself, didn't he, last Sunday with his qualifying lap. That was 2 seconds quicker than his lap time from last year. Okay, conditions probably more conducive to fast lap times last weekend, but he was amazed how fast he went. But even more amazed to see that Nick Bull was only a tenth of a second behind him in qualifying last week in the 52 car. That was seriously impressive too.
Yeah,
He's also, of course, we have to be bronze rated to do the qualifying in LMP2.
Yeah. And also, obviously, jumping between these two different prototypes. See, 2 years ago, he was in a DPI and an LMP2, and he said those were much similar to each other.
Yeah.
The GTP is in a totally different league.
Yeah.
Just here.
Jack Giamano's just joined the Discord, and he's here now. There we go. So that's worked out incredibly well. Give him a second to get everything sorted.
Do you want me to go to the back rooms?
Yeah, we'll send Josh T to the back rooms, and we'll bring Jack up in a second, as we just see on board, as there's a battle between the BMWs at the moment with that GT3 Mustang in the 65, trying to come around the outside towards the braking zones. Just taking a little bit of time on the inside, but that's Jamier trying to go through, not really working out too much on the overall board of things, but it's a nice calm race so far. Hello, Jack, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can hear you. Yeah, I was just sorting out my my microphone. It wasn't working.
No worries at all. And we'll bring you in. Hello, Jack. How are you? How did you find the Formula E race, first of all?
It was alright. It's a bit different, isn't it? Like Formula E at the moment. They've made changes in terms of how the racing happens at the moment. So there's less focus on energy management, which is a bit different to how I think Formula E should be. I think there should be more emphasis on the energy management. The fact that it's flat out racing at the moment, I don't think works well, because it was a bit Monaco-y. It was a bit not much overtaking.
It was,
that's
wasn't
not what
it?
Formula E is about. Yeah, I think they've just gone the wrong way. I think they're just going the wrong way about it. I would be really interested to find out what the thought process is behind why they went shorter rather than longer, and why they're not giving them as much battery power when, well, it makes sense that they're cutting it down, but they could have cut it down further to make it an energy management race. But the fact that they're cutting the battery energy that is available to them compared to what this Gen 3 car can actually do, we're really limiting this Gen 3 car. I feel like it's really interesting. I just don't think we're getting the best out of it. I just think I don't know.
Yeah, it's wasting
we're
it.
not fully utilising it. Yeah.
It's
a shame, really.
Do you reckon when a tack charge comes in that we're going to have a bit of an easier time of it, that they can pit stop?
I don't know. I don't know, because it's how it's implemented, and I think they're still having discussions about this, which is a bit scary for me, that the form is not sort of embedded, and we don't know what's going to happen in terms of, is the race going to be slightly longer? Yeah, okay, they only get 10% of energy, but 10% of energy, you could do 5 or 6 more laps, so that means you can do a 55-minute race and so forth to an hour race. And I think Diriyah, the Diriyah race was close to 45 minutes, and if we can do 45 minutes of Diriyah pretty much flat out, then these cars aren't, it shows that we could probably do an hour race at Diriyah, where there could be some more energy management. Diriyah is a fantastic Formula E track, and if you watch the races years gone by, you'll see that the amount of overtakes in the T18, and when we saw Eduardo, they showed Eduardo Mortara's double overtake. The reason that double overtake happened on that straight down towards turn 18 was because of energy management. One was lifting and the other person in front was lifting, and Eduardo Mortara was attacking, so he got 2 cars in one, and it was a great moment. But that we couldn't see any of those moments in Formula E today because they just had too much energy. It didn't matter how much they cut it down. So really and truly, the race should have been longer with around a similar battery, so they could have had that energy management. So and if that happened, I reckon Mitch, I reckon Jake, they would have fought through the field, which maybe we're happy that they didn't fight through the field today because it makes the championship a bit more interesting, although Nick Cassidy's got a bit of a chunky lead at the moment. But you don't want the race to be... I know the race wasn't decided by qualifying, but you don't want to start a Formula E race round the track for 45 minutes and there'd be hardly any positional changes, like 1 or 2. It felt very Formula 1. It felt very Formula 1.
It did, because we were building it up, the crescendo, to the end of the race, and then we got to lap 35 and I thought, nothing's going to change here. And I said in the commentary, we're going to expect nothing on the last lap. And it just was a possession. There's a little contact there between the 2 Dodges coming through at the Daytona hairpin. And it's broken the rear flap on the 65. It's something's been set off there on the back of it. Just having a little bit of a wobble around there in the GTD field. I can't actually see what it's causing it on the monitor, but it looks like the bumper's just come a bit loose, so it'll give a orange flag to come in and change over shortly. But yeah, just getting back to Dewey. Good. Again, it was a race where the first race I thought was excellent until everybody sort of let Jake Dennis run away with it, because I love how, I don't know, the pre-show everyone was saying, oh wow, he won by such a margin, the second most dominant margin in Formula E. Yeah, that's only because Mitch Evans, Jean-Eric Vergne had to lift off to save energy, to which that's what Dennis did earlier on in the race. So it was just an energy save that got the time. It was nothing to do with he had the better car, the better pace. Dennis just sort of got that because he was out front and got to hit it first. And then we got this stupid situation today where nobody wanted to lead, but nobody wanted to actually attack for any other position. It's daft again. It reminded me a little bit actually of when we had that race back in, not Portland, the other, I can't remember where it was last year. Well, it wasn't. It could have been Monaco, where not much happened and everyone was frightened to overtake.
Yeah, no, I get that. I think it was really interesting that no one learned from Cassidy in the first race. Cassidy did the overcut, and that kind of really got him into a position where he could attack towards the end, and that ended up getting him third. He was quicker than Evans, although they used that to try and get third and fourth and cement third and fourth. But Cassidy used the overcut, and that came to his advantage and came through the field from 7th place. And he did exactly the same today, whereas Vergne did he went into attack mode lap 3 on Friday's race, and Roland and Frines did something very similar, again coming in on lap 4 and lap 5. So they went early, whereas Cassidy allowed Cassidy to go long again, and Cassidy has the pace. So going longer might have been a better option for the likes of Roland and Frines, especially Frines, because Frines also had the Jaguar powertrain behind him to sort of hopefully get that gap. But yeah, they just allowed attack mode. It was really interesting. I don't think the 350 kilowatts massively helped the drivers in the race, and I think it was more of a hindrance than and I think they lost a bit more time controlling the car in that state of play, and it just allowed Cassidy to make the gap. And then all of a sudden, there you go, bish bash bosh. It was his win. It was interesting that Cassidy and Frines bolted. They were 6 seconds clear of Roland at some point in that race, but then realised, okay, now we've got to slow down.
And it's Frines was getting fake information on the radio.
About under-consuming?
Yeah, the under-consuming bit, as we've just got 4 wide on the Daytona banking at the moment, as the LMPs go high side and the GTs battling together. That's going to be a bit interesting in LMP2. They've got to get the BMW hypercar getting through it as well on the inside. That Lamborghini blocks him. As we see coming through, that's the number 6, that's Jamier at the wheel of the Porsche Penske getting involved too in the prototype class. So that's a battle for 5 down in GTP, just getting completely messed up with the GTD pros and the normal GTD cars. There's the Lambo on the inside of the 75, and it's an absolute mess at Daytona hairpin at turn 3. Cars literally everywhere, and they've got to sort themselves out. That 65, by the way, of the Ford Mustang, just the rear bodywork completely flapping around now, and it's heavy bodywork as well. It's not like it's a sticker for delivery, it's heavy bodywork that's going to be flying off if that hits anyone. There's no information from the stewards to change or to come in, but looking at it, yeah, it's the safety cover that's sort of come up as well for the rear bumper. There's an advertising hoarding. And I've completely forgot what you said, Jack, as well, in that little train of thought.
No, well, but the thing is, I've got the
radio,
Chevrolet,
yeah.
right? I'm a big Chevrolet fan, right? Massive Chevrolet fan. Fell in love with the CR7, right? With the loud engine notes and so forth, right? So a massive Chevy fan. And I'm watching the 3 right now, which is being piloted by Alexander Sims. And it just gives me Formula E vibes, because he's right up behind this GTD car, I think at the moment, the number 12. I think it's the car in front. I don't know if it's the GT Pro, which on your timing screen there
it's
of Marvin
Sullivan.
kicked off. I don't. The gap is I can't see I think the other GT Pro cars are just a bit up ahead, but it's very similar to the race that I saw in Formula E earlier, where Sims is really close to the back of this car that he's following, but he can't overtake. Because they're going flat out, so there isn't a potential move on for him at this precise moment. And that was exactly what we saw in Formula E, and I just felt that's not what Formula E is about. Like, Formula E is about that energy management, lifting, coasting, being efficient, whereas the Daytona and races like this are for that flat-out racing. Well, obviously he got a fuel save at some point, as he does have a little dive at turn 3 here, Alexander Sims, but I don't think it's enough. He has actually got a little run, actually. He's got much closer to this, it looks like a Porsche, as the GTD goes through.
The 65's into the pits. It was literally the bonnet. It was the boot that had changed over. That was quite funny.
Right.
Just,
Josh. I want to say hi to Jack.
Hello,
and Jack. I'm over here. I live in North Carolina here in the United States. I've been following Formula E for a few years now. And last year, Josh and I were on the call of the Portland E3, and it was one of the craziest races I've been part of here at JBMotorsports, and I'll be covering the Portland E-Prix again this year. So I will say this, or at least time, Jack, I'd love to come on the Formula E Zone as well. I talked about being a Formula E fan over here in the United States, since I watch it on Roku. Since we have Formula E channel, and I actually watched race 2 from Daria, and Josh knows this as well. I actually picked Nick Cassidy to win the race, and I had Nick Cassidy winning the overall championship this year. So so far, my pick for the world championship is going swell. So yeah, Nick
Cassidy's doing a great job. Well, that's what the FE bar's for. Monday, 8 p.m. So what's that? 2 p.m.
Well, actually,
2
p.m. I don't have to work, so I will be watching.
Yeah, so there you go. So if you're in the Discord, 2 p.m. 3 p.m. Eastern. I think North Carolina would be Eastern time. I don't know.
Yes, it is. It is Eastern time. It is Eastern time, Jack. So yeah, it's kind of off.
So 3 p.m. 3 p.m. Hop in, have a chat.
I will.
Chat about the race. I'm looking forward to it.
And
that's the whole point of the FE bar.
And we have to say hi to Joe Samaniego from the Grid Network. He says excited to see Jack on the air, and he's also been a Chevy fan since childhood. So I'm also a Chevy fan. I've been a Chevy fan for a long, long time as well. So
something about the Chevrolets, something about them. It's just the CR7. I fell in love. I fell in love with the noise. I remember hearing it. I remember hearing it at Silverstone because it was in an AM class in the WEC Championship. There was a car in it, and I was there. You're looking at 2016. It's been a while since WEC's been at Silverstone, but it just the noise. And then obviously they were also at Le Mans. I think I probably saw them at Le Mans first, but there was just something about the end. And since then, but it's a real shame that in the United Kingdom that there is basically no Chevy merchandise. There is no way to get any apart from like shipping it across from America. And obviously,
I mean,
it's a bit
I'm looking.
expensive.
Well, I will say,
we've got a Chevy. We've got a Chevrolet Cruze as our car, so that's a great car as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, like and then you've got the what's it called? The Stingray, I think it is Chevrolet. But anyway,
yeah, that's right. That's right. Corvette Stingray. That's right.
Unreal looking car. If I'm currently in the process of buying a house, but if I had 50 grand, what a car to buy! What a car to buy!
Well, 69 Chevy.
Yeah.
I love that car. Do you know, it's weird you actually say about a classic Chevy, because our mechanic mate Danny, who used to live up in Immingham in North Killingham, he had a lighthouse, and I know he's still got it, but he hasn't got the house anymore. He's still got the car though in his lockup. He has a 1960s Chevy, and it is in a golden brown with leather seats and everything, and it's a proper American car. It looks gorgeous, and it runs like a charm as well. Ryan Marine is joining us in around about 15 minutes time, just to let you know, so don't worry, Jack, we won't keep you too long from your dinner.
That's fine. I'm just enjoying, as I said, I'm on Chevy. I'm on Chevy watch. Alexander Sim still can't get past the 12.
He's still
stuck. Jack, well, I will say this. Josh knows this. I'm a huge fan of the Australian Supercar Series, and you can tell by my background. But they run Chevys down there, and the top Chevy team is the Red Bull Empole Racing team, and one of the drivers is Shane Van Gisbergen, and now he's competing over here in the States full time in NASCAR this year. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does. So yeah, it's called. I've been a fan of the Red Bull Australian Supercar Series for a long time. It's called. It's some of the stuff I've gotten from friends over in Australia that have sent me stuff over the years, and I bought some stuff as well. So Josh knows how long I've been a fan of the Supercar Series, right, Josh?
Absolutely, and we're looking to cover the 500 as well, the Adelaide 500, if we can, as a special event, like we have done with IMSA right now as well, to keep up with it.
If you do, let me know.
I will.
If you do, let me know.
Just got to get the calendar sorted. I know Josh T is going to be sorting that all behind the scenes, as he has done for every other series. Jack, just want to ask quickly about... Hello, Josh. Just wanted to ask quickly about this. I know you're not watching the whole 24 hours. You probably have it on in the background as well, but how nice is it to actually have the ability to watch the full race uninterrupted with no ads? And why aren't Eurosport or TNT or Discovery or whatever, why do they charge for it when IMSA gives us this brilliant for free? It's the old TV debate of pay here, and it's linking to Formula E.
Okay, yes, it's a really good question. This is brilliant, and Daytona have done it for years, right? And you can ride on board with the cars and so forth. So I get to, everyone loves a Chevy, so I get to ride on board with the Chevrolet. I don't get the I think I might get the commentary, but normally it's just the engine car sounds. But I think you probably can get one with commentary just somewhere. But it's nice. It's nice. I just think. IMSA, obviously they have it on TV too, though, right, in America. So I'm sure this is not because, I'm sure Martin Haven will be cutting away to some adverts at some point during the race. And so they make their money that way, as opposed to TV channels. And I'm sure IMSA makes some money some way. But they do this to obviously make sure that it is. And Alexander Sims passes the 12. So good news for Alexander Sims. The 86 is very squirrely in front of him, but that does not look like the car that Sims needs to pass next. It's the 9, but he's finally passed the 12. But yeah, Jeff Dodds actually, source close to me, was speaking about this earlier when one was asked, and he was talking about, it's the next step for Formula E, and even though loads of people have complained about it, apparently, 12%. It was a 29% increase in the TV figures, and obviously that's probably not massively hard to beat because I don't even know where it was shown last year.
Channel 4 in highlights.
Channel 4, YouTube, but on highlights and on YouTube, and does that really count? So it'd be interesting to see what the growth is year on year on TNT Sports, but I kind of got Jeff Dodd's idea that thinking, well, most people do buy it. Not everyone buys TNT Sports, but most people might have it for the football, and I feel like, okay, yes, people are racing and football fans, and I think with the rise of F1, I think lots more people are much more interested in F1 than I've ever seen in my life. F1 was a very niche sport when I was a kid, and you didn't see that. There was obviously people that liked it, but if you liked it, it was like, okay, you liked F1, but now with obviously with Drive to Survive, the amount of people who were once upon a time just football fans.
Oh,
who
spin
are
out!
now...
Sorry, we got a spin out. One of the LMPs is round in the middle of the field. It's the 33, the All-American car in the livery as well for the Sean Creech Motorsport. It's down at the first corner. Has it come to a stop? We haven't seen any yellow at the moment, but it has come to a stop. I think it's trying to find reverse gear because you can't cross over into the infield section. Jack Aitken's taken the lead in the V-Line Engineering as Scott Dixon's coming to the pit lane of the Cadillac, but this could be a full course yellow if that 33 has stalled the car and it needs the AMR safety team to come out and get it restarted. And I don't know how it's happened. It was backwards in the middle of the turn one, so I wonder if it's got punted around, but it's not on the far in line just yet. Saying that, the LMP of the V-Line Engineering just nearly hits it of Jack Aitken. No sign of a full course yellow yet. We'll keep an eye on that if it does go full yellow, as we've got cars in the pit lane and more going slowly as well. That's Scott. Is that Dixon's turn the Cadillac? Let's take a look then.
Oh
no, it's one of the. I think it was contact because that's the GT3 65 car that we were riding on board with a few minutes ago. Went off the track. I don't know if that was an avoidance, but it's right in the middle there. So
car 33 has continued,
yeah,
and Josh, in the pit lane, one of the cars just pushed another car off onto the grass I saw just before we cut to that replay.
Now, that was one of the LMP2s that were just into the pit lane. I presume that's going to be Robbie Foyle, who's in the 96 that's changed over. So we'll double check that. There they are coming out of the pit lane with one of the Dragons as well. So anyway, back to your point then, Jack, about the Formula E before we had that.
Yeah, so basically, he was... so Jeff Dodds was basically like... what was he saying? He said basically it was the step that they needed to take, and I think with people, the casual people that will just flick through and go, oh, this is on, oh, I'll give it a try, and I think it's very much trying to appeal to those casuals who might, there's nothing else on, and they might watch it and so forth. The football's finished, therefore they'll put the Formula E on or something like that, and see if they get into it. I don't know. It's just a 29% increase. It doesn't actually tell us how much time they were watching. They may have only watched 5 laps and then turned over, but the eyes were on the screen, per se. So and that's what you're saying. It was the next step that the championship, they apparently they weren't making enough money with it being on free to air, and plus, to be honest with you, in the UK, no free to air channel wanted it. And if you think about it, it's been on BBC, it was showed on BBC Sports, so BBC don't want it. It was put on Channel 5, Channel 5 got rid of it. It was put on ITV, it was put on ITV4. Channel 4 was the last of the free-to-air channels left, the main free-to-air channels left. That they've gone through all of them. So the next thing to do was to put it behind the paywall. But the problem with me having it behind the paywall, it's not like it's Sky Sports F1. Right, the coverage is just the world feeds. People were moaning today that TNT Sports cut off, pretty quickly after qualifying finish because of the red flag from Sebastian Buemi cut a bit into the schedule time
to a squash.
And people are like, I'm paying my money to watch Formula. Some people have paid TNT Sports just to watch Formula E because they're just motorsport fans, and they've decided, all right, if this is what I have to do, this is what I have to do, and fair play to them for doing that. But then because it's just and this is the annoying thing for me, because TNT Sports and every channel that has taken you just steal from the world feed. It's not their own presenters. It's not their own. They're not dedicating their own time. They're just taking the world feed, right? And I do feel the world feed. I think this is another talking point in itself. The world feed seems really squashed because they've given them. They wanted, like with Karun Chandok today and Jermaine Genius, they wanted to go through Roland's lap, but and they started it, and then Karun Chandok obviously had heard in his ear that we need to stop in 45 seconds and we need to say goodbye. And he's like, well, this lap's 1 minute and 10 seconds, and we don't have. He already knew he didn't have enough time to go through it, and I'm like,
it was annoying me.
You've hampered yourselves with when you're telling people to go off. So you as a world feed, you're not giving Formula E the coverage that everybody kind of expects. And I suppose Sky F1 have a high, Sky F1 are brilliant, and probably Channel 4 too with the F1, because once qualifying finishes, you've got half hour, you've got a little bit of time where they'll interview all the drivers and get the feedback from qualifying and so forth. Whereas in F1 you don't get that. Within a couple of replays and a couple of 1 or 2 interviews after the final, it's pretty much time to go. So there isn't that love, I think, given to it, and because everyone steals from the world feed, I don't think many TV channels. I know Germany have their own commentators, because obviously Daniel Abt is one of them, but Germany, I think, is the only one I know. I think in CBS they might have their own commentary team, but I don't know.
And
Ryan Marine's here now.
Actually, we actually have Ryan Marine, who was on the call for the Formula E season opener in Mexico City. Ryan, thanks so much for joining us, and talk about your experience south of the border for Formula E season opener.
Yeah, hey guys.
Hello, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Hello, Ryan.
Got you loud and clear. Cool. Thanks for having me on. But to your point, yeah, it was super cool to get the call to head down to Mexico and work with the Formula E broadcast folks, the Whisper folks, and then have the broadcast go to CBS. So there's 4 weekends this year that go to CBS here in the States: Mexico, Tokyo, Monaco, and London. And looking forward to being on site for the remaining 3 of those.
Ryan, so glad you can join us. We've heard your voice several times on this channel before when we've been able to commentate on practice sessions for IndyCar, and we've had IndyCar radio on in the background. Your knowledge is fantastic. Your efforts in the commentary box is brilliant. Your pit reports are fantastic. So first of all, thank you for joining us for the watch along. How are you doing? You doing okay?
I'm great, and that was exceedingly kind, by the way. Thank you very much. It's as it is for you guys, I'm sure. It's a labor of love. I love this stuff. In my spare time, I'm working on my notes and compiling more and more information that I can drop into a broadcast in the future. And there's nothing I'd rather be doing. So it's nice to hear that it's appreciated. I certainly love getting to do it. And right now, enjoying a fun full day of motorsport with 24 hours of Dubai earlier in the day, which is still ongoing, of course, and then Formula E in Saudi Arabia, and now nearly 21 more hours of Daytona.
I know, it's madness how much motorsport we've got after being starved over December. At least we've got another 21 hours. We have had some pit lane changes over as well. Scott Dixon's taken the lead back in the Cadillac Racing because we've got Philippe Eng has taken over. It's actually just leaving the pit lane in the BMW M Team RLL. But Colton Herter has taken over the 40 car for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti. And Jack Aitken did come into the pit lane but has stayed in the 31 VLAN Engineering. As we take a look, Dane Cameron came into the pits but stayed in, but Mathieu Jamier stays in the other Porsche, number 6. Nick Yellerly takes over the 25 BMW Team RLL as well. Bruni still in 5th place, but Megan is not going to be in the commentary box anymore, probably for the best, because the driver who in 2017, when he was a member of Toro Rosso, that she cursed so much, was it 2018? Brendan Hartley is racing in now for Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti's number 10 that led the race earlier on, so we've locked the commentary box door. Megan is not allowed in. For anybody just joining us for the first time, Megan and Brendan, every time they were in the same vicinity of a commentary box, it never ended well. Literally, she led, Ryan, just to let you know this, and if you ever see Brendan Hartley, please do tell him this. Megan led a commentary for the first time, Practice 3, British Grand Prix 2018, and Brendan smashed it into the wall hard. And then ever since then, every time they were in the same box, in the same area, they crashed. Have you ever had a driver that you've cursed so much in the commentary?
Not that I'm aware of, and I'm not sure I want to remind Brendan of some of these misfortunes, so I'm probably going to refrain from bringing that up if I'm in his presence in the future. But now, as far as I'm aware, I've avoided that to this point, but I'm always pretty careful not to make too many bold prognostications for fear of accidentally bringing down the sword of Damocles on someone or another.
Just have a look at the weather forecast I just popped up on the screen. There's a touch of a weather cloud down at Oak Hill, which is within, 4 miles of Daytona Beach, according to the little area, so not too bad. There's more rain expected during the middle of the night, so I'll hold it back. But I'll tell you one thing. I want to get on to the Rolex 24 talking with you, Ryan, about it in a minute. But I've got to ask, IndyCar this year, I know we're covering it all in the watch-alongs. Adam's joining me in the box for that as well. You're going to be working with IndyCar Radio and IndyCar at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 500 as well. Are you excited about this new season? Because I know, as a fan, I'm a bit nervous about all of the worries we've had with the new hybrid engines that keep coming in. But I'm excited about the fact it's going to be a close season, and that 500 is going to be, once again, a step up from what we saw last year. What are your thoughts going into the season?
Yeah, I'm a native Hoosier. The Indianapolis 500 is the most special day of the year as far as I'm concerned. I love the event. I love everything that surrounds it, and that's the happiest day as far as I'm concerned when I turn up, whether it's for work or just there as a spectator to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Memorial Day weekend. But no, I think the season is shaping up to be fantastic, and sure, maybe there hasn't been the glut of good news in the last couple months that an IndyCar fan would hope for. But that said, it's hard to question the strength of the series. You look at 27 full-time entrants, the fact that there's a very real possibility of significant bumping at the Indy 500 again this year, the eventual implementation of the hybrid powertrains too, I think is quite compelling. But in the short term, the fact that the cars are going to be lighter, the cars and some of the components have been lightened in preparation for the arrival of the hybrids. So I think in the short term, we're going to see some really, really fast speeds, whether it's on the oval at Indy, where I think if the weather is good, we could challenge Arie Luyendyk's track record, or even on some of the road courses in the build-up to it. I think there's a silver lining there where we could talk about some really, really fast speeds and some possible track records in the first half of the season. So, yeah, I think there's plenty to be excited about. The field is super strong. The health of the field is quite strong, and I can't wait for St. Pete.
Neither can I in a couple of weeks. Go on, Adam.
Ryan, what's your take on, can Alex Palou go back-to-back champions, and your take on having the legendary Milwaukee Mile come back to the schedule?
I'll take the second part first. I'm thrilled about Milwaukee. I'm bummed that's not on my work schedule for the radio network this year, but I think it's an off weekend for me, so I might just make the drive up from Indianapolis and go sit in the grandstands and have a Miller Lite or two, because we're in the shadow of the Miller Brewery, and just enjoy the spectacle. I've never been to the Milwaukee Mile for a race. I tried to walk around one time when there was no event. I was actually on my way up to Road America, and Michael Young, who I work with on IndyCar Radio, and my wife was in the car too, actually. We tried to talk our way into the fairgrounds, and they wouldn't have it. We told them we were with the radio network, and they said that they get that all the time. So I guess that wasn't good enough to get in. But at any rate, yeah, it's super exciting. A track with great heritage, probably the only track stateside that has longer history than the Indianapolis Motor Speedway itself. The Milwaukee Mile predates the Speedway. Of course, it was a horse track in the early years, but nevertheless, I think that's great. It's a wonderful new oval. I think IndyCars on short ovals is one of the best spectacles in racing. So, yeah, super fired up for that. And as for Alex Palou, why not? I mean, we've seen what he's done in the build-up to this race. It only took him a couple laps to be right on pace. The guy's a mega talent. He got the best team, I think, right now in IndyCar behind him. Some great teammates to feed off of, too. And as long as the addition of additional cars does not hamper Ganassi, they're going to be running 5 full-time cars this year. As long as that doesn't drain resources away from Palou, I see no reason why he couldn't go back-to-back for the first time since Dario Franchitti went back-to-back, also, of course, for Chip Ganassi Racing.
Hey, Ryan, I will say this. I'm actually going with Scott McLaughlin to win the championship this year. Reason is now that he's had a few years, competing, he knows these tracks, he knows these cars, and I think Scott McLaughlin wins on an oval this year. He was so close last year at Texas, and I mean, we know where he came from. He came from down under, and obviously, I'm actually a huge fan of the Australian Supercar Series. I stay awake to when it starts, when it starts at like 12:31 a.m. I will stay awake to watch the races, and I think this is Scotty Mac's year. I mean, always been strong with Team Penske, so I think this is Scott McLaughlin's year.
It very well could be. He had the best points finish of any of the Penske drivers last year, and that's saying something. And his oval game certainly has been raised. I'm not sure it's quite at the level of Joseph Newgarden's just yet, but I'm not sure anybody's is. So there's no shame in that. I think you very well could be right, and I think if you're looking for favorites, he's got to be on the short list, right? With Palou, with Dixon, and with Newgarden.
Just jumping in as well.
Absolutely.
Oh, go on, Justy. We need a hand signal.
Go on, Josh.
We need hand signals. It's really problematic.
Yeah.
You can't see me in the comms box. We're trying to fix that. Oh, spinner! And it's again!
Ooh.
It's the 33 for the second time. It went off at the top of the hour. And where's that? But down at the track. I think it's down at turn 6. Or is it down?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think that's coming up onto the banking. Yeah, absolutely.
course.
Yes, it is.
Full course yellow again.
Right
It's
in the
right in the middle.
Centre of the track as well.
Well, here we go again. So 33 in the middle of the track, and just pray everybody sees him because there is a setting sun out there and it's right in the firing line, right from the apex. Full course yellow has been deployed for the 4th time in this WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Rolex 24 Hours, and the entire field now will bunch up again. Probably right time to have another caution. We're getting towards the pit stop times for the GTDs out there too. We've had a couple of the LMPs come in. And immediately, actually, the track surface is now working at turn 6. So it is down at turn 6. It's at the hairpin before we rejoin the speedway section. The AMR safety crew straight there. Should be able to just refire that car. It's, then again, saying that, there's something off on the front end suspension on the left-hand side, I can see. That there's a little clip off it. Just a little bit of damage. That could have been caused earlier on. Let's take a look at it on a replay. Ryan, do you want to take us through this?
I'll do my best. Of course, this is the only Ligier chassis in the LMP2 field, and I think that's just a case of getting caught up between a couple of GTP cars, one of the Wayne Taylor Acuras and one of the Ray Hall BMWs, just sandwiched right in there. And Lance Wilsey, certainly not the most experienced driver in this field, driving that red, white, and blue Star-Spangled Banner liveried Sean Creech Motorsports Ligier. It seems like he just kind of got stuck in a tough spot there. Wow, that was a really close call for the Aston.
He's got going again, and I now know as soon as Ryan and me work together on anything else in the future, he's going to throw me under the bus like I just did. Josh T, what have you got for us?
Yeah, just going back to what Adam said a couple of moments ago with the addition to the Milwaukee Mile, Ryan. Are you disappointed as if we're losing Texas?
Yeah, I am. It's the track with the most continuous history for the IndyCar series behind the Speedway. I mean, they had run there at least once a year every year since 1997, and in many years they went multiple times a year back in the IRL days. So it's a shame. I think it's a shame to lose another high-speed oval. It's been difficult to get the racing package just right, where you are balancing close racing and the ability to pass without it turning into one of those IRL style pack races. But in recent years, I do think they've hit on something. So it's a shame to see that go away. But quite frankly, the health of that event hasn't been stellar over the course of the last several years. The crowds haven't been good. And I don't know. I hope this is something that it's a one-year hiatus, that they got a wrench thrown in their plans when the NASCAR schedule shifted around, and it can come back in the future. But I think that remains to be seen.
Ryan, I want to throw...
Yeah,
oh, sorry, Josh.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the amazing race that we had in 2023 there in Texas.
Yeah, that was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I missed it. I missed that one. Tom Dillon and yourself, Josh, were commentating on that one. I had to do another race. What was it? I think it was MotoGP in Argentina? I think it was. And then a week later, we had Long Beach. And I then also had the Circuit of the Americas, Texas. Yeah, I had a complete mess around last year. And then, of course, I completely missed Road America, which I was not happy about because it directly clashes with Canada. And I miss it again this year. But I'll tell you one thing,
Yeah,
Ryan. You said... Go on, Josh.
It was the Australian and Argentina Grand Prix for F1, F2, F3, and MotoGP for Argentina.
Yeah, thought so. So that's how much we missed and covered it all last year. But Ryan, you said that you were missing Milwaukee. If you don't end up going down, you're more than welcome here anytime.
I appreciate the invitation. Thank you, guys.
Right.
Anytime, Ryan.
I just want to say quickly as well, Ryan, your thoughts coming in. We've got this brand new system event coming in for IndyCar at Thermal Club, the $1 Million Challenge with heat racing and everything. It's a non-championship event, obviously. I'd love to get your thoughts because you've been there with the drivers. What are they thinking of it? What are you thinking of it? And I'm personally looking forward to it. So what's your takes on the challenge at the Thermal Car?
Well, I'm for more IndyCar racing rather than less IndyCar racing, and if the alternative was to not have an IndyCar race, then this is definitely the better option. So it has my full-throated support. I've not seen what the final version of the rules will be just yet. Maybe they're out there, and I just haven't done my homework, or perhaps they haven't been publicized. But at any event, I'm curious to see how it plays out. I think it's neat to have the big prize purse hanging out there, and for the right team and right driver, that could be a pretty significant paycheck. So that's cool to see for sure. The track seems interesting. I've not been there myself, but I know a lot of sports car teams that are based out that way, and they speak very highly about the level of the facilities, and I think it's different than just about anywhere that IndyCar goes. As far as it being a pretty good test track last year, it seemed like it had a lot of different types of corners that gave teams a chance to do a bunch of different tests. They might work on one section of the track thinking, okay, this is going to help us at Road America, do something else in a different section thinking, yeah, this might help us at Barber, or something like that. So how it's going to race, I think that's a totally different story. I'm not sure anybody really focused when testing there last year on putting together a race setup because there was no thought of racing at the venue before. So everyone goes in with an open notebook, and I think it should be really interesting to see how it plays out.
Pits are open for...
And obviously, Ryan...
Hello,
oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was about to introduce you, actually, Jackson. Pits are open for the prototypes as Jackson Lambros joins us, our new member to the JBMotorsports team in 2024. Will be with us across Formula One, of course, he's here for the Daytona 24 Hours, and in NASCAR and IndyCar as well. Hello, Jackson, how are you?
I'm doing great, Josh. Thank you so much for having me. Hello, everybody in chat. You're looking great. Hello to everyone joining me in the box. A lot of people I've talked to online. A lot of people one man I've listened to and looked up to a lot in Ryan Marine. So super stoked to be here. Super stoked to be a part of this super special event in what is truly looking like one of the new golden ages as we got the GTPs in pits here.
So we're gonna let Jack Giamana go if he wants, because I kept him way too long. But Jack, you've got the Formula E Bar show on Monday night and the FEZ show coming out midweek as well. What's your closing thoughts on the 24 Hours and, of course, Formula E going forward to Sao Paulo in a month?
24 Hours. I'll just be supporting Corvette. So as long as Corvette do well, as soon as they retire and get the marker of doom, I'll stop watching because that will probably happen. But playing for Katzberg and Sims at the moment, hopefully it all goes well for them. And yes, a long wait for Formula E now. 7 weeks. I'm already missing it. I've kind of was going around all day thinking, I've got 7 weeks after this. 7 weeks after this. It's too long. I don't know what I'm going to do. I somehow survived the off-season, but now I feel like 7 weeks is too long, and I'm like, I can't, I don't want to wish the year away already praying for March, but at the same time, bring on March.
I agree.
But thank you for having me, and enjoy the rest, and hopefully I'll see you for the live show on Monday.
You will indeed. I'll look a bit dead behind the eyes, but I'll be there. So thank you, Jack. I'll see you soon.
No worries, bye.
And Jackson stays up here in the comms box with Ryan and Josh T, as Adam and me will be on for a number of hours still. So, Ryan, just coming back to you on this one as well. I want to get the thoughts as well going forward, because you don't just cover IndyCar. As you said, you've done some Formula E, of course, over the past couple of years. But the craziest story I think I've ever seen from you in the commentary box was, I read your blog report at Long Beach last year, when you had to commentate on Formula E in the middle of the night, and you were in Long Beach's commentary box doing Formula E, and somebody tried to get into the box. Is that right?
That is exactly right. It is probably the strangest thing that's ever happened to me in my career, and it's a great story, and I hope it never happens again. Once was enough. But yeah, sure enough, the deal, this was 2 years ago, the deal to do Formula E came together really late. Of course, I wanted to do it. All of the races that year we were doing remotely. I was working with Bob Barsha at the time. And so I had already committed to some SRO broadcasts and as well as IndyCar radio. So I needed to find a way to live up to those commitments, but also make Formula E happen. And I guess the time zones did me a favor in that they made it possible, as long as I didn't mind not sleeping. And so the folks at IMS Productions were kind enough to let me throw my Formula E gear in their semi-truck. Then when I flew out to Long Beach, I picked it up out of the semi in the TV compound, drug it up to a spare booth that they had above the start-finish line in Long Beach, set everything up, went about my day doing IndyCar radio stuff. And the thing is, with that track, you cannot get to the broadcast booth. You can't get inside the track after it's like 10 o'clock at night or something like that. So I had to stay at the track throughout the night. I slept in that broadcast booth above the pit lane in Long Beach, woke up to do the qualifying show and the race. I think it was the Rome E-Prix that I was doing. And at one point, when I was trying to catch a cat nap for about 30 minutes or so, I heard this noise, and yeah, sure enough, a few folks that were imbibing in some local beverages had somehow managed to find their way in. I don't quite know how they did it, but they did. And they were trying to get into what they termed the suite. And that's how I woke up, was hearing them jiggle the door handle. And luckily I had remembered to lock it, and they did not get in. They would have been disappointed. It was not a suite, and there was not much luxurious inside. But you know what? It was a cool story, and it was pretty wild to be calling one race off of a monitor and then looking out the window and seeing the pit lane at a completely different racetrack. So it made for an interesting weekend.
That has got to be one of the best commentary box stories I think we've ever heard. And there's been a couple that we've talked about on this channel before. I mean, the guys are sick to death of me saying about the testing in Barcelona in 2019, but we finished our live broadcast from F1 on the first day, and I said to the guys I was with, I've got to go up to the commentary box. I've got to go take a look. Got to go. So we went up in the lift at Barcelona, and we got up to the commentary boxes. Obviously, they were all locked because no one was using it. They weren't broadcasting testing. It was the whole reason I went there as well, because I was the only one doing it. So I thought, well, views and getting the name out there. So I went to it. Had a look, obviously, in the windows and looked at all the boxes. I thought, what a cool view. And then we realised that to get down, the gates at the top floor of the grandstand in Barcelona had been chained shut. So you couldn't actually go down the stairs from the commentary box. So we thought, all right, we'll just go back and down in the lift then. Realising when we got in the lift, it wouldn't go down because it needed a code to go down. So
no.
Yeah, so there we are stuck on the 5th floor of the Barcelona grandstand. We had to hang off the railing and drop down to the next floor. And we've got microphone, and Ryan, you know this, you've got headphones and mic equipment belted to you. And I had all that on. And I had to dangle because I'm not that tall with the big drop, and I was holding on to the lowest banister and I couldn't feel the bottom, so I had to let go and hope I hit the right floor. It was terrifying.
Oh man,
I know, but
oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
I love commentary box.
I passed the mantle to you. That's the best commentary box story I've ever heard.
No, yours is better. Sleeping at the track. I'd much rather sleep in the commentary box.
Yeah, yours is better. Yours is better, Ryan. Yeah.
The
At no point did I risk my own demise, so I think yours wins.
I don't have a commentary story. I do have a decent interview story also from Long Beach, though.
Go for it, Jackson.
I'm allowed. This was the first race ever covered. Long Beach this year, we were at the Thursday night kind of presentation they have at the kind of public space they have in the area. It was a couple of cars were on display, and there was a couple of drivers dressed up, part of the HPD program, now HRC, dressed up as Chikai and Uncle Eero from the Acura Honda commercials. And they had you'll know this, Ryan, the Racer's Edge NSX in this awesome kind of manga-inspired livery. And I'm walking around looking for people to interview, and I'm trying to see if Ashton Harrison is anywhere. I see Mario Farnbacher, who was with her at the time as a teammate, and for whatever reason, I could not find Ashton Harrison. I asked someone who's dressed up as Chikai who it is. find out that she's the one who's dressed up as Chikai in this red wig and in this whole getup as Chikai.
Oh my gosh.
First time I've ever talked to her, and I felt like the biggest idiot ever. I say that now. She's been one of the nicest people I've talked to in the sports car paddock. Interviewed her a couple times, both there and out Laguna Seca. Super nice person, and glad I was able to get the ball rolling with her after that.
I suspect she enjoyed that, actually.
She kind of did.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, Ryan, have you ever had it where you work with, I know I've had it certainly, Ted Kravitz testing 2019, met him on the final day. I spoke to him coming out of the media centre and my leg was shaking the entire time, I couldn't stop it.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had it where you're talking with these heroes of broadcasting and you're going like, I'm working with you, what's going on here? It's the weirdest feeling on the planet.
Yeah, I've been really lucky in that regard to work with some great folks, and Calvin Fish, who I work with on the SRO side, Bob Varsha, who I mentioned earlier. Anytime I get a text message from Bob Varsha, I about fall out of my chair, and it's just the most amazing thing that I'm on a first-name basis with Bob and have developed this relationship. And certainly I put Calvin in that level. The folks I work with on IndyCar Radio are excellent too. And yeah, there are plenty of times where I look around and I think one of these things is not like the others, and it's me. So there's plenty of pinch me moments in this gig.
Hashtag spot the lyric.
Ryan, I grew up when Bob Varsha was covering F1 and IMSA for ESPN. He also covered IHRA drag racing, and it's like he's from Atlanta, Georgia. And it's like
I'm going to have to interrupt, Adam. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're coming to the green flag just quickly, as it was very late call that they were going back to green. The safety car's pulled off, and it is Scott Dixon takes us back to green flag already, but Aiken's under pressure coming around the outside because he's got Eng on the inside of the BMW. That's shut down quite quickly into the first corner, and it's Brendan Hartley who stays in second position. The Acura for Wayne Taylor Racing, number 10. Eng's taken third position. Aiken down to fourth. No, they've swapped back, so the BMW down into fourth, Aiken back to third. And there's the 33 who calls the caution at the same part at turn 6, who's off again at said turn 6. This time gets it going, and that car did continue, hasn't just restarted. That's another off at that part of the track. That's got to be a rear brake disc fading or some form of suspension that's locking the rear tyre. It's the third time that car's gone off. We have restarted in the GTDs as well, and they're all close together once more, but Dixon controlling the front in that Cadillac. A bit of a smoke lock up there from Aitken to keep through, but nice from Jack. He's got that gap already to Eng. Sorry, back to you, Adam.
Yeah, Ryan. I grew up, when I started watching motorsports, I remember watching Ken Squire and Bob Jenkins and Bob Varsha. I remember Jack Arute when he covered IndyCar and NASCAR. So it's sad that we lost Ken Squire. He's from New England, like I am. So I have to ask you right now, what's it like to work with Bob Varsha? And does the name Lindy Thaxton come to you, Ryan?
Yeah, of course. I don't know Lindy personally. We've worked in the same circles. She did some work with Indianapolis Motor Speedway Public Address some of the years that I've been doing radio, so that's probably the extent of our interactions. But yep, I certainly know who Lindy is and think very highly of her work. But to your original point, or original question, to work with Bob, oftentimes they say don't meet your heroes, but in his case, that was not true at all. He lived up to the billing. He is as well-spoken, thoughtful, erudite as he comes across on television, tells a great story, especially off-air. If he's able to dip a little bit deeper into the vocabulary, into some words that you can't use on TV, the stories become that much more colorful and enjoyable, and I'm privileged to have heard a few of them. So he's a treasure, and Ken Squire certainly was too. Not someone I ever got to know, but I certainly looked up to him in a big way, and anyone in our profession owes Ken a great deal of gratitude for all that he's done, and I think the same is true for Bob.
I still
sure
owe
you're
Bob a
sick of it at
pizza.
this point, Ryan, but I got another fastball question for you.
Let's do it.
Because I relate with Adam so much because, Varsha's one of the guys I grew up watching with F1 on NBC alongside Buxton, alongside Mark Janes for IndyCar Radio. These are all guys that made me decide this is something that I wanted to pursue as a career. And my question for you then is, I'm sure Varsha is most likely in your commentator Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
But who else are we putting in there?
Man, I have this conversation with people I work with from time to time. Alex Wolf in particular, who I work with on IndyCar Radio. He's another real student of motorsports broadcasting, and so it's an impossible task, really. But I think Paul Page belongs without question. I think you got to put Bob and Ken Squire on that list, and you're really then trying to figure out what the next spot is. And Bob Jenkins comes to mind, Sid Collins for creating the Indianapolis Motor Speedway radio network and really setting the bar for what a live motorsports broadcast could and should be. Similarly, Barney Hall for MRN for many years. I think he's a chronically underrated person in our profession. And I think of the active ones, Mike Joy, I think a great deal of, and Lee Diffie as well. So I don't know that I really answered your question. There's plenty of really good ones to choose from, but without a doubt, I think Ken, Paul, and Bob Varsha are certainly on it, and then we're picking from a heap of incredibly qualified folks for that fourth spot.
Oh, I have the fourth.
Let's hear it.
Murray Walker.
Oh yeah.
You know what? That's true. I was limiting myself to American broadcasters, or at least broadcasters active primarily in America, because if you start to open that door up, then boy, good luck trying to pick them. But Murray is a hero of mine as well.
I agree. Many people have often described me as a Murray Walker type. I'm very flattered when they do, but I don't try to do it. But
I praised.
it is, and I don't know how to take it. I never do. But I always I'm a combination of everybody. I feel like I just go nuts in the commentary box and just try and keep my words going straight. It's all about passion. If you don't have passion, you're not in the right business to do a commentary job. I will just say, actually, the one thing I love about broadcasting these 24-hour races is that we can go on tangent and still keep an eye on the racing. That's what I love about it. And that's
exactly.
It's an open door policy. But I wish practice sessions were like this, but they're always so busy. I'll have to come down and do... I'll tell you what, Ryan, actually. I did try to look and see if we could do trackside this year for the Indy 500, but Monaco always creates the problem. And this year, there's so much on the 500 weekend. We've got Formula E in Shanghai. Josh T's probably going to rattle off several more things. But he's going to get this spreadsheet up now. But Ryan, how do you feel on the 500 day when you walk in and you're surrounded by literally thousands of people, and there's like 160 people just in your peripheral vision? How does it feel to get your job done and to hold that microphone when you've got 33 cars blasting past you?
It's the best. There's nothing like it. You certainly feel the nerves. You feel the excitement. You feel the energy of the place. There's no place quite like on the grid right before the start of the Indianapolis 500. And I've been super lucky. This will be my 7th year working on the radio broadcast. I served as a pit lane spotter 2 years previously as well. So I've been down there a couple of times at this point, and it doesn't get old. I will say I have a greater appreciation for the crowd and the importance of the crowd at the event, having worked the 2020 race, which was a very surreal experience to drive in, be standing on the grid, hearing public address. Looks like a problem for this is the fast car.
McLaren.
Yikes.
Oh, we saw him cutting off the back at the Le Mans chicane, but he's gone straight over the grass into Speedway 3 and 4. He's taken over into the pit lane entry lane. I'm not seeing anything wrong with the suspension of the car. There's gravel coming in underneath it. That's just the grass cuttings and everything from there. Diffuser looks okay. We'll keep an eye on that.
Marvin Kirchhoffer, did he just lose it under braking?
I think so.
Didn't see a replay, only joined it late, you see. Sorry, Ryan, I cut you off there.
That's quite all right. I'm going to suggest there might be something more to the story just because he's still limping around on the apron, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. But quickly to wrap up my point, I'm getting a bit long-winded here, but that day was so surreal to walk in and to try to do the job as if it was a normal Indianapolis 500, but it was normal in almost no way, shape, or form. And so every year since, to have the crowds coming back and to feel the energy of the place, having gone through it with absolutely no one there, gives you a greater appreciation for what having 300,000 plus people on site means just to the DNA of the event.
The number 9 car's gone straight behind the wall. Go on, Justin.
Yeah, it must be absolutely incredible every single year you go. Right, Ryan, and to answer your question, Josh.
Go on. How many on this weekend's Indy 500 day?
Every single series.
Of course there is.
Except F1 Academy. So in Monaco, it's F1, F2, F3 Porsche. Formula E is Shanghai doubleheader. IndyCar is the Indy 500, of course. Touring Cars Netterton, which I'll be doing, no doubt. MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3, Moto E at Barcelona.
And then Charlotte.
And of course the Coca-Cola 600, yes.
Right, somebody...
So have
somebody,
fun, enjoy.
What? I need something to get me through that. Somebody just... I need adrenaline shots to keep me going. Oh, blimey.
What % of your daily intake is Monster Energy, Josh? I'm genuinely curious.
None. I've never had a Red Bull, I've never had a Monster, and I've never had the Rich Energy, the 3 cans I've got sitting on my...
You are insane.
Yeah. I've had some Coca-Cola drink right now, but it's all mainly water. It's the thing to go through. I don't know how I do what I do. I don't, honestly, because I'm be up, 24 hours now, plus I did all of Formula E since 9 a.m. I'll be up a total of 40-something hours across this weekend. I have no idea how.
Josh, you are insane, and I do not want to know what your sanity will be at the end of the race.
It's low already in this one. I'm about 2% away from calling the wrong name out there because we're on board with the 31 of Jack Aitken right now.
He's looking racy.
He is, isn't he? And his girlfriend, his fiancée, I should say, is here, Alex, this weekend. She flew in last night. And she's watching on, and I believe, actually, if I've checked my messages correctly, she is going to be sitting in the pit box in the next half an hour or so we'll keep an eye on that. I do, however, know that it's come to the end of the 15 minutes extra that Ryan was going to stay with us, so I want to end with one question, Ryan. Who's going to be IndyCar champion this year?
Oh man, really putting me on the spot. I haven't put much thought into this, to be entirely honest with you. How about Pato O'Ward? How does that sound? I know he didn't win a race last year. Yeah, but he was probably certainly the best driver not to win a race last year. And if it weren't for a couple of poor decisions in back-to-back weeks at the 500 and at Detroit, he probably would have been in there with a shout to go win a championship going into Laguna Seca. So it seems to me that's a team that's starting to find its footing, and he's certainly talented enough to do it. So there's my way too early, not well-researched prediction for you guys.
We won't hold you to that. Jack Aitken, by the way, has taken second position away from Brendan Hartley, so the V-Line Engineering number 31 gets ahead of Wayne Taylor Racing number 10, and Hartley down into third. Saying that, I've just received a text from Megan that she's coming into the commentary box in 40 minutes. You see what I mean? It's the curse. She just keep her away, honestly. That's the number 9, McLaren, that has gone behind the wall. There are problems, and I'm sure we'll hear from the world feed of Shea Adam down there what's going to happen, but it's gone straight behind, and it's the front brake discs that are getting changed over by the look of it on this angle. Keep an eye on that. But Ryan, I must say thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box for the Rolex 24 Hours. Mega pleasure to have you here. I know we'll hear you across the season, because no doubt sometimes we'll have to use IndyCar radio for the sessions I can't cover, or if, the dreaded happens and we have a red flag and I can't be in 2 places at once. So thank you very much. You are welcome back anytime across this season.
Really appreciate the invitation, guys. Really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, Ryan. We'll let you go.
Ryan.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Ryan Marine there for IndyCar Radio and Formula E on Roku and CBS. Delighted that he could join us in the commentary box. He actually stayed a lot longer than he anticipated, so I gave him a text and said, "You okay?" And he said, "Yeah, I'll stay." Pleasure to have him on the call as well, and hopefully we'll have him back throughout the year. New member to the team. Now we can properly introduce Jackson, because you're right in the middle there with Ryan Marine. And how are you doing, Jackson? You doing okay? You doing well? Did you enjoy the start to this race?
I'll be honest, I was at work for the start of the race. Marine's a tough act to follow. I don't care. I'm stoked to be here. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. You are well placed to be in the pantheon as well. And Ryan, I know, Adam, I know you've been waiting. See what I mean about sanity levels? It's already gone. That's the third time I've done it today. Adam,
I can say that I'm not the. I can say I'm not the only American anymore. You know, with Jackson here. Of course, Jackson knows me in the chat on Grid Network. But Jackson, as you can tell, I'm a fan of the Australian Supercar Series. Thanks to my background, I actually have I have friends in Australia who have sent me stuff over the years, and I've actually bought some stuff as well, including actually I had a friend of mine who lives in New Zealand a long time ago. Sent me the Scott McLaughlin shirt when he drove for Great Rogers Motorsports down under. So since Scott McLaughlin is competing today, I thought I would take out a Scotty Mac shirt. But I've been here with Josh for a couple of years now, and I'll be with you on coverage of IndyCar, NASCAR, F1. So I can finally get the monkey off my back. I'm not the only American anymore.
Yep. In fact,
nice.
We've just had a record, actually. 3 Americans on one broadcast in the same commentary. Yeah, because Ryan was there too, so that's always fun. Dixon leading Aitken by 0.3 of a second now, so closing up on the gap, which we'd like to see as we come into it. But is he going to go for a move here? Because
He might.
Yeah, he's going to go for it. Dixon's going to go defensive here. Come on, Jack. I'm not meaning to be biased, but he's my friend. So come on, Jack. Go for it. No, he's not. Backed off.
Saving it on the brakes. What's that thing that Murray Walker said again? Just don't crash on lap 1?
Yeah, what was
Something
it?
like that?
Catching is one thing, passing is quite another. That's another one, but yeah, just don't crash on lap 1. There's a gap between them. Look at that, 3/10 separating them at the moment. And we have a full course yellow before.
Josh.
Yes, Justy, hello.
Shall I lower your sanity a bit more?
Yeah, what are you going to tell me?
With the 3 weeks of hell.
In a row or
of broadcasting?
Oh yeah, go on then.
In a row.
Oh my God, go on.
It starts with Spain F1, F2, F3, F1 Academy.
Yeah.
IndyCar Laguna Seca, Touring Cars Alton Park, NASCAR New Hampshire. The second week is Austria, F1, F2, F3, Porsche, Portland doubleheader for Formula E, Dutch Grand Prix, MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3, Moto E, and Nashville for the Ali 400. Week 3 is the British Grand Prix for F1, F2, F3, Porsche, with Mid-Ohio, IndyCar, and German Grand Prix for MotoGP, Moto2, Moto3, Moto E.
Yeah, well, that MotoGP being
And
German Grand
Chicago.
Prix, yeah, that's not fair. And Chicago we're doing, definitely. So we'll have to take a couple of them around. Mid-Ohio shouldn't be too bad at the end of the day. But yeah, that's going to be 3 weeks of hell. As we see the 64.
Replay here between the 9 and the 64, yep.
Now, is this what caused the contact that caused the 9 to have trouble earlier on in the day? Now, here we go. Right, this is what happened. Down to the Le Mans chicane. What do you think? He's got the 3 alongside the Corvette. It just went.
He doesn't even make it to the braking zone, yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Really strange that it just died all of a sudden. Jess Ball, who is our F1 Academy commentator, and she's with us now, and she says, evening lads, how's it going? It's going well, Jess. How did you do, Jess, in your F1 Creator Series F2 race, and how did the broadcast go for the F1 Creator Series? And also, welcome, Jackson. Good to have you in the team, she says, on the YouTube chat.
Thank you, Jess. Very glad to be here.
Still looks like a brake disc failure, I reckon, on the McLaren, because they're changing that completely. Looks like it's blown up. Oh,
Yeah.
So that's great. 24 hours and no brakes. That's just what you like to hear. Coming to it now, I've been on my feet since 9 a.m. and I'm not yet sitting down because Megan moans when I sit down in the commentary box, and she'll be here soon to take over from me while I have a bathroom break, get some food and come back in. I'll be 5 minutes. I'm timing it for a caution. And hoping that there will be one. Nick Yellerly has passed his teammate Philip Eng in the BMW team RLL. And F2 race went rubbish, says Jess. Oh, I'm sorry. That's not good. I know you've had points in the features so far, so oh well.
Yeah.
Jackson, who is your way too early pick to win the NTT IndyCar Series Championship? I went with Scott McLaughlin.
I'll tell you what, man. I really liked. First of all, I could tell you were going to go with McLaughlin. Second of all, I don't totally disagree with Ryan's decision of award.
I think I said
think
it last year.
This is a solid year for them. I'm really liking Aaron McLaren's chances this year. I think it's due. It's kind of like what we were talking about last year with the New Garden Indy 500. It felt like a matter of time, and I think this is going to be the real breakout year for Pato. I'm knocking on wood so hard right now that I don't jinx this into something terrible, but I mean, I think it'd just be good for the sport, right?
Pato would definitely ensure a race in Mexico if he won 100%. The title. Yeah.
Speaking of Pato, let's talk about his effort right now. That's the number 2 United car. That's the LMP2, Nico Pino behind the wheel. Guys, in the young career of this guy, he's already gotten 2 wins, one in Prototype Challenge 2017. He went almost undefeated in that season. That was the last year of Prototype Challenge. One more, I believe, a year or 2 ago. That was alongside Devlin DiFrancesco in P2. And he's in a real good position to get his 3rd Rolex.
I mean, he's just unstoppable, isn't he, for Pino as well? That United Autosport car, really strong performance. It started on pole position in LMP2, as you said, because Ben Keating took it as well. Pato Award's in there too, Pino, yep. And of course Ben Hanley in there too. But
yep,
it's a fantastic... who's that? Hang on a minute, what's just happened? Because Sim's taken the lead in GTD Pro. Have we got a car into the pit lane? Yeah, the 64's come in. Christopher Miles has entered the pit lane. That's just come in. He was leading the category and it's just dropped down on the timing screen. But I reckon we're going to see United Autosports just try and get a gap out front. Every time there's a caution, it's going to stop them. But they're going to time this to perfection in terms of changing drivers in stints and getting them all refreshed. They, I think, are the strongest team in the entire field because they were the only ones in practice who actually got all their drivers the same amount of time. So they're really strong. I'm looking forward to seeing what they've got because everyone else was sort of going over doing 5-10 and then having problems, having to refresh them. But it's looking good for the number 2. And it was a strong car, of course. And they've got Keating going out there doing 2 different stints, one in GTDP.
Exactly.
And in the car as well, so it's ridiculous. So how do you adjust?
So how much do we think? Yeah.
Go on, Jackson.
How much do we think on the radio for Nico right now is saying, if you see the banana boat, if you see the JDC Miller car, stay so clear of it because that is the last thing we need right now with Ben Keating in there.
There's going to be like a flashing signals. They're going to effectively call it another teammate, aren't they? And that's what they're going to do. Just sort of stay away as much as you can.
Basically, yeah.
Although, is it cheating? I don't know. Is it in the spirit of racing to have a driver do both classes? Because he could end up effectively with 2 Rolexes.
That's true.
Yeah,
that is very true.
Because he's not that bad either in the GTP category. Like, they're very close together. I mean, Aitken and Dixon are 6/10 off, and then they're only 4 seconds to Hartley, and then another second between Hartley and Yellowly.
I'll tell you what, Josh. I think it is the makings of a madman to go in between 2 different entries for an entire 24-hour race, and I think that's why only one man has been doing it consistently every single Rolex for nearly the past decade. And that's Ben Keating. I think it's definitely nothing to be scoffed at. I think it's something that should be applauded. And I think if there should be anyone that should be applauded for being able to walk away from this race with 2 Rolexes, it's that guy.
Absolutely. I mean,
Jackson.
he's still doing Le Mans, isn't he? I thought last year he said he was retired. Hello, Yellowlee's past Hartley, side by side in the back of the track. That. So, yeah, they've got through.
Made the move right back there.
Have you got these on board?
I do not. I just saw it. We saw it in the background there as these 2 caddies were going through.
I saw it on the timing screen.
The Le Mans chicane, Josh.
Right, I saw it at the timing screen.
We can't call it the bus stop.
No, not the bus stop. The Le Mans chicane bus stop, whatever it is. It's a bus stop. It's like it still gets me that what is now the first chicane at Le Mans, which was has been the Forza chicane, the PlayStation chicane. Now it's the Daytona chicane.
Daytona chicane.
And I just get it confused so much because I've been used to calling it several other things. Then we've got the Michelin chicane further on down the straight. But it's so confusing to get the right one. And to rename this Le Mans, it's a nice tribute because IMSA and WEC are now sort of intertwined as much as possible. But it's difficult. It's a hard pill to swallow to keep renaming it. And I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like it's like if Rouge got renamed, in my opinion, to keep renaming the chicanes. Yeah, it's not nice. And well, we've got 2 Powerbolicas. Thinking about it, we've got the Powerbolica at the Hockenheim Ring, and we've got the Powerbolica at Monza, which has now actually been renamed the Michele Alboreto curve. But nobody calls it that because everybody calls it Powerbolica.
It will always be the Powerbolica, Josh.
I mean, they could have, they could have changed one of the Lesmos. Just saying. Like, do we need 2 Lesmos? Yeah. I mean, it don't need both. It's Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2. We could have had Lesmo and then Alboreto. I like that more than having Powerbolica changed into that of Alboreto. But Michele Alboreto was a wonderful guy, of course. Was killed back in 2001 testing.
Yeah.
I still remember that
Absolutely.
was... Yeah, Spa or Imola?
Absolutely, they should have changed one of the Lesmos because it's like as you said, there's some famous corners which keep its name for a reason, and I think Parabolica is one of them. Illusion Radion included, and that was very close indeed through the Le Mans chicane, which should not have their name changed, but. I would vouch for Lesmo then into the Alboreto.
Sun is setting, by the way, here at Daytona. Official sunset is at 6:15 p.m. It's currently 5:34. We're watching Dixon and Aitken leading overall in GTP and overall in this race. 5 tenths between them. And Dixon just staying out comfortably as well for that Cadillac. I love...
but Josh, it's got to be it's got to be a feeling of, hey, let's work together.
Yeah.
It's still a lot of race to go. Let's draft off each other. Let's save fuel. We can work together to end up at the front long term here.
And I think that's what it's going to be. But what was that old thing? It's not like Muhammad Ali said, was it? Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. But I prefer, I prefer the Cars version. What was it? Float like a Cadillac, sting like a Beamer.
Float like a Cadillac, sting like a Beamer, yeah.
Love it. Love it. That's the best one. That's right. And we've got a Cadillac leading the race, so you just float around the circuit. We've got a change as Garabus changed to Daniel Goldberg in the 22 LMP2 out there on the field as well, so they have switched over. We are coming up to 4 hours into the Daytona 24 in 24. 20 hours to go. Sun is setting. We'll be into the night part of this race. I'm trying to work out how long the night is actually going to be. I think it's about 11 hours. 11 hours and 40, a bit longer actually. 12 hours and 45 minutes I think of darkness we've got. If this is official on my monitor. If it's 6:15 p.m. to 7 a.m, I reckon that's 12 hours 45. Unless my math is really bad and it's 11:45.
I think that's right, and Josh, that's what makes this a kind of unique difference between Le Mans, is just how much longer of a night you get here. Obviously, a different time of year, different part of the different proximity to the equator as well, and It's far longer that you're actually having the race in darkness compared to Lasarth. Of course, though, you've got the on-track lights here, which, God, could you imagine having lampposts going down Lasarth?
I wish they did. I wish. Parts I wish they did. To be honest with you, I love the night at Le Mans. Absolutely love it. But it is a pain in the behind trying to compensate during the night
Pretty hard
shift.
to figure out what's going on, yeah.
I try and immerse myself by turning the lights off in the commentary box so it's full of darkness. I'm not doing that this year because I fall asleep. I nearly fell asleep last year. But and I wanted the LEDs up as well so I can create but they're not set up yet, so it's all a bit last second for this one. Basically, we're just getting through until we start. But February, by the way, everything's going to be happening at once. There's so much going on in February. It's our busiest month. Launch season, pre-season tests. Basically, this 24 hours is just a test session for our sanity to see how long we can keep talking about absolutely nothing.
Oh yeah, Josh. I will say, speaking of 24-hour races, in the darkness, one race that comes to mind for me is Bathurst. 12-hour endurance race in Australia. Since they start in the darkness over there and end during the day. I mean,
that's a better way.
Seeing the sun and seeing the sunrise at Mount Panorama is absolutely gorgeous. For all of viewers who've never watched the Bathurst 12-hour, I highly recommend it. It is one of the coolest tracks in the entire world. It's one of the coolest races in the world, so go watch the Bathurst 12-hour this year. It also leads up to the Repco Australian Supercars season opener, Bathurst 500. So, yeah, that's how I'll be. I'll have enough coffee on me to watch the Bathurst 12-hour and the Bathurst 500.
Is that next week, the Bathurst 12-hour? Is it in 2 weeks?
No. It can't already be.
I can't remember. It's not long after to the 24-hour of Daytona. I know that for certain. Oh, are we going down to pits? No.
We are checking.
While we do that, we've got some pit reporters down there in IMSA Radio.
They're well built now. They're detuned a lot from what they can run. So, I mean, the cars are built to run multiple seconds faster than they do. So, there's not really a conservation anymore. And I mean, I feel like the last 10 years or so of doing this, cars are so well built. GTP is obviously a little bit fragile being new, but I think everybody P2 and GT is pushing from lap 1.
You say the car's obviously kind of detuned. Does that mean the reliability can sort of be taken for granted now?
I mean, the things that we can't control, right, are gearboxes and drivetrains and engines. You know, those are things that are spec with the class. But for sure, the engine runs, 100 horsepower down than what it's capable of. Revs a lot lower than it should be. So from that point of view, I mean, we're 15 kilometers slower at the end of the straight than we used to be. So the car should be able to run this fairly easily, but we don't take it for granted.
When do you actually get a go in the driver's seat?
I think I'm scheduled to my first time about 8 or 9 o'clock. And then, we'll push me and Christian hard for the kind of last half of the race.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Dixon pits. Scott Dixon is into the pit lane and Jack Aitken takes the lead of GTP. So the race leader dives in as they swing through. And I'm just going to ask, actually, Jackson, have you got live timing? Have you got it?
I do.
Oh, good. I was just double checking there.
Got the Alchemel up here, yep.
Good. So let's go down. Sorry, just 2 seconds to go pit road.
Number 01. Ganassi crew go to action, and Joe Bradley is down there.
Yeah, just heading down there of the car. I can clearly see though, getting tyres during this pit stop and a driver change. I know from you guys up there on the perch, you've got a clear and unobstructed view also. This looks pretty regular though. The fueling being the restricting, or the longest thing that it takes during the pit stop.
Ben Keating's in as well.
Longer than the driver change, which when you consider you've got to get a driver out and then get that driver strapped in. Still, the fuel goes in, the tyres are done, the car's ready to resume, and we're still waiting for that fuel. So it just shows how much green running we've had, because that's the car just pulling away now.
Ben Keating has also come down pit lane, and he will, I don't know if he's changing over or not. Josh T, what have you got for us?
It is at the start of the Bathurst Superfest on the 18th of February.
Oh, so it's a couple of weeks away. Okay. Last year there was only a week
18
between them, wasn't
days.
there? Yeah. Only a week between them
22 hours.
last time. Yeah. Adam, what did you were saying before we had that pit stop?
Yeah, I was going to say when the Bathurst 12-hour is as well, so thanks, Josh T. Actually, if you guys want to actually have the entry list for the Bathurst 12-hour on me, and Valentina Rossi's sports car team will be doing the Bathurst 12-hour this year. You have Valentino Rossi, Maxime Markin, and Raffaele Marciello on that car. And in the number 32, BMW have Van Thor, Bendelinda, and Wirtz are in that car. So both Valentino Rossi's sports car teams are tackling Mount Panorama.
Important question for you, Adam. Do we have a Bentley in that entry list?
Do we have a Bentley? I'm looking at the entry list right now, and no, we do not have a Bentley right now, Justin.
Disappointing.
No Bentley.
No.
I think this might be the first year in a while we've had Bentley out. One of the coolest cars to never have ran this race here at Daytona.
Yes.
The beefiest of boys. Although I guess the new Mustang is kind of filling that role, though, isn't it?
The Mustang's looking quite good.
That's right, Justin. Yeah.
Just saying as well, Jack Aitken's leading overall. That's my boy. Go on, Jack.
Nick Yellowly fangs out. He's closed that gap down to 3.8 seconds.
Who's coming to the pit lane? Brendan Hartley. We have, blocking, penalty, car 80. Just a warning from the stewards there, but Ben Keating has passed over to Van der Helm as well coming through, and Scott Dixon has passed over to the reigning champion, Alex Palou.
From the 6-time champ to the 2-time champ, if you want any kind of IndyCar talent on a lineup, look no further than that 01 caddy. 4-time champ Bourdais, 6-time champ Dixon, and now the 2-time champ Palou. How cool is that for Chip Ganassi to put that together?
He was planning it. And how close was it to almost not happening? Because, of course, Palou had signed with McLaren to join them.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, it fell through. He stayed with Chip. It was weird because we ended 21. We ended 22 with him saying, I don't want to work with Chip Ganassi anymore. I want to work with McLaren. And then Chip said, no, sorry, you're not going to go. You're staying with us for next season. And then he won the title. And at the end of last year, we had Alex saying, I want to stay with Chip Ganassi. I don't want to go to McLaren. So he had 2 contract recognition board meetings because he didn't want to stay with either team. If I was either of them, I would have gone, okay, go away then. Because you're not, you can't stay faithful. I would have got out. I want to talk, aren't I? But still, I would have
This is going to
let
make
it go.
such a good documentary in 10 years.
Oh, yeah. True. That's true.
I wonder if Brad Pitt's going to be starring as Alex Palou. He seems to be doing everything else. That car is actually the 120. The Chip Hart Racing with Wright Motorsports has got the peak livery on this weekend. Now, they have done some filming for that new F1 movie.
How
And
cool is that, man?
it's very cool, but I don't understand where IMSA comes into it. Is it that he's racing in endurance and he comes back to Formula One? What is it? Lewis Hamilton has never done it. So I don't know, it's weird. I'll look forward to it. Just as long as it's not that IndyCar movie with Sylvester Stallone.
We actually, the Grand Marshal for the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona this year was Jerry Bruckheimer. And we all know we all remember Jerry Bruckheimer from the Days of Thunder.
Yeah.
Yep.
With Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman. So,
that was better movie.
It's nice to see Jerry as Grand Marshal, as they were filming stuff for the F1 movie that Brad Pitt is starring in. So when it comes out, I will be there, watch.
Oh yeah, I will.
At my local movie theater. I don't care what time it is. It starts. I want my ticket, and I will pre-order. I mean, hey.
Felipe Massa's out on the track, by the way. Just to let you know, he's joining in the 74. So he's out there racing. That's not looking good for the LMP2 coming back out of the pit lane as well. Gets it back up to speed quite quickly. That is... is that Felipe Massa? It is Felipe Massa. There we go. Hello,
24 GTP also out now. That's a change. Philip Eng's out. In comes Brazilian Augusto Farfus. They're in 6th, Josh.
So they're moving up the field as well. So that's in the BMW Team RLL. And we're watching Aiken now 7 seconds ahead. Is that an interview that we're going to hear? No, it's not. It gets so confusing because NBC are directing the feed now. And we're on the world feed we're watching. So NBC are getting interviews, but we're on world feed. So uninterrupted everything with IMSA Radio, if you were wondering what's going on for the rest of this.
Yep. So it's Aiken in 1st, 2nd in Yellowly. We're all still waiting for those guys to pit. In 3rd, it's the number 5 GTP. That's Jimmy Bruni behind the wheel. I'm still trying to adapt to a Porsche 963 in Mustang sampling colors. I don't know about you guys.
I keep getting caught out by the... I'm honestly not thinking it's a Porsche when I'm looking at it. And the Corvette's, it's nice seeing it, but I'm still expecting to see it on a GTD car, not a prototype. So the liveries are catching out.
I think it's a have your cake, eat it too situation. We still get Pratt Miller running them in the iconic yellow liveries, and we now get customers in AWA. I think it's best of both worlds. They're running their own races, and obviously the Corvettes are still fast. We got Alex Sims out front right now.
Yep, Sims going out there, the number 3 at the moment, I should say, fastest. Alexander Sims, of course, who had a pretty successful career in Formula E, of course. Won a couple of races with BMW, and then with Mahindra. So he knows a thing or two about racing difficult cars, but he's leading GTDP brilliantly in the Corvette. Let's have a look at the 96 coming through at the back half of the track now. That is the Turner Motorsports.
Fully in.
Love that BMW. That's got a nice livery. It always reminds me of IKEA.
Okay.
So that's going to give the lead to Moto Miyata. And guys, I kind of want to talk about this guy, the Japanese driver in the number 12 car, because he might be one of the most interesting guys in the field. Defending champion from Japan in both Super GT and Super Formula, one of the only guys to ever win both of those in 1 year. Future F2 driver. I wish I remembered the team he's driving for. It's his first time ever driving here in America. He's saying he's having a blast. This is one of the coolest storylines, I think.
Definitely in Formula 2 up this year as well from Miyato. And I think he's going to be into Formula 1 quite quickly. And I think he's got that feeling that the pace he had, as you said, in Super Formula was something beyond belief. And I reckon...
It's just adaptability.
Yeah. And he did well, actually. He was just over. He's actually flown back over from Barcelona to here because he was at the F2 test a few days ago in the shakedown at Barcelona. So he's been going between time zones recently, Japan to Spain to America, and then back to Spain and back to America again for the shakedowns. But there was no time set at that shakedown, but he did really, really well from the unofficial stopwatch times they've been doing. So I'm expecting some good things. I think Formula 2 this year is going to be very competitive. Overall.
We've been arguing it's going to be one of the most competitive, most talented fields in a very long time.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to be better than Formula 1. Just saying, the Junior Series this year. What's in? Rodin Carlin, Omi says. Omi, of course, will be commentating with us on Formula 2 and Formula 3 next year. This year, I should say.
Appreciate it.
It's Rodin Carlin.
Hey, Josh, let's look up front because we thought Yellowly was closing that gap in, and Aiken's hit the burners. That's a 9-second gap now between the two.
That's my boy! Come on, Jack!
Look at that helmet. God, I love that helmet design.
I love it. And look at it. I love how as well I saw his eyes at one point, and then he just turns onto the banking, and the reflective visor.
Semi-tent visor, yeah.
Yeah, love it. It's almost like superhero power, but Aitken's doing brilliantly out there as well. 1:35.863, his best lap. He's the fastest in the GTP category. So he's first in class as well, as we said earlier on in the broadcast. Massa's up to second, by the way.
Battle for 7th on screen here. That's Augusto Farfus hunting down Brendan Hartley.
Where's Megan? She's supposed to be here in about 2 minutes' time. Somebody lock the door to that box. She's not allowed in because Hartley will end up in the wall.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. That's right.
Gap is 0.2 of a second as they come into the tri-oval in towards turn number 1. Heavy on the brakes. Look at that. Temperature 72 Fahrenheit. Wind is at 10 miles an hour blowing in from southwest as Hartley goes on the grass.
No!
I said it, and he's going to get the 24 coming through. Farfus is right back. Hartley making just small mistakes coming out of the first corner. I said there was a curse. I'm not lying.
Yeah, you did.
Can he make it happen through the kink here? No.
No.
Oh, don't Lance Stroll us. Come on now.
Thank you, Jackson.
Well, it's NBC, remember, nothing but commercials, but at least we don't have commercials.
Yeah.
Car 18 has spun at turn 6. Car 18 is off at turn 6 out of the hairpin as Romain Grosjean, who was out on the track, didn't realise he's coming to the pit lane as well, but Car 18 has continued on. So that is the ERA, the ERA Motorsports. I never know if it's ERA or ERA, because I've heard it pronounced 2 different ways on the broadcast this year.
Believe it's ERA.
I thought it was ERA. It's just better. If it's ERA, then it'll be like ARE, as we're seeing. ERA is better. But Aitken's pulled out 10 seconds as well. Hartley's... and Farfus is going for it. He's going to go for the move on Hartley. The points 0.77 off as we're seeing battles in the mid-pack with the GTDs and the LMP2s with the 33 car. Just get out of the way. You're already out of it several times. But did Farfus get ahead of Hartley? No. The gap was
beautiful.
Less than a tenth.
Nice.
Other BMW up front. We got Yellow Lee in the pits. Jimmy Bruni up into second now.
So now
22 seconds between that Whelen Engineering car and the Mustang sampling machine.
When's he going to box? That's the question. When's he going to come
That's the real
in?
question, yep.
Who else is in? Dane Cameron comes in for the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport.
I believe that was Philippe Nasser in that car?
Yep.
Yes, it was.
Over.
Yes.
Yeah. They've changed over, haven't they? Yep. Daniel Juncadella has come in. Former Formula 2 driver. He's taken over from Alexander Sims as they fly through the Le Mans chicane.
Hey, how about Alexander Sims? First time in this car, came from the now leading 31 car. He's making that move from GTP over to GTD machinery, and he is showing the pace right out of the box.
I think he's doing, again, amazingly, and I've got a feeling here, that we're going to see him, I don't want to say lead overall, but I've got this feeling that he's going to have a little bit of an advantage later on, and he's going to go for it, and there on the inside, and he's got it. Brendan Hartley goes down a position. Farfus goes back through on the outside. So then, piece of cake in the end for the 24. Farfus gets ahead of Hartley. I did say to Megan, come to the commentary box. I don't think she's coming yet. Car 9 has returned from behind the wall. So that McLaren is going, for Pat Motorsports, is coming back now. Get refueled.
Not too long of a stint behind the wall. And again, it's if you have these issues, you want to get them out early right now. You would want to have it, maybe hour 1 or 2, but I would still say for the FAF crew, it's far from over.
Oh, Bruni and
Jamier.
That's a big one. That's going to increase Aitken now to what? 2 minutes. So Aitken is now should pit because he's got 2 minutes to Martin in the BMW. So I think now we would see the VLAN engineering come in. That is astonishing. There's still a minute that Maxime Martin has to catch up to Jamier and Bruni. Eddie Cheever has given over to Antonio Frucco. Sometimes forget that Eddie Cheever's in this as well, in this race. There's over 300 drivers that we've got to keep our eye on in this race. You just see a name and you go, oh, Eddie Cheever, former Formula 1 driver and ESPN pundit. He's here too. Getting on a bit now, isn't he, Eddie Cheever?
Former
just a
IndyCar,
little bit chaotic.
former IndyCar driver, Eddie Cheever as well. And Eddie Cheever was, I remember when Eddie Cheever drove in Formula 1 several years ago. So.
Yeah, that's the six.
It looked like it might have been a weird entry.
Yeah, Rajami with the weird entry. By the way, we've had Aiken in. Aiken pits. Aiken is down pit road.
Go.
This was the big one that needed to happen. Pit road.
In the background, the 31 Whelen Cadillac is brought in. Jack Aiken is getting out of the car, so we're seeing a driver change here.
Why? He's got the time.
Ourselves all that time ago. In fact, it was a week ago. This car took the pole position to start the race at the front of the field, and it remains in contention, doesn't it? We're not going to know anything until after midday tomorrow. Tear off on the windscreen, that's pretty standard form. Cars off the jacks, tyres on, and once again we're seeing the fueling taking the longest. The driver's already in.
Thank you, Joe. That's Tom Blomqvist, last year's winner for Acura, getting into that Cadillac.
So we're seeing now Aiken change over drivers, and away we go. And we're waiting to see who's going to change over, because we've had Alessandro Balzan change over to Albert Costa Balba as well in the GTD 34. Now, who's Aiken changed over? Oh, Romain Damas has taken over the Proton Competition Mustang. Hang on a minute, is that right? Leading second in GTP? Yes, it is. Alex Palou overtakes him as Lawrence Van Hoff has taken over in the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6. Tom Blomqvist now takes over in the 31 GTP, former Formula E, Formula 1 test driver, and now in IndyCar at Meyer Shank along for the 2024 season. Took over, of course, his first race back at Toronto, where he got 200 metres before having to reverse and got crashed into. Either way, the 12 car's in too.
Yeah. We talk about where some of the IndyCar greats have potentially, where some of the open wheel greats have started their talent. Dario Franchitti, Michael Schumacher, all started in sports cars. I think Tom Blomqvist might be one of those guys, and I think Colin Braun has shown his interest as well in following in the shoes of his former teammate at Mike Shank. He wants to get an IndyCar seat as well. I am 100% on board with this sports car to IndyCar pipeline. Sonny Hayes in the pit lane.
Hey! And don't forget, look, where's the Netflix cameras? There they are! There they are! Look, right there! That's on Netflix.
Oh, there they are!
There's the production cameras right there for the film. Just to the side there. Look, the camera's been told to move because he's in the way.
Is that on the rear bumper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
That's awesome.
Look, there we are. Look, there's Sonny Hayes' name on the side. Go on, Jackson.
I don't think it was there. I don't think it was there now, but for filming, it was Sonny Hayes. I forget the other name, but I did see Pat Long's name on the side there, which I think is a very, very nice touch on Apple TV's end.
It's Joshua something, isn't it? The name in the film. Joshua Pierce, I want to say. I think, because I know when I saw it, I thought, oh, my name's going to be in Formula 1 in the film.
Yeah.
And it's something Joshua. I can't remember what it is. Somebody shoot Lewis Hamilton a text and ask. Fans are getting in with coffee and some hats and some food and some people watching some timings. I'd love to be there right now. Love to be in that grandstand at Daytona watching it as the 57 comes into the pit lane.
57 in the pits, yep. Hey, dude, you want to talk about serotonin machine? An absolutely packed Daytona grandstand at the start of this thing. We turned the clock back to, what, 2017, where it was just the infield. The turnout we've seen to this race, and I don't know if you guys saw that incredible onboard from Monte Carlo, just seeing the amount of people that are coming out to support racing now. Again, it is like, we're not just in a golden era of endurance racing or Formula 1. We're in a golden age of racing right now.
Yes.
Totally. Absolutely. It's free. That's why. It's accessible. It's no longer, as I think Ryan said earlier on in the broadcast when he was on with us, and I think Jack Germano said it as well, it's no longer a sort of a nerdy, shameful thing to like motorsport. It's become popular. And I think that's what he needed. But I love it. It's addictive.
Josh, we can advertise it like this. Motor racing, the new anime. You remember growing up in high school. You were the one guy with the Naruto hoodie. You got bullied for it.
Yeah.
What's everyone watching on Netflix now? Right?
Yeah. NASCAR, tennis, all the sports are getting their own Netflix series. F1, of course, Drive to Survive. There's the Ferris wheel getting underway. But I agree with you. And I think I'm not looking forward to the new series of Drive to Survive, but I am looking forward to the NASCAR in, 2 days' time? Yeah, 2 days' time.
Oh, I've got a great story for the Ferris wheel right now because NASCAR-gasm on Twitter said, I will offer $100. You saw this, Adam.
I saw where you're going, Jackson. I saw that too.
I will offer $100 to any driver who records themselves going on this Ferris wheel because I've never seen a driver do it. Nikki Katzberg responded, Corvette racing driver, I've got a daughter who's been screaming at me to do it for the past 4 weeks. Give me 2 hours.
Did Scott McLaughlin say? Did Scott McLaughlin say he'd do it, Jackson? I think I saw that on
I'm not sure. Oh, Adam, I don't know if you saw my interview with McLaughlin for Grid. There was a last question that was left out from that interview, which was it was solely for me because it was during the Nashville caution. I remember him saying he was playing Red Dead, and I just had to ask him, is that a normal part of his routine when I was talking to him with Isha?
I did see that,
So I asked him, is video games a part of your normal everyday routine if you're in the trailer between races? And if so, what have we got in rotation? He looks up at me and he's like, well, I'm going to keep it honest with you. I'm playing Hitman right now.
Oh, I love Hitman.
I caught him playing Hitman too, and he says he treats it more like movies maybe than movies themselves, but he thinks there's nothing wrong with it, and I think that's a great thing. James Hinchcliffe talks about doing Mario Kart with Marco Andretti and Rossi in the trailer, so I think it's a great way, and again, I just think it's a great. We need to see more of that. I feel like.
I mean, in the beginning when Jeff Gordon started his career, he was playing video games, and I thought it was really cool, to see Jeff Gordon. He was playing. I forget what video game it was. But it was. All these race car drivers are normal humans like us. So
exactly.
I love it. I think I saw Hamilton and Bottas playing a game in 2017 under the red flag in a qualifying in Italy, I think. I think it's brilliant to have that, and I think I love Hitman 2, first of all, so I've already gone up in my estimations there. But it's about playing the games, just sort of taking yourself out of focus for a few hours and distracting yourself. It works really, really well.
Exactly.
And lights are going on, everybody. It's getting darker here. Official sunset's in 10 minutes. Fire in the pit lane. What's happening with the BMW?
Oh, coming for the Paul Miller car.
A lot of smoke coming from the brake ducts as well. Had to get an extinguisher on the front there, I just saw. That's why there's some smoke coming through. But it's been released without a problem. Massa takes over the lead in LMP2. Passes Pinot. Massa leads.
Wow. Hey guys, we got a penalty for car number 80. Wheels were spinning while it was up on the jacks. That's going to be a drive-through.
Oh.
Yes.
So that 80 car just can't get anything right, can it? At the moment, it's had a number of problems out there today.
Harry Ticknell.
There it is, right there. That's the one passing it.
Massa leads.
Harry Ticknell's in the lead. Harry Ticknell's in the lead in GT, bro.
He says that 2017 Monza, that Saturday was mega. It was indeed. I remember commentating on it actually. The long qualifying with delay. Joe Samyaker says, hello, Jackson.
What's up, Joe?
Hi, Joe.
Joe, by the way, you're welcome to come in anytime you like in the comments box. I know you've been busy recently.
I'm good. Yeah. I wouldn't mind having 3 Americans. We did it with.
Oh!
Jackson.
Look at the weather.
Oh, mama.
Big rain coming.
Jackson, you took the words right out of my mouth, my friend.
Big rain coming into Daytona right now. It's literally, you can't not miss us. There is literally a line down the screen of rain that is blowing into Daytona Beach right now. And that's when the
Beautiful.
weather comes in. Brilliant. Josh T?
Hello.
Hello. I thought you said something. Do you want to have a look? Sorry, I'll throw it to you without you being there. That's like when Murray Walker threw down to James Allen in Spa one year. I think it was 98 with the red flag. But James Allen had taken the opportunity under the red flag to go to the toilet. And he was in a porta cabin and Murray threw down to him. And he had to scramble for the mic quickly without his uniform on. Because he had a race suit on in those days. So he had to take his entire race suit off to go to the toilet. And his microphone is on the floor in this porta potty. And he's scraping around to get hold of it. The microphone, not anything else.
Yeah, I kind of had a fizzy strawberry bite in my mouth. So, yeah. Anyway, the
Yeah, what's the
sun
weather?
is officially going to set in 9 minutes. Well, you saw the radar, massive band of rain coming over, which may hit in the middle of the night. Well, it will hit in the middle of
How do I do a rain dance?
night.
How do I do a rain dance up here in the box? How is it? I need to get that sorted. Night is falling here at Daytona. What is going on with our leads? I'm trying to step on the floor of the commentary box to get it working.
I know.
It's just so bad. Shay Adam.
To the pit lane with the Barbie.
Right, so that's the second problem they've had in the pits, Jay, isn't it? Because I forget what it was earlier on.
Okay, Shay's not there.
They had the opposite.
Well, the jacks
of,
didn't work. The air jacks didn't work.
Oh, that's the BMW that we just saw as well. Yeah, I think there's a power shortage to this extender that we use in the HDMI, and every now and then it just goes black on the screen, but we'll replace it before. Haven't got the funds to do it yet. To come through.
Hey, Josh T, can we rewind really quickly and just say what you were eating again? Because as an American, I think my brain just shorted a little bit.
Same here.
Let me send a picture in the comms chat. Hold on.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Or we could just swap out
Yes.
Jackson and Josh's camera for a second, and then you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, simple as. I'll put it on the battle screen. Josh T, you come in. And then you can see it. There you go. Show us then, Josh. Strawberry fizzy.
Why do you guys have the most wild name for food?
I know.
I love you guys. Why do you have the most wild name for food?
I know. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre. Officially in darkness in 7 minutes' time. And the sun is gone. Official sunset according to the Daytona information guide that was sent out. And I put it in the comms chat if anybody saw it as well. 18:15. And official time of sunrise is 7 a.m. And we're getting ready for some more driver changes as well. As we'll continue to go.
Oh no.
What?
Per at SB Nation, Formula One is considering a Chicago Grand Prix.
Oh, for God's sake. It's focusing on too much on NASCAR.
Considering. Let's tone it back.
Welcome
Let's
to
tone it
Formula
back.
One. We race in United States, Mexico, Canada, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru, all that lot. Now the countries of the world with Formula One, and it's like, oh, for God's sake. 52 races a year, everybody. It's non-stop. It's lights out, and I'm going to shoot my brains out. 24 races
we already
this
have
year.
enough. It's because we already have enough F1 races,
There's 24. 24. Why do we need 24? Why do we need 32 NASCAR races? 36, sorry. 36.
Thank you, Jeff.
It would be, I mean, if we can get a balance, Josh, where we're not having crews that are literally worked down to the bone, but still have like a healthy balance.
Yeah.
I'm not saying let's have, 7 races in America, because guess what? I don't want that either. But if we have that going to, like, I don't know, let's go back to Kailami, right? Like, let's balance that out in other places. Let's extend out that calendar. Let's make it an actual fruitful calendar, right? And make it something for everyone.
Personally, I'd like to see the return of Germany. Either Hockenheim or Nürburgring.
Yes, we need the Hockenheim ring.
Hockenheim would be rad.
Or we need the Nürburgring. Oh, we need the Nürburgring.
I was always the factor that I always wanted the A1 ring back because it was off the calendar from 2004 to 2013. And I was really happy when it came back. And now, Formula One, it's a mainstay, not only because of Red Bull, but because it's a great race. I've always said
It's a fantastic circuit.
Yeah, it is. It's a short track for F1, and it works perfectly.
The literal short track of F1.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then MotoGP ruined it because they had to put a chicane in for them, but it works still. We haven't had a final lap showdown. It used to work in MotoGP as well. We were there for 4 years, and every year we had a last lap showdown, and then all of a sudden we added a chicane, and it hasn't had to have a last lap showdown anymore because you're taking away an opportunity to overtake in the braking zone.
Yeah.
So what if people crashed and 4 riders were nearly killed? So what? No, it's just that wall that was stupid. Hockenheim ring, not the same after they got rid of the forest section, says Joe. I agree. I think that original... I'd like a hybrid. They can easily do the hybrid. I'd like a hybrid of the two. And that'd be the best of both worlds.
Hey, gang.
Yeah.
Gang, more struggles for the number 2 LMP2 United Autosports car, Nico Pino. He's down into 3rd now. That CrowdStrike racing car up into 2nd now. That's Jacobsen behind the wheel.
Dropped down by a second, and Massa's pulled out 9 seconds now. So it's Jacobsen in the Riley. So it's looking good. Joe says, thoughts on MotoGP Sprint? They're all right, but get rid of them. Pure Grand Prix.
Josh, do you remember last year when you and I commentated on the Australian Grand Prix from MotoGP and we couldn't have the sprint?
Yeah, I remember that.
We were in Phillip Island.
You were.
Yeah, it was like
1 a.m. for you. I was 1 a.m. for you, and I said to you on the Sunday, don't bother. They're not going to run this for a sprint race, and they didn't. They red flagged it actually in the Moto 2. As soon as they red flagged Moto 2, I knew it was done for the day. But we just had to stay on air to wrap everything up.
I remember.
Gents, I've got a scary theory about this new Netflix series coming out, and I know you're excited about it, Josh.
NASCAR,
but I know they're selling the NASCAR Netflix series, and I know you're excited about it, but it seems like they're trying to kind of emphasize their postseason a lot, which, I mean, makes sense. But how ready are we for people on Twitter to maybe say, I'm really liking what they are doing in NASCAR. Maybe Formula One should try this whole postseason elimination thing out.
Oh, God. No. Yeah, I'm worried.
I'm just saying it's going to happen, and I'm not saying F1 will wink an eye, but there are going to be people who will want this.
I can hear Ben Schneider now, just wincing in pain.
Oh, dude. Yeah, right?
Oh, I can hear Ben Schneider. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I can hear Ben, too. Yeah. We all know he hates the playoffs. So if F1 goes that route, yeah, we all know what reaction.
I'm just going to interrupt myself because we are shortly going to be officially entering the night. In 15 seconds' time, it is official sunset, and we will be under the lights for the majority of this 24-hour race. 3, 2, 1. The sun has set here at Daytona. It's into the night shift. And a total of 12 hours and 45 minutes will be spent in darkness. Welcome to the Twilight Zone. Today's story.
So guys, I gotta...
Go on.
Yeah. So I got another theory about what's going on up here in GTP, and I think we've got kind of a peloton going on between the two caddies and the two RLLs, because both are a little bit bunched up. The Beamer's more than the caddies here, but I think for sure it's an essence of working together right now and not getting elbows out and saving fuel. And I think most importantly, praying for a caution to bunch everybody up.
Night cautions are pretty much common here. We have, I think last year we had a record breaker, didn't we, for the amount of cautions under the evening part of the race. So it's mainly the fatigue, so I'm not expecting to have a caution for another hour or so. And then I think they'll come up when drivers start coming in for the stints that have stayed out there a bit longer than they needed to. Minimum drive time is 2 hours. We're coming up to that changeover time once again. As Palou leads by 5 seconds at the moment. That's insane. As Joe Samiega says, LMP2 a lot of action, but I predict F1 will do something to keep the championship close. The casual fan as well, yeah. Car 6, Car 6 failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters has been given a drive-through. That is the Porsche
Guys,
Penske.
that's the Porsche Penske.
Yeah, that's with Van Holt at the wheel. So that running currently 7th overall in class. So power unit not in the correct parameter. Bit too fast. Oh dear. Wonder how he's done that.
Is that what that is, or was it we didn't do a start on electric power and bump start it?
Oh, that could be it. Car 33.
Car 33, yep.
Yeah, it's down at turn 6 again. And it's off, and it's stopped. Right. Okay. Anyone for caution? Why
It
is
might
this?
be right here.
Why is it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, stopped at turn 6.
Might be just
Why is it not out? I mean,
There it is, refired.
come on, get it going. We're seeing it now trying to relaunch on board. We can tell because of the side covers and the lights come back on. It's a local yellow for now at the exit of turn 6 onto Speedway as well. So we might have a yellow. Car off track at turn 6.
Lights back off. This is not looking good.
And yeah, Lance, we'll see as well.
Full
Stopped
course,
again.
full
Full course yellow.
There it is.
Ah. Well, this is great for Palou, though, who needs to pit.
Pad the number 5.
We had a warning coming through there. Van Thorpe is pounding into the pit lane. Can he serve that drive-through under the full course yellow? I don't think he can.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that.
No.
He's serving it. He's coming in. That's an interesting one. It is a drive-through. I don't think he can serve under full course yellow, though.
Car 6 entered closed pit.
Yeah, the pit lane's closed. So that's going to be another one.
That's going to be penalty on top of penalty for them then.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
What were they thinking? The pit's closed when the full course yellow comes out, and he's just gone straight through. It's not for an emergency stop for fuel. If they're smart, they would stop for 5 seconds of fuel here to say, well, we needed it. We needed 5 seconds of fuel. But I think they've gone straight through. They have.
No,
so
they
Porsche screwed up big time there.
Damn.
Look, guys, you got to feel bad for this 33 crew. I mean, practically a spec series here. Almost everyone running that Gibson V8, and vast majority open chassis, but almost everyone's been running that Oreca chassis for the past, 4 or 5 years. The lone Ligier was this 33 car, and I think this might be race done, certainly at least behind the wall for them.
Yeah. Oh, Megan's in the box now to make sure everything's okay, because I did say I was timing the caution to when I needed to close up everything with the final run around. So, hi. We're going to hand over to IMSA Radio for the full course yellow. Megan will sit down and make sure everything works okay. And we'll take a quick break from us commentating and hand over to IMSA Radio.
They're going to have to execute this race perfectly if they want to challenge for the win, and that's not going to help to hit penalties like that.
No, it's not. So the Porsches look pretty strong, no doubt about it. I mean, at this stage in the race, there's still no real clear picture, I think, of who might, if anybody, challenge the Cadillacs. The Cadillacs, as you said earlier on a little while ago, Peter Mackay, they've looked strong right from the get-go this week, but the Porsches haven't been far behind, nor the BMWs. The Acura has certainly been struggling a little bit compared to the other three manufacturers, it would appear. But look, there's still a long way to go. We're still only 4 hours and 38 minutes into this 24-hour race, and for sure, none of the teams has yet really shown their ultimate capabilities, I believe.
So we've got a quick CrowdStrike pit lane report from Joe Bradley. Joe, what have you spotted there down in the pit lane?
Just as it was literally, the teams are watching the screen, the TV screens, and I was down at United Autosports, and the team burst into life, and then you mentioned the Sean Creech car coming to a halt. So it just shows that how on your toes you have to be to take advantage of these situations. And it's clearly the tactic that the number 2 is going to employ. Ben Hanley was already in the pit box waiting. He wasn't suited and booted, but it was clear that he was due next in. And that's what's going to happen when these cars eventually pit.
Thank you, Joe. So it's all that Yorkshire tea they've been drinking that's got them on the ball there down at the number 2 United Autosports crew. It's been a kind of mixed day for them. They've got the 2 and the 22 in the LMP2 class. The 2 running very strongly. That's the car with the Wins livery on it and the Mission Foods. The 22 had to have some damage repaired after a little spill off at the International Horseshoe. So the field is now behind the Cadillac pace car. Get in touch with us in the booth here at IMSA Radio on Twitter, or X as I'm now supposed to call it, but at IMSA Radio, send us a tweet. There we go. Hello to Adam Lawyer, who's rebuilding his snowmobile while watching the race and listening to us. Well, good luck with that. I've never been on a snowmobile. It does look quite fun, so hope it all comes together quite quickly. Shay Adam, one of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, might be able to fix that. Shay, is that a promise?
Maybe. Maybe, it depends. I mean, I've had to fix a snowmobile before. It's not necessarily a fun thing to replace a track on that. But I can't believe you've never been on a snowmobile, Peter, especially someone involved in motorsport. It's a jet ski for snow.
Well, you'll need to sort that one out for me, Shay. That's going to be fun when we give it a go. I have been on a jet ski, but not a snowmobile. How about you, Jeremy?
I did a little bit many years ago in Colorado. Fantastic fun, I have to say. So full course caution number 5, 148 laps completed by our race leaders, and 9 of the 10 GTP cars remain on the lead lap. The car that isn't is number 40, and for sure all of the GTP cars will be onto pit lane during this full course caution, and that will allow the opportunity for number 40 car to get back onto the lead lap. But I wonder whether, I still think there's some sort of a problem on that car, although it has done a pretty long stint this time since it was last on pit lane. The previous 2 stints for number 40 car were much shorter than was optimum.
Now, we're delighted to welcome new fans to sports car racing all of the time, and new fans to IMSA, and the Rolex 24 at Daytona is a great time to do that. Under these full course yellows, Jeremy, you'll see something that's slightly different to maybe other forms of motorsport under the pace car. What do we see here with cars going around the pace car? Explain that process for us.
Yeah, so these are the cars that are going past the safety car and past the other contenders out on track. Are the cars that are stuck between the safety car and their respective class leaders. So we're talking here about the LMP2 cars and the GT cars. None of the GTP cars are allowed to go past because they've already been lapped. That's pretty clear out on the racetrack that they are a lap down. But the number 40 car will get the opportunity to get back onto the lead lap once this round of pit stops unfolds, because when the other cars come into the pits, the number 40 car almost assuredly will stay out on the racetrack, so that will be ahead then of the other GTPs once the stops have been completed. However, before we go back to green, once again there is another wave around for those cars that are in between the safety car and the class leader, and the number 40 car will be between the safety car and the GTP leader, so it will be able to go around past the safety car and run around and try and catch up to the back of the pack before we go green. And while it's doing that, you can hustle into the pits, top up with fuel, and then get back on the lead lap and be you're back in contention again. He probably won't have caught up to the back of the field by the time we go back to green, but he's still at least on the lead lap, and that's all that's important at this stage in the race. In LMP2, it's Felipe Massa who still leads, number 74 car for the Riley team. In second position, Malte Jakobsen in the number 04 car. In third position, Nico Pino in number 2. And then PJ Hyatt in Spike the Dragon, car number 99. Fourth position, excellent run for him. Nick Bull in number 52 car in fifth position. and James Allen in 6th place in number 81 car for Dragon Speed. And I think that 81 car actually is the first car that is a lap down. Didn't see whether it got the wave around. I fancy it didn't, so I think that has actually fallen a lap off the lap leaders at the moment in LMP2. In GTD or GTD Pro, it's that Mustang that still leads, but that substantial advantage that Harry Tingle had in the Ford Mustang over the Corvette car number 3, Daniel Juncadella, who incidentally had just overtaken right before we went to caution. He'd just overtaken the non-pro class leader, the Aston Martin Vantage car number 27, Roman DeAngelis. That's the car that came up right from the back of the pack. Had a problem in qualifying last weekend. Started, well, last but one on the field, and now is in the lead of GTD. So it's been a great run by that Harter Racing team, Aston Martin, in the new Evo Vantage to get up into the lead of GTD. Behind him is the second of the semi-factory Corvettes, Earl Bamber at the wheel of car number 4, and then 4 more non-pro cars. The GTD entries number 47, the Chetelaar Ferrari car number 96, the Turner Motorsport BMW, number 32, the Courtois Preston Motorsports Mercedes, number 57, Windward Racing Mercedes, and Miguel Molina in car number 21, the AF Corsa Ferrari.
There's some big movers in this field. Harry Tinknell's number 64 Ford Mustang has gained 12 positions over the course of the race, but nothing in comparison to the number 27 Roman DeAngelis that started at the back, and he's up to third,
leading class.
Leading class now, excuse me. So now that everyone is gathered up behind or nearly all gathered up behind the pace car, in fact, yes, so the pits are going to be opened when the pace car comes around. The train is just coming through the Le Mans chicane at this moment, so it's about to get very busy. I know that our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter Shea Adam is on her tiptoes, ready to greet all of the GTP prototypes. The 01 Cadillac's only got 20% left in. Now, also the number 85 JDC Porsche's only got 20%. The number 31 Whelen car's still got 55% energy. So we could well see the entire GTP field coming in here for service. So the prototypes all pulling off. In fact, not all of them. So Shay, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. The Whelen Cadillac is coming in. I can tell you that. Staying out is the number 40, as Jeremy rightly said, and the number 24. So one of the Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Autosports prototypes has stayed out, as has one of the BMW MT Marlel cars. But into the pit lane comes the number 10. They are doing right side tires on this Acura. Stickers by the looks of them. They are brand new. No tires going on to the Whelen Engineering Cadillac. That car has stayed firmly on the ground, just doing fuel and energy replenishment. We're waiting on the service to finish for the WTR with Andretti number 10. That's the sound of the Whelen Cadillac going back out, and it is fuel for the Porsches. I did not see if they changed tires on both of them, but the 7 rejoins first, and then the...
Oh, hang on a minute. We've lost TV pictures. Oh, no. Even more disaster. Up here in the comms box. We've lost IMSA TV. How's that happened? It's been fine.
But both of those cars behind the number 25 BMW, which did come in for fuel, and also still sitting on the pit lane. Now rolling away is that 01 Cadillac, so that one had a longer service. The last of the GTP cars on the lane is the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports, the yellow Porsche.
And another stint completed for Nico Pino in the number 2, leading the LMP2 class for United Autosports. They're right at the very last pit and pit out. And so the car seems to take forever to get here, but it doesn't take forever to get away. That was that car just wheel spinning its way off. Ben Hanley now at the wheel at the number 2.
Thank you to both of our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, Shea Adam and Joe Bradley, keeping an eye on a very busy pit lane, as is often the case when we go to a full course yellow. So 2 cars did not
but he's going to be coming in to make his next pit stop a long time before. So I don't know, it could be a strategic decision to run up the front for a while at the restart, see whether he can hold on to it, or was a miscommunication, one of the two.
So Adam down to the pit lane is suggesting that it could be that the BMW team did not want to bring both cars in at once and get them double stacked and get them kind of stuck. That's certainly one possible reason why that
there's
might be
enough
the
room
case.
down there. No, sorry.
So we're getting word from the pits as well that they are getting ready with some tyres, so planning to bring that car in. That will drop the 24 BMW M GTP car to the back of the GTP field when we go back to green. Now it's the turn of the GT car, so they get their chance to run into the pits here and go for some service.
Apologies for
now,
the
unfortunately, we
little
don't have
interruption
telemetry
there.
on them, so we've no idea how much fuel they've got in the tank, but it's what I can tell you, it's going to get busy. Down to you, Shay.
Oh, it's very busy. It is going to be fuel only for both of the Corvettes, the 3 and the 4, no driver changes, so it is Ewan Kadea and Bamber staying aboard both of those cars. And the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, the 23 is coming in, but the 27 has stayed out, so Roman DeAngelis continues to lead the class as he's out there on the racetrack.
Thank you, Shane, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter. So, nearly the entire GT pit coming in. Joe, who have you got?
Yeah, I'm with Lone Star, the number 80, the Lone Star Racing Mercedes. Now, the driver lineup in this car is quite mouth-watering. Sally Gulick, Rui Pinto de Andrada, Scott Andrews, and Adam Christodoulou, who's a Mercedes specialist. Cut his holiday in India short and had quite a convoluted journey to get here. We'll talk to him when we can later on in the race. No driver change on the number 80. I'm not quite sure where it features in the field, but it's just a refuel. And no tyres. So just a top up. Who's at the wheel of that number 80, guys?
So the number 80 Lone Star is Rui Pinto de Andrade who brought it in. Was there a driver change, Joe?
No driver change, no tyres either. They had a
sparkling
fresh set of Michelins ready for it, but no, they are already into the realms of double stinting since the sun's gone down.
Thank you, Joe.
The tyres, that is.
Our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter.
Yeah, they'd lost a lead lap in for some reason in that number 80 car. They were running really well earlier on.
I don't, as Joe rightly points out, they've got a great spread in their driver lineup. Of course, GTD, like the LMP2 class, you have to have a balance of drivers. You can't fill the car with, all.
Don't know what's happening with the TV pictures.
Like you can in GTD Pro, you've got to have a balance. But I think their spread of drivers, Jeremy, as we discussed at lunch earlier on, very good in that Lone Star car.
Yeah, certainly is. And we had a quick chat with Scott Andrews down there. I mean, it was a deal that came together very late, as Joe Bradley was alluding to there. Adam Christodoulou, he only got the call on January 11th. I think he had 5 days to get here, thinking he wasn't going to drive. He'd left all his gear was in London, because as Joe said, he was on holiday, so all his kit was in London. One of his buddies brought that out from here, and after that very convoluted trip that he had to get here, 46 hours, he was telling me this morning it took him to get here, and he's glad he did. I mean, he loves this event. He's been on the podium here before. He's had a 4th place finish last time he was here. I think it was 2018, and he just loves this event. And he's one of the sort of semi-works drivers, if you like, for Mercedes. Gets opportunities to drive Mercedes AMG cars all around the world.
So under full course yellow at the moment, as the number 24 BMW M Hybrid does come in for service. I think you're right, Jeremy. And we saw, of course, this in the BMW M Endurance Challenge on Friday with the 2 Turner cars missing a pit call. Great to see the FAF team marching on. Lost several laps when having to take the car back to the the pits. But Shea Adam, our CrowdStrike pit lane reporter, has an update on why that 24 BMW came in a bit later.
It was exactly as I thought. They did not want to compromise either one of the cars by pitting them together. They've been having issues for most of the race. So they said they chose to take the 24 out of it and pit it at the last possible opportunity. They're not worried about it moving back up. It's still early on in the race, but they didn't want to impact the pit stops.
Oh, so that's thank you, Shea, for that CrowdStrike pit lane report.
It's bizarre for a professional team. I mean,
Prepare
there
for
should
the
be room down in
GTP
the pit lane.
class
We
split, it says.
often see team cars pitting alongside each other. That's a weird one.
Keep your tweets coming in, folks, at IMSA Radio. Do talk to us up here on the 5th floor at Daytona International Speedway. GF Musial, this is heartwarming. Anyone that's reading this has said, I've never seen a Rolex 24 like this. So many new fans, so crowded. Talk to a few, they can't believe the access. The sport is exploding. That warms the heart.
Yeah, I mean, access has been a feature here of this series for many, many years, and it is one of the big attractions of IMSA, no question about it.
Hello also to Matthew Freed. Thank you for your kind words, watching from Shreveport, Louisiana.
We are all set then for the restart here for the Rolex 24 hours, coming up on 19 hours as well. And in about 20 minutes time, our first changeover on YouTube to the next stream. If you're watching us on Twitch, we are uninterrupted on there. If you're watching us on YouTube, there will be a changeover to part 2. You'll be redirected automatically, so you don't have to do a single thing. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll just change over parts in order to keep within the parameters of the YouTube guidelines as well. That if we go over 8 hours, we can't mute anything that was copyrighted. Like if there's a sound or something that gets found out. So that's why we do it. And then we've only been on air for 5 hours, so we've got a little bit of leeway here. But we do it at 6, so every 6 hours. But we've just come up, I think, on hour 5 to start going into 6. So maybe we should change it at 1 a.m. at this rate. Otherwise, I'm going to get myself confused a little bit. But the first one's always different. But it's 12 till 6, and it's 6 till 12, and then it's 12 p.m. to 6:30, 7ish. So that's the way it goes. Still cars in the pit lane, though, as we prepare for the restart. I think they want to go at the top of the hour. So Lawrence Van Holt and Colton Hurt in the pits.
Or maybe it is. And the Colton Herter car, having stayed out when the other cars pitted, has just got the wave around and come in to make its pit stop as well. That's number 40 car. In LMP2, it's Malte Jakobsen who leads the way now in number 04, having vaulted up one position during that round of pit stops. Number 2 car is in second place. It was in third. And the erstwhile leader, number 74 car, with Felipe Massa having handed that car over to Felipe Fraga, has dropped to third position ahead of number 99 and 52, 81 and 18. The youngster Connor Zilic driving that number 18 car. That's the Era Motorsports entry. Another very exciting young talent there in Connor Zilic, who last year was driving Mazda MX-5 Cup cars, for goodness sake. And here he is in the LMP2s. He also did a lot of other stuff, by the way. He's a Chevy contracted driver, and big things expected of him.
So we'll continue with our VP Racing Fuels in-race update in a moment, but down in the CrowdStrike, down with our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters, it's Joe Bradley. Joe, who have you got?
I've got Felipe Massa of all people, just out the 74 LMP2 entry. Felipe, I think we could tell by the timing screens how much you enjoyed that.
To be honest, I was not expecting, to take the car 10th or something like that and, go to the leading. But also in the good pace, overtaking cars, fighting and understanding the traffic, for the first time. I was really enjoying, and especially, my first stint ever here in Daytona, in this race with this car. So I think it was pretty good. The race is really long, but I think it was definitely a good start.
So you enjoyed the mixed class aspect. Have you done any mixed class racing? Because you Brazilian stock cars, I believe, is where you've been keeping yourself busy.
Yeah, but it's 30 minutes race, so it's sprint race, so it's not races like that, that you really have
a lot of traffic, a lot of cars, quicker, slower than you, and you really need to manage, you know, in the right way. So it was definitely the first experience I had in this type of situation, and it was pretty nice.
We're getting ready for the restart here at Daytona. The green light is going to come on and we will go racing once again. They need to make sure it is A-OK.
Are you sure about that?
We are green now. No. Have they stayed yellow? They've gone green? We're not entirely sure what they've happened here. Green flag again at Daytona. Yes!
We're going.
We're the top of the hour. We are racing again at Daytona. 19 hours to go. And into the lights. Blomqvist leads Martin, Campbell and Dumas. The top 4 in GTP. And then it's Hanley, Jacobson, Fraga and Chatin as well in LMP2. And we've already got a prototype going through the Le Mans back straight away. Not sure where that's coming from. It's the 40.
It's Sean Taylor.
It's Taylor. It's in Wayne Taylor. The Wayne Taylor Racing. They've gone off the track. Car's already continued on. That's in the back half of the Le Mans chicane, so didn't expect that. Oh, LMP2 on the grass there as well, getting back up to speed. It's quite catch-up it was. Into the pit lane has come Daniel Goldberg and Alfonso Triasai as well. But clean restart there, Adam.
Yeah, and
full course yellow. Sorry. Yellow's out again. Full course yellow's out again. Now, is this for car 40 that stopped on the circuit at turn 6? What? Short yellow, we're being told. So what's happened here with the full course yellow that's come out? It's a short yellow. Not sure why we've got it on the board as they come through, but they have gone full course yellow.
Got to be a combination of Taylor going off and the Ferrari going off. I want to say that's
23.
the 47 Seletar car.
And the 23 just left the pit lane, so we've got 2 reasons for this yellow. It is a short one, so maybe because they're still packed up together, it won't be too much. Yeah. Oh, it's debris.
Left brake like out there. There's your reason.
Yeah, debris in the track.
Debris. That's all over. I want to say that's either turn 1 or turn 6. No, that's got to be turn 6.
It's turn 6. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Debris on track, turn 6, confirmed. Are you back on? By the way, Jackson, or are you just? Yeah, it is the Ferrari. You've got it spot on, Jackson. New rear of that car going on in the GT class as well, so it's completely been ripped off as well. Debris on track, turn 6, and fluid on track at turn 7. That's the reason we've gone to the yellow, everyone. As we'll hand back over to IMSA Radio to try and get it back up.
The car off and put a new one on, and this could keep Triarsi, who've got great pace, the 023 in the race, because they've been able to just remove that whole damaged section off and whack a whole new one on again, Jeremy. Proper serviceability.
Yeah, but this is emergency service, so they can't do too much down there, and Shea Adam, I'm sure, will fill us in on that one.
Yes, so what's strange is we've got 2 cars with rear damage, which is unusual. So we saw a bit of damage to the rear of the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing with Andretti Acura GTP, and rear damage to the Triarsi Competizione GTD car. Well. And that damage appeared to be inflicted behind the pace car. We're also getting a report that there is fluid on the track at turn 7. That's the exit onto the super speedway. So, a few driver changes as well. One notable one is in the 86 GTD Porsche, the MDK Porsche. Larry Ten Border on board now, his IMSA and Rolex 24 debut, but an absolute ace in the Porsche Cup cars, and great to see him getting that opportunity, the rapid Dutchman. Now, this intervention of the safety car here for the full course caution, Jeremy, this is exactly not what Cadillac want to see. When it's green, they are on an express train, it seems.
Yeah, true. Any sort of interruption for them to their progress they don't like, because they were kind of commanding this race. But now Alex Palou, with that slower pit stop in the number 01 car, he of course did need more fuel than everybody else, because he was slightly out of sequence than everybody else. It had been over an hour since that car was last in the pit lane, and as a result of that, he's dropped from the lead down to 6th position.
So getting early word that the 023 Triarsi car might have spun on the pace lap and backed into something, and then the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Acura GTP had run over, I think, the damaged bodywork. So our CrowdStrike pit lane reporters will work hard to get the answers on both of those questions for you. What we can tell you is the field is neutralised once again behind the Cadillac pace car, which it must be said, Jeremy, has been being well used so far today.
Yeah.
It's they hope they've got enough gas in it.
Yeah, well, no, it's not that bad. I mean, we've had several runs here more than an hour, and with this many cars on track, I mean, incidents are going to happen. We knew that coming in. We just hope that not every 15 minutes or less than 15 minutes as it has been on this particular occasion. But generally speaking, I think it's the race has settled down for longish periods, and it's been a really interesting race so far, and just over the 5-hour mark now.
Well, we'll take the opportunity then to finish our VP Racing Fuels in-race update. In GTD Pro, that at the moment is led by the number 77 AO Racing Porsche, which is being driven by Lauren Heinrich, a driver who's won the Rolex 20, has won the Daytona 24-hour in the iRacing world, and hoping to add the Rolex 24, the outdoor version of the race, to his already growing CV. In second place in GTD Pro is car number 4, Earl Bamber in the Chevrolet Corvette. Still getting used to that one after Earl being with the Porsche brand for so many years. Kenny Habel for the 75 Sun Energy 1 Mercedes sits in third GTD Pro. Then in fourth in class, it's the car number 1, Paul Miller Racing BMW of Brighton.
So, I don't know if Jackson can hear me. Can you hear me, Jackson?
Gotcha.
Did you still want to do that field rundown?
Yeah, let's do it.
Go for it.
Under the lights, yellow flag here at Daytona. It's Jackson Lambros joined by Josh Bursch, Adam Lemmerise, and Josh Turner. We're going to do a quick run through the field here before we go back to green. Your overall leader in GTP, it's Tom Blomqvist in the hands of the Whelen Engineering Caddy. He's alongside Pippo Durrani and Jack Aitken. That's a 3-man crew. In LMP2, it's the CrowdStrike Racing team. That's Jacobson behind the wheel alongside CEO of CrowdStrike, George Kurtz, Colin Braun, and Sowery. Those were the guys that got beat out barely at the line last year. They're hoping to be the ones that stay in front this time. It's a GTD AM car, or just normal GTD car, as the overall leader in GT Daytona. Roman DeAngelis and the Gabe Newell Heart of Racing team. That's alongside Robichon, James, and Sorensen. And your leader is in GTD Pro. It's Rexy, the 77 911 GT3 RAR, I should say. That's Heinrich behind the wheel, joined by Prelo and Christensen. Josh?
Fantastic. Brilliant. I love that. Thank you very much for that, Jackson. Brilliant top through the top of the hour as well. We'll be changing over in about 10 minutes, or maybe just over, for the first half here on YouTube of the broadcast, as they are preparing the split, but I think we're going to go for another lap behind the pace car once again here at Daytona. 5th caution of the night. Just gives us all the time to get ourselves settled in for the night shift, really. I'm considering turning the camera down up in the comms box to the night position, because standing up for so long is not doing the best for my feet after standing the majority of the broadcast. So I'm just...
Sitting silently kills you, Josh.
Say again?
Sitting silently kills you. So.
Yeah, I'll stand up eventually, but I've brought the camera down. I just realised though, I haven't to clean up the dust 10-7. Haven't moved that Combox camera in about 6 months. The amount of dust that just came off it, a cobweb was literally on my hand. I'm having to look in my drink to make sure nothing fell in. It didn't, but that Combox camera is dusty as hell. So it hasn't moved, but I've just got it set down, so I can now sit down for the broadcast.
Beautiful.
I presume, Jackson, you're just moving around quickly and getting all your stuff together.
Yes.
I thought so.
Need water for 6 hours.
Yes. I've got half a litre of water, about half a litre of Coke, and half a litre of Vimto and water to take me through 6 hours as well. And I've also got 2 packets of cheese and bean crisps, 3 penguin seal bars, 3 remaining sausage rolls and I think 1.5 brownies that I've been eating already.
Question for the Brits in the booth. Have you guys gotten the Stanley Cup rage? I don't know if you guys are aware of this over here.
It's the golf, isn't it? If I'm correct.
It's a no. Well, yes, it's also the trophy for hockey, but it's brand of like, it's this brand of water bottle that, for whatever reason, has exploded in popularity over here.
I don't think we got it. Josh T, have we got it?
And I'm not sure if that was an international explosion.
Hello?
Hello, have we got that water? The Stanley Cup water? I don't think we do we? He's Googling.
You're going to look up Stanley Cup.
Yes.
Okay.
We do have it.
Yeah, let me send a photo of it in comms chat and you will know it as soon as you see it.
Which comms chat are you sending it to?
And for reference, I'm not talking about the thing that looks like the board. I'm talking about like this, but with a handle, and it can go in a cup holder.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, I know you do, Adam. I know you do.
Oh, those things! Oh, I see. Yes, we do have these. In fact, I was looking at getting one. But I still like the Nitro 9 bottles, you know, with the little J on it as well. Fucking handle the chicken box. That must Kelly Amble that my sister.
Europeans say we have no culture, and unfortunately, this is our culture.
Look, you're looking at someone who's forgotten to bring a kettle into the commentary box this evening, so I can't have tea or coffee. I am beyond angry.
Oh, man. Do you know that British tanks have... this is going off of Tom Scott, so I don't know how true this is. British tanks have water boilers inside of them.
It's true.
So that you guys could make tea even if you're inside a tank. That's so rad.
It is true.
Yeah, I know.
Short yellow. Yeah. Short, like the time.
I don't know about it.
It's nothing. Just go green. Come on, you're in Daytona. You don't need to be under this yellow.
They said commence the class split.
And now they took that away. We've been under yellow. How long for? 10 minutes. And that's a short yellow in their book. My God.
And yellows breed yellows here.
Yeah. I said that earlier, Jackson. Yeah, they do, my friend. They do. Ask them in NASCAR. Ask them in NASCAR.
But we've got up front, it is a Cadillac, BMW, Porsche in the top 3. I think all of them are going to be kind of scrambling to take that spot from Blomqvist.
I don't know if
and looking back in P2 and the GT cars, I mean, you've got some good talent up front, but you just cross your fingers and hope we don't have another incident and can really get the show back on the road here.
Josh T, what's your lap counter saying on timing 71? Because I've got 156 and I look at Alchemy and I've got 158.
Let me just load up timing 71.
I think it's crashed somewhere. But
okay, just refreshing my Alpha now, which is on 158 and my timing 71. If it loads, connected to upstream timing source is on 158.
Right, mine's crashed. Are we going green? Oh, I've got time. I'm risking it.
Can't tell.
I'm reloading it. Typical. It always crashes under the yellows, doesn't it?
Think I got lights out here, Josh.
Right, we're going to go green now. Typical. Honestly. Come on, it says waiting for data. And we've got it. And it's at 158. Way! So, we're going to go back to green flag. Come on. Pits are open for all cars. Does that mean that we're going to go green? Yeah, they've split the field. Come on. Just let us
We're doing this.
I just want to racing. We're under the lights at Daytona. The night has fallen over the past 40 minutes. Come on. Green at Daytona, please, because we've got to go green in 5 minutes. We should have really changed over on YouTube, but we can run up to 8 hours, so we call when we change over.
Oh, we're good.
Now, coming out of Speedway 4, we are going to go green this time around. Perfect. Car 33 has returned from behind the wall, just to let you know. Maybe I should move the monitors. I can't see all my information up here. Blomqvist then from Martin, Campbell, Damas, Hartley, Palou, Van der Helm, green flag. is out. We are racing once again here at Daytona. If it wants to get there for us, come on, green flag, race on. Yes, go. Great restart from Campbell. Tried to go high side already.
What's Campbell on the
Porsche.
outside?
Oh, it's going to be a sweep round into turn 1 of that BMW. That's going to be tied to contact if they're not careful. The BMW holds it. Brilliant move from Campbell there, Jackson. He's got him into second place.
Matt Campbell off of his WEC sabbatical, letting it hang on the outside of turn 1. Oh, doctor.
Fantastic.
The Aussie who knows about competing in legendary races like the Bathurst 12 Hour, the Bathurst 1000, among others. So nice to see an Aussie up there, you know.
Adam, I think he's got his fangs out. He could be going to take this thing from Blomqvist.
Yeah.
He wants to try it here into 6.
He looked on the inside. Blomqvist went, but guess what? The car 33 has, they had a driver change, and it stopped at turn 6. And it's going again.
You're kidding.
It keeps on changing. I kid you not. So, again, that 33 car's having problems. But looking at Martin into the Le Mans chicane, just flicks it through. Blomqvist doesn't look as nailed on as I thought he might. This could be Martin's opportunity to have an attack.
I think it's, again, different mentalities for this point of the race. You want to be able to get the lead right now, maybe if you're the Porsche. I think Blomqvist might know the pace that this 31 car has and is kind of maybe holding something back. He doesn't mind maybe taking that lead. Maybe he's okay with Campbell making this move into turn 1.
Campbell ran the outside, out the tri-oval, and he's taken it away from Blomqvist.
Win it again.
Nice.
Oh, there was a little bit of contact. They literally touched wheels coming through turn 1, but it is taking the lead. Campbell in the Porsche as his teammate Vanhoff comes in the number 6. Fantastic opportunity then for some racing here at Daytona. And that was just perfect, Adam. It's absolutely now the lead for the number 7 Porsche.
Nice to see Matt Campbell, the number 7 Penske Porsche Motorsports GTP car out in front. And for those of you who don't know, I picked number 7 to win here. So looking good so far.
Done a 135.
Martin within half a second there in third. He might be able to make a jump on Campbell as well.
Oh, cars.
We've got a couple drive-through penalties here.
Yeah, car 120, 78, 21, 57, 16, 86 for initiating the pass around before the announcement. Oh dear, that's a big no-no. That's a safety hazard.
So one of those is the Chip Hart Racing with Wright Motorsports car, so that is Sonny Hayes in trouble.
Oh no, that's going to give him something to talk about then in the film.
Yeah.
I hope they don't put it as a narrative that he won, because the reality is far from the truth.
Yeah.
Somebody clip that to prove it.
Issues for Team Vanderhelm in that JDC Banana Boat. He dropped down 2 positions. He's in 9th now.
We've got Blomqvist trying to go. This is the Acura. This is number 10 with Brendan Hartley trying to pass Robert Damas in the Proton competition to turn 1. Did you make
Easy
the
move.
Yeah.
Easy move.
Round the outside. That moves the number 10 back up into 4th position then for Hartley. That just would happen as Megan went to bed. Hello to the little owl that says, are you going to be doing every IMSA race or just Daytona? Just Daytona for now. Maybe a couple of special ones throughout the year, like Long Beach and things like that, and Detroit, the special ones. We'll see where the schedule falls on us. But right now, just Daytona. And of course, we've got wet.
Hey gang, eyes on LMP2. Jacobson losing that lead. Look who's back in front. It's that number 2 United Autosports car.
Haley at top again. So Jacob is just struggling out there. Are we cutting to that battle? No, we're not. We're sticking with Martin and Haley at the moment. Hartley. This is over 3rd.
Jacobson started with the lead. Not sure where that pass happened, but Ben Hanley found a spot somewhere to make that car stick, and it's the purple people eater up front now.
They're just going to keep on trucking, keep on going out there at the front. And this is now 12 o'clock UK time. The 5.5 hours done. So we are going to switch over on YouTube to the second broadcast For those of you watching on Twitch and on YouTube, you don't have to do a thing. All we'll do is we'll quickly reintroduce the show while we're under this and get everything going, so you don't have to do a single thing. It's just a quick changeover out on the circuit, but we've still got a couple of minutes until that happens while we get everything set up. But Campbell leads by 1.6 seconds to Blomqvist, Martin and Hartley in the GTP category. I think as well that number 7 Porsche will take the lead now until the next caution or the next one around the pits. 25 just coming through once again.
Josh, can you let me introduce the broadcast again? I've got an idea here.
All right, no worries. I'll let you know when we change over.
Gotcha.
So I'm just setting it all up actually at the moment as well. I don't know why I keep saying that. It really is bizarre. Right, it's just about to get ready and then we're going to go live. So you'll automatically be redirected over as well. Oh, hang on a minute. I've lost internet. It says live streaming isn't available at the moment. It's just playing. It's playing up on the stream.
Just ping me when.
No worries. It's the Google playing up. Don't we love Google? Always plays up when you don't want it to. Still.
Yep.
Right, is it saying preview? And then we can get ready to get going. Yes, it's working. Right, we're going to switch over now. If you're watching on YouTube, don't have to do a thing. You'll automatically be redirected. If you're watching on Twitch, stay with us because we'll be back in just a second. Don't go anywhere.